The House will come to order. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Ryden. Here she comes.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Armagost, Bacon, AML Bacon,
Excused.
Barone, Byrd, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Representative Bradley,
Excused.
Brooks, Brown, Caldwell, Camacho, Carter, Clifford, Representative Clifford,
Excused.
DeGraff, Duran, English, Representative English,
Excused.
Espinoza, Ferre, Froelich, Garcia, Garcia Sander, Gilchrist, Gonzalez, Hamrick, Hartsook, Jackson, Johnson, Joseph, Representative Joseph,
Excused.
Kelty, Leader, Representative Leader,
Excused.
Lindsay, Linstead, Luck, Lukens, Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Morrow,
Here.
McCormick, Pascal, Phillips, Puglisi, Minority Leader Puglisi.
Excused.
She's in Vanessa's. Richardson, Ricks, Representative Ricks,
Excused.
Rutnell, Ryden, Sirota, Representative Sirota,
Excused.
Smith, Soper, Stewart K, Stewart R, Representative Stewart R,
Excused.
Story, Sukla, Taggart, Representative Taggart,
Excused.
Titone, Valdez A, Representative Valdez is excused. Velasco, Rep. Velasco is excused. Weinberg, Wilford, Winter, Woodrow, Woog, Zokai, and Madam Speaker.
Here. With 53 present, 12 excused, 56 present, 9 excused. We do have a quorum. Representative Ryden.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Journal of Saturday, May 3rd, 2025 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you've heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Announcements and introductions, members. Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to let you all know that Canyon Creek Elementary School from my district is wandering about. They're having a tour, so if you see any little elementary school kids wandering about, they are Canyon Creek Elementary School from Cherry Creek, and I would love if you would say hi. Thanks.
Wonderful. Representative Carter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Happy Cinco de Mayo. Just wanted everybody to know that 505 Southwest has donated, hey guys. 505 Southwest has donated green chili for our potluck. Thank them. They are a Colorado-based company out of here in Denver. They're also a sponsor of the Broncos. So, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Members, do not be fooled today about the fake green chile that is on your desk. On behalf of the Pueblo delegation, I will just leave it at this and say, war has been declared.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to reiterate the comments of my good colleague from Pueblo. And since there's only 3 days left, we've decided not to take up arms, but don't do this again next year.
All good. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week, May 4th through May 10th, is known as Tardive Dyskinesia Awareness Week. This TD is a potentially debilitating condition that causes involuntary movements of the face, torso, and limbs, and it can occur after prolonged use of medications prescribed to treat serious mental illnesses, schizophrenia, bipolar. These medications are life-saving, but TD remains underdiagnosed and often misunderstood. Maybe you got a chance after visiting the Cinco de Mayo celebration, you got a chance to stop by and talk with some of the folks today. So just an announcement for everybody that to recognize this disease.
Thank you. Whole crew, the two of you, Representative Rootnell and Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Members, happy Cinco de Mayo. Today is a special day, but it's also a special day because the UNC Bears will be here later today, their basketball team, because they went all the way to the NIT, lost it just by a little bit, but that was the farthest that they've ever gone, so it's a very special day. Please greet them as you see them.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning to you. Members, just kind of echoing what my colleague said, when you see the UNC basketball team, please welcome them and say hello. They are part of my alma mater, so go Bears. My loyalty runs to the Bears. I know we talk a lot about the Buffs here, so just want to throw that out there. So please welcome them when you see them, and I hope you all have a marvelous Monday.
And Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Happy Cinco de Mayo, everybody. Now, quick pop quiz. Who remembers what we're celebrating today? Raise a hand. Raise your hand. Bacon? Yep. Mexican independence? La Batalla de Puebla, where Mexico beat the French invasion on Cinco de Mayo. Exactly. Remember, today we're going to have good food, carne asada, so please try the carne asada. If it doesn't change your life, you can slap the good representative from Loveland in the face.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So yes, thank you to everybody who participated. I saw a lot of you bringing some stuff in. That refrigerator is full. So again, we're going to start around noon to start cooking over here. So please help yourselves. I brought some flan. It is in 212 though, so because there's no space. It is homemade. I'm not rich, so I wasn't able to have a lot of eggs to provide to make them, but I did make enough. So I hope you guys enjoy it. If you guys have a taste, it's Mom's recipe. So thank you.
Maybe the flan goes to the highest bidder, Representative Gonzalez. There we go. I love it. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, a reminder of our potluck. Thank you to everyone who brought a side dish. So appreciated for Cinco de Mayo. We thought we would continue the festivities up until Wednesday. So tomorrow we have an ice cream social planned. So, yeah, you know, you build relationships around food, like I mentioned before, and we are a family, and, you know, good conversations happen around food. And then for Wednesday,
We're going to do the all-American thing. We're going to have hot dogs and potato chips. And so, like she said, you know, the all-American potluck. Yes, ma'am. Oh, and it's going to be cooked by Loveland, Ron Weinberg. He's going to be the chef and MC at the grill. But the majority leader's right. We come from two cultures, Italian and Hispanic cultures, where everything good happens around food. So count me in. But no, thank you, and we appreciate you, and hopefully we get to chat over a bowl of ice cream or out by the grill.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I just want to give a special thank you to Representative Weinberg. I know it's a lot of work and commitment for you to be out there, you know, having to just stay out of the chamber, be outside in the sun. So thank you.
All right, members, let's get to work. Mr. Schiebel, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate bills 7 as amended, 163, 165, 290 as amended, and 304 as amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the following bills be added to the special orders calendar on May 5th, 2025 at 9:21 a.m. Here we go. Let's pay attention. Senate Bill 5, Senate Bill 304, Senate Bill 297, Senate Bill 48, Senate Bill 163, Senate Bill 299, Senate Bill 288, Senate Bill 84, Senate Bill 7, Senate Bill 124, Senate Bill 71, and Senate Bill 306.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be added to special orders at 9:21 a.m. today, May 5th, 2025. Representative Lukens. Members, you've heard the motion. Representative Lukens will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen, on iLegislate, and in today's folder on your box account. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the Majority Leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 5.
Senate Bill 5 by Senators Rodriguez and Danielson, also Representatives Mabry and Bacon, concerning the elimination of the requirement for a second election to negotiate a union security clause in the collective bargaining process and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Rep. Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 5.
To the bill. AML Bacon.
Thank you. Members, we're here today to speak to a long-awaited bill. Thank you all who came today to hear this discussion. Senate Bill 5 is a very simple bill, but it's a simple bill that has come with a century worth of advocacy and a century's worth of hope that we could be clearer about what it takes to build collective voice in the workplace so that we can collectively advocate to be paid living wages and to be safe on the job. Senate Bill 5 simply says that a second election is not required before a collective bargaining unit could be created. And so once upon a time, there was history in how Colorado became a state that has this unique section of code that we are looking to remove today. 100 years ago, when the questions of collective bargaining and unions came about, the country went through a few phases to say that you need X amount of elections. But long story short, the country and nationally has gotten to a place where in order to organize, you need to have one vote where a majority rules. However, in Colorado, around 40 or so years ago, they came up with then what they would have called a compromise known as the Labor Peace Act. And where it said, after having gone through court, that despite the national rules, where you need one election and 50% of the vote, that here, to quote unquote keep the peace between labor and business, you also need to have a second election. But we feel now at this point that that law is antiquated, and today, Senate Bill 5, also I do want to recognize that it's Senate Bill 5, and this is the third to last day of session, says that we should be in alignment with the rest of the country's idea of what it means to unionize, and that is one vote. Now, we are a state that has also kind of sat in the middle over time. We're not necessarily a right-to-work state, but this bill will also make that clear. And so that is the short history of why we are here and why we have this famed second election. So what we want to share with you today is just the facts behind what we know to be true in this state. Throughout the course of this session, there has been incredible, and I would say quite focused, discussion and negotiation over this bill. And we are here before you today with the bill as written on paper because despite all of the conversations, this was the bill that would best move us forward. And so through those conversations, we learned. We've been able to see some data. We've been able to see how many elections have been brought up to unionize. Quite frankly, how many first elections have been brought up. And then we've been able to see how many second elections happen. And there is a huge difference between that first and second election in the numbers. And that's because something is happening in between that first and second election. We heard stories of what's happening in between those elections. Workers are being dissuaded. Workers are being tantamount to intimidated. And then again, if it wasn't true, we would not see something around 300 first votes down to 2 digits of second votes. And so again, that is why we are moving that second vote has demonstrated that it is a tangible barrier to being able to collectively bargain. What this bill also does is simply say that it takes 1 vote to decide to collectively bargain. The bill does not say that the contract will be for everyone to pay into, despite what you've heard. That is something that would still need to be negotiated. I'm going to say that again. What this bill does is say that we have decided to collectively bargain. It does not determine what that contract is, nor does this bill determine that every employee must pay in if they desire to. And lastly, I'm going to say this before I hand it over to my co-prime. We're going to talk today about labor. But more importantly, I hope we remember we're going to be talking about people. We're going to be talking about people who go to work. And we're going to be talking about what people need to be able to go to work. I will actually ask that we do not villainize that. If any of us have had the opportunity to elect to be a union member, you know what that consciously means. I was a teacher. In my first district, we all decided in our collective bargaining unit that everybody would have dues withdrawn, and this is why. Because when people go and negotiate for their salaries, they don't negotiate just for themselves. They negotiate for everyone. The 4th grade teacher doesn't go in and say, give me $10,000 more than anyone else. Whether or not you may have paid your dues, they are negotiating for everyone, and therefore they ask for everyone to support. But I was also a union member in a state where we had to opt in. And in those places, in those spaces, had it not been for my union, I know I would have died. And that is because the natural state of things were to not take care of the employees. I was an AFT member. I made $26,000 a year out of college, and I figured out how to pay my little $20 to $30 for dues. And what I got in return was not having black mold in my classroom, was not having mushrooms coming up through the cracks of exposed floors, was having a mentor in the profession, and also literally having a copy machine and paper so I could teach my students. My union had to provide that, and I chose to find that money. I was not rich, and I was blessed enough to have a job. And if I chose to put that money in for that pricelessness of how I was supported, I want that decision to be respected. My union was funded by decisions of people. We do not sell things. So if we're going to talk about union money, let's talk about the people, because those are the same things. If it was not for the notion that people can come together and lean into the power of people, the power of collection, then I know for a fact we would not have the middle class in this country that we all say we're trying to protect. The advent of unions were rough, for sure. But as they formed, whether they were in the coal mines, in the classrooms, on the steel mill floor, they formed to be sure that if you put your work in, you got a pension. They formed that if you put your work in, you didn't have to expose your fingers, your arms, or your legs to be lost in the course of business. They were formed so that children did not have to work. And with that came stability of workplace. To this day, we all benefit from the notion that if I fall at work, or that I shouldn't have something fall on my head at work because of unions. And so as we talk about this vote, what we are talking about is people saying, in the grand negotiation that is life, if I go to work, I want to be safe. If I go to work, I want to be able to provide for my families. And if I go to work, I want my voice to be respected there. It is not saying that the spaces that they're in or that the bosses don't want to be respectful, because that's not what I'm saying either. But it is saying that going to work is an agreement, and that managers and workers should be on equal footing in setting those terms. We both need each other. There is no world where people do not earn living wages that we can buy things that keep this country afloat. But we also recognize there is a world where we do have to make money. And so this bill comes down to that. Do workers have equal footing in the workplace to say what it is that they need to produce the best, and to produce the best safely and to where they are respected? And so I will end with this. This bill is incredibly important to us and to the times. We're going to hear about business and efficiency, I'd gather. And we're going to hear, unfortunately, labor, and one of the things they teach you in business school is about liabilities, expenses, right, and assets. And the thing that we maneuver the most around before you figure out your efficiencies quite often are the cost of labor. And so this is the time for this state. We are not the state we were 25 years ago or even 15 years ago. We are a state where people are moving here for opportunities. We are a state that if young people decide not to go to college, they're going straight into the workforce, and they're going into workforce where they have to use their hands. And this is also the time as we figure out how to balance what it means to live here well, healthily and safely, that we have to make this decision. And I would be remiss to note that every single one of us has a union member in their district. Every single one of us. And so this is the time to respect and to reset where we need to go on behalf of our neighbors. To my co-prime.
Rep. Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I am so honored to stand before you today as a prime sponsor of the Worker Protection Act, because one of the greatest threats facing our democracy right now is the influence the wealthiest Americans have over every aspect of our government and our political system. The United States Supreme Court opened the door to unlimited campaign spending, which means that the politicians who can run and win campaigns for higher office are less and less responsive to the needs of working people, the 60% of people who live paycheck to paycheck, those with less than $1,000 in savings. If you are worth hundreds of millions of dollars or billions of dollars, no matter how good of a person you are, you might not be in the best position to understand the needs of those people who live paycheck to paycheck or have less than $1,000 in savings. This bill is about empowering those Coloradans to stand up for higher wages, for safer workplaces, in an economy, in a democracy that is increasingly rigged against them. Members, we hear a lot about the noise in the building. It's a phrase meant to reflect something that feels contentious and hard. that the lobbyists are chatting, that the rumor mills are churning, and there's been some noise in the building about this bill, that's for sure. And I know it can be challenging when we spend 1 million hours a week in the Capitol, but it is immensely important right now that we take a second to listen to the noise that's happening outside the building. That's our obligation. When we take a second to listen to what's happening outside the building, we see that the stakes could not be higher, and that the decision we face today isn't actually hard. The largest political event in our state in decades happened in the park across the street a few weeks back, when 34,000 people showed up to rally against the rise of oligarchy in this country and to speak out against income inequality. Coloradans are begging us to stand on the side of the working class. Here's also what's happening outside the building. The richest man on the planet is gutting consumer and worker protection agencies. 5 of the wealthiest men on earth had a front row seat at the inauguration. Combined, they're worth more than 200 million Americans. And since the administration has taken office, they have fired a member of the NLRB. DOJ has gutted and attempted to gut our most important consumer protection agency, the CFPB. Now corporate interests and their political allies are trying to strip it of its funding, which would leave banks free to jack up junk fees and trap people in endless debt cycles. They're also trying to gut the Department of Labor by rolling back enforcement policies that protect workers from wage theft and hazardous working conditions. The president is trying to strip all federal workers of their collective bargaining rights. On top of that, they're attacking Social Security and Medicare, lifelines for millions and millions of Americans, floating new plans to raise the retirement age and slash benefits while handing out more tax cuts to billionaires and giant corporations. We are seeing a full-on corporate takeover of our government, and the stakes could not be higher. Here's also what's happening outside the building. Working people are struggling. They're struggling to make ends meet. If you're working class, your life expectancy is 7 years shorter than it is if you're not working class. In Colorado, the cost of living continues to rise, with housing prices and rents among the highest in the nation. As corporate profits soar, workers in Colorado see little relief. I want to note that in 1990, rent in Denver was $500, when the average wage was $30,000. Now, rent is $2,000, and the average wage has only gone up to $50,000. Wages have not kept pace, which have left many families unable to afford basic necessities. My generation is the first generation since World War II to be worse off than my parents' generation. And as union membership has declined, we have seen income inequality skyrocket to levels that we have not seen since the 1920s. A handful of billionaires own more wealth than 200 million Americans combined. And the trend that led to that tracks perfectly with the decline in union membership that started in the 1970s with the rise of right-to-work laws and laws like the one that we're trying to repeal today. We can fight back. Since the New Deal, we have had one silver bullet for growing the middle class in the face of excessive corporate power. The power of unions, the power of working people to come together and exercise the only leverage they have in an economy that is rigged against them, the power of their numbers. Martin Luther King Jr. reminded us that the labor movement was the principal force to transform misery and despair into hope and progress. But Colorado law includes an antiquated impediment to workers' collective action that doesn't exist anywhere else in the country: the second election requirement. I'll note that it's hard enough to get through a first election because many bosses intimidate and retaliate against organizing workers, of forcing them to attend anti-union meetings, threatening their working schedules, or even firing them for union activities. We require a second election that happens after that with a higher supermajority bar to even allow employee-employer conversations about union security. This doesn't guarantee union security. It allows a discussion about union security. Repealing this second election requirement will give workers the freedom to negotiate over a union security provision that will allow workers to decide that everybody who benefits from the union's work on their behalf also pay their fair share to those fees. Again, only if those workers decide to negotiate such a provision in their collective bargaining agreement, which I will note it only takes 30% of workers to dissolve a collective bargaining agreement. This is a basic principle of fairness and workplace democracy that will make it easier for workers to form and sustain unions and to grow the middle class in Colorado. Now, the noise in the building suggests that this will take away worker choice, that it's the second election and the supermajority requirement. I want to note that it's the second election and the supermajority requirement that strips workers of their freedom to decide whether or not to support unions. Besides, the law already includes several mechanisms to respect workers' choice and worker voice. I'll note the decertification only requires 30% of workers. Workers can decline to ratify a collective bargaining agreement that includes a union security provision. They can also, again, decertify a union, and they can exercise their BEC rights to not pay any union dues that aren't directly related to collective bargaining. The noise in the building also suggests that somehow the sky will fall and business will fail if we get rid of the second election requirement. But has the sky fallen in Montana? Has the sky fallen in Minnesota? Has the sky fallen in Pennsylvania and Washington State? Where I note when the Chamber of Commerce comes to testify against this bill, they say, Colorado doesn't compete against every state in the nation. We compete against 10 states. Among those 10 states that we compete against is Washington State. The Chamber of Commerce admits that Washington State is more attractive for business than the state of Colorado, and they do not have the second election requirement, nor are they right to work. They are a free bargaining state. We can be pro-business and pro-union, just like they are in the state of Washington. Every state in the nation that has higher wages than the state of Colorado is a free bargaining state. We know what will happen if we do this in Colorado. Wages will increase. That's what will happen. Unions have no incentive to cause businesses to fail. The profitability of businesses is essential to workers' financial security. Workers do not want businesses to fail. They want fair terms of employment. They want a fair share of soaring corporate profits that are often reaped by a thriving billionaire class that gets richer and richer, even as the rest of us have not gotten better off at all with soaring productivity. More than 10 years ago, President Barack Obama reminded us that all of us should be doing everything in our power to expand collective bargaining rights in this country. I hope that we heed that call. I hope that the governor heeds that call. This is our chance to double down on the values of collective bargaining and to stand with workers. I'll close by noting that 5 former U.S. Secretaries of Labor wrote to us telling us what they think about this bill. They said that Colorado's second election requirement creates unnecessary hardship for workers who simply want the opportunity to advocate for themselves and their families. Passing the Worker Protection Act, they said, is not only a matter of economic justice, but it's a declaration of Colorado's commitment to the dignity of work and the rights of its workforce. Let's listen to the noise outside the building. This is easy, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Please vote yes on Senate Bill 5.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
3 years ago, when I first got involved in politics and had to do the interviews with everyone, I had the great opportunity to interview with the unions, the AFL-CIO, IBFW up in North Denver. And this was a third rail issue to them. The union members, I think, personally are my favorite people in the building, and I think they know that. But things are professional, not always personal. And I spent about, even though we had 5 or 6 interviewees there, probably half the time was just me talking with the union members. It was the first time I ever heard about this second election requirement, and we had some discussions about it. And I made the point that I think any time you change the fundamental structure of an entity, a governmental entity, whether it's a government, whether it's a corporation, whether it's a union, whether it's a nonprofit, having a higher threshold than 50% plus 1 is probably appropriate. Now, it was clear that to create the union, 50% plus one is in federal law, so there's nothing we could do about that. That's what the federal law is. But we did have that second election requirement to negotiate the union security clause. And at 75%, I was like, yeah, that sounds very excessive. And they gave me the argument about having 2 elections being done and the shenanigans that businesses engage in between the 2 elections. So I also agreed, yes, it sounds inappropriate to have a second election. So after the November elections, when we found out that this bill was coming forward, I had people contact me and say, how are you going to be on the bill? Since November, what I had told people is because of what I have said, I was looking at running an amendment that would say there was just the one first election, and if you hit 50% plus one, obviously that's under federal law, you can form the union. At that same election, if you were at 60% or higher, you could negotiate the union security clause. I was asked that the first week of session when I came by the sponsors. How are you going to be on this bill? My response was, I would run this amendment, I expect it to fail, and then I would vote for the bill. Because between the 2 choices of 75% or higher on a second election, or what the sponsors are proposing, in the balance of the equities, I would pick that other one. But I thought the one that I was putting forward was the better compromise. And when I brought that forward in December, I had many union members get very upset with me. I had like 4 or 5 discussions separate, saying, you're just repeating business talking points. That was quite insulting because I had never talked to a single person in the business community about this bill. No one in the Chamber of Commerce, no one. I was told it was illegal, that we couldn't do it this way. I found that very insulting. So as a member of the Business and Labor Affairs Committee, when this bill came up, I had told the sponsors and I had passed it around. Here's the amendment I plan to run. I plan for it to be defeated. Then I plan to vote for the bill. Instead, when it was offered, we had a title challenge. And within seconds of that title challenge, with the vice chair and chair, immediately ruled that it was outside the title. No discussion. You can listen to the tape of me asking, are you not even going to talk to the proponent of the amendment before throwing it out under a title ruling? I was so disgusted, I left the hearing, didn't return. And the drafter of the amendment and the bill left out of disgust. The title of the bill is concerning the elimination of the requirement for a second election to negotiate a union security clause in the collective bargaining. What that amendment said is you dispense with the second amendment and you take the results from the first. 1 election, 2 results. Yet somehow it was outside the title. Only to find out later, and it's been reported in Colorado politics, both labor and business community have been negotiating under this exact amendment. And the only thing they have a difference on is where the threshold is. With business offering 66%, labor 53%. We're told that the chairs have absolute discretion, but those who have been lawyers know discretion doesn't mean arbitrary and capricious behavior, and there are abuses of discretion. So I looked into what could be done about it, and of course there are legal abilities to address it, but the legislature would just claim legislative immunity if we went to court to have it overturned on an arbitrary and capricious standard, which I would win. But sometimes you don't need to prevail in the case to win the case. But I thought better of it, And the way to try and take care of some of these process issues is this body can overrule that arbitrary and capricious decision. So I move that this bill be returned to Business and Labor Committee. Thank you.
Emil Bacon.
Members, I deeply respect my colleague, but I want to point something out. This is Senate Bill 5. We have literally had this entire session to talk about the scope and interests of what is in this bill. You know, there was typically in the well, we talk about the bill and the policy, not as much as the procedure. And while I do recall what was being spoken about, myself and my colleague, it was not our interest, we were willing to debate the bill. But even the amendment that was referred to was not within the scope and the support of the interests of the sponsors and the coalition. So members, I am going to ask that we vote no on it being referred back to committee, not just because we don't have a committee to go back to on this Monday, but because of where we are at in the language of this bill. Again, I will note how big the coalition is that supported the parameters of this bill, and I will also note why we are here today debating the bill as on paper when the sponsors do not have amendments, because that too was also highly negotiated for. And so while we may always have a learning opportunity, and we have an opportunity to work with each other to find those common grounds of respect, I would respectfully ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on referring the bill back to Business and Labor? Rep. Marshall?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The one final point that I didn't get to make or forgot to make was to emphasize, and I may emphasize that again, that there is not a single bill we do in this chamber that is more important than the process and the integrity of the process. And I expect this to be defeated and move on. And I expect to run an amendment and for it to be defeated and move on. But I want to make the point that we should have some self-reflection and always put the institution first and the integrity of the process before any single bill, no matter how important it may be to any individual legislator or any individual interest. Thank you.
The question before us is referring the bill back to Business and Labor. Is there any further discussion? Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the motion to move this back to Business and Labor. 005, that indicates that this is one of the first bills out of the chute. That tells us that it is an important bill to the body. Why is it coming up 3 days prior? And then we're told, well, we have to vote on this and we have to decide everything. If there's obviously a lot of moving parts here. There's a lot of interest against this. There's apparently no deal right now, and any efforts to ameliorate it have been rejected. So we have a bill that is brought in the first 100 days, or the first few days of the 120 days of session, and then we bring it to this floor at day 117. If a bill is important, if a bill is that important, we should have it come before the body, have the full discussion, send it back to committee if it needs to, bring it back forward. We're talking about putting something in motion that has very long-lasting ramifications. When I look at business failure rate in Colorado, 25% in the first year, half in the first 5 years. There's a lot of risk for businesses there. We look at what happens when you have agenda items that, we're talking about protecting workers, but we talk continually in this room and pass legislation that pushes jobs overseas and creates a minimum wage of 0. So if this is really an important bill, then I think it should have been brought earlier. And we should have these discussions longer, and we should have this hashed out, not stuff that goes on in the back room. So now that we've got this bill into the light of day now, and you look at the changes that have been made in this bill, the changes have been massive. So what was heard in one committee, very different than heard in another committee. We need to send it back. Going back to business and labor is an easy way to ensure that we are doing that. And if the process doesn't allow for that, well, we have next General Assembly. And we can bring it at the very beginning. We can bring it at the outset of the next session. And then we can have these discussions. But to drop something now with massive amounts of changes, with lots of upheaval, with lots of people misunderstanding what's going on with this bill, and then to say, well, we need to pass it right now because it's in the waning hours of the General Assembly, that's just how you make more bad policy. We don't need more bad policy. We need good policy. We need policy that's going to protect workers, but mostly what workers need to be protected from is this General Assembly. So we need to we need to send this back to business, and we need to have the full discussion about what the ramifications are. It's not just a matter of do we want to or do we not want to protect workers. This is a matter of do we want to or not want to protect business. And my colleague mentioned that businesses have an incentive or unions have an incentive for businesses to be in business, and that's true overall, but I have personally seen the effects of unions that force business out of business for their own interests. So I'm in favor of unions, by the way. I'm in favor of unions. I'm in favor of right to work. But I don't think those are exclusive. I think we need to have a discussion about how this, and we'll have this discussion, but I think the easier way the better way would be to move this back to business so we can work out some of these details so that when we bring it to this body, that some of those details are hashed out and we can have a better conversation rather than pushing this bill through on day 117 of 120 days and then saying it's a priority bill, so it has to be done immediately. So I recommend an aye vote on this motion.
Rep. Joseph.
On this motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members. I want to thank Rep. Marshall for his words in the well. I think the work that we do here at the state capitol is very challenging, it's very nuanced, and I understand his perspective as it relates to process. And when you look at the work that we do here as a body, we have a lot of influence. If we cannot follow our own processes, that's a problem. That is a problem to community. How do we hold other people accountable when we're not accountable to ourselves? That's what I hear as part of this conversation. However, I would ask for a no vote on this particular amendment. And the reason why I would ask for a no vote on this particular motion is because I do believe this particular motion can kill the bill. And if we kill the bill, that means, again, as it was mentioned, that we can come back here next year. However, we know both in this building and outside of this building, decisions have been made that erodes employees and workers' protection rights. And we cannot afford that. We cannot afford to kill this bill and come back next year. It's too important to workers. This issues with process, it has to be taken place at another time. We need to have that conversation, whether as a caucus or as a body. However, knowing the importance of this bill to the workers of the state of Colorado, it cannot go back to business and labor. Again, as someone who was also vice chair of business and labor, I do believe the chairs have a lot of discretion. And I don't believe the chair was working with any group. I trust and respect the good representative, Rix from Arapahoe, that she did follow the process. And if the process, again, as things are moving fast, it may be perceived one way or another, I understand that as well. But however, this bill is way too important to people. I have more that I wanted to say as it relates to this particular bill and the importance that it has for people. Again, remember, labor built this country. Labor built the Democratic Party. When we make it harder for people to unionize or to engage, we're making it harder for people to have a voice. I ask for a no vote on this particular amendment. I appreciate my good representative from Douglas County. I got it right this time. He has some good points and very valid perspective. However, we cannot die on this hill. I ask for a no vote on this particular motion. Thank you.
Rep. Lindstedt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a member of the Business and Labor Committee, I just wanted to come down and say that we had a vigorous debate on this bill in the hearing. This motion is unnecessary, in my view. I think members of the legislature can have good faith disagreements on the strength of the word elimination in committee on amendments, so I think this is unnecessary. We heard from tons of witnesses on both sides. We got the full picture. Vote no on this motion and vote yes on the bill.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is referring Senate Bill 5 back to the Business and Labor Committee. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No! The motion to refer this bill back to the Business and Labor Committee fails. Rep. Leader.
Hello, colleagues. I absolutely will speak in favor of Senate Bill 5. So let me tell you a little story in regards to the second election. As a union member of 44 years, I kind of have an idea of how this has worked over the several years that I've been a member. So the second election piece, whether you pay your fair share or not, it's kind of equates, I'll put it to layman's terms or lay people's terms. So it's like if you belong to an HOA and you're paying your dues, you get your sidewalks cleaned off with the snow, you get your lawn mowed, and all this is part of your dues. Then you get a neighbor that just moves in, looks at the contract and reads it and goes, oh, wow. I can get all this for free, and I don't have to pay my dues. It's the same thing with the second election. See, the unions still have to represent the people who do not pay their fair share. That is absolutely wrong. It is wrong no different than you're paying your HOA dues, and your neighbor moves in and doesn't pay his fair share. Well, pretty soon, all your services are depleted because you can't afford it. So it is wrong for a union to have to represent people who do not pay their fair share. It is no different than belonging to an HOA, other than the fact, as my colleague stated earlier, you can vote to leave the union. You can't exactly vote to leave an HOA. Trust me, I was president for 10 years. So I am telling you, it is not fair for you to make a union pay your buddies over here that find small print in their contract that they don't have to pay their fair share, just like it wouldn't be fair to any one of you in an HOA that you get your lawns mowed and your sidewalks shoveled. And In closing, I just want to say, how many of you would be elected here if y'all had to have a second election and win by 75%? I guarantee not many, if any. So with that, Governor Polis, I ask you to do what's right. I ask you to sign this bill and don't be a Governor Ritter. Thank you.
And as a reminder, we cannot allow applause in the chamber. Rep. Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess under that structure, I may be very lucky, and I'm very overwhelmingly Republican district, and I had one vote, and it was over 75%, but that's not really to the bill. I actually enjoyed the analysis and critique of the bill that was brought forth by my colleague from Highlands Ranch. And I definitely agree with his logic. When you're talking about changing the governance model of an organization, the bar should be high. I think 60% was what he had offered in amendment, and unfortunately we didn't have the opportunity in committee to debate. But while I agree with the logic, I really do think the bar actually ought to be higher, because we're not just talking about changing a governance model. We're talking about joining together to compel your colleagues, your fellow workers, to pay money out of their pocket that they may not want to pay. And that money may be used to advocate for things they don't agree in. If we're going to have a vote that's going to compel speech, which is what this becomes, that bar should be much higher. So with that, I move Amendment L016 to Senate Bill 005 and ask that it be displayed in a manner pleasing to the chair.
One moment. L16 is properly displayed. Rep. Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the title of the bill does talk about eliminating a second vote, this amendment would bring this back to a single vote to form a union and then set a 75% percentage to then compel people to pay to support that union financially. So I would urge a yes vote.
Rep. Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to offer a substitute amendment for that. So I move L017 to Senate Bill 5 and ask for it to be displayed.
One moment. L17 is properly displayed. Rep. Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the amendment that was offered in Business Affairs and Labor and told it didn't fit under the title. And as our colleague from Elbert County and other environs mentioned, we had no opportunity to debate it in Business Affairs and Labor. So it's being offered now to offer that debate. And what it does is eliminates the second election requirement. As the title of the bill says, there's one election, 50% plus one, under National Labor Relations Board rules and the law, the federal law, and you can set up the union. There is no Colorado state requirement under this amendment to do a second election. But what it says is, if under that first election, 60% of the workers or more ask for the union, then the union security clause can be negotiated. And again, I refer to the Colorado Politics article that came out on Friday, where it turns out this is exactly the amendment they've been negotiating over. But the unions are at 53%, and the business community is at 66%. For 6 months, I was saying 60%. So maybe we split the baby. and the legislature steps up, and instead of having a governor saying, well, the business community and labor community have to agree for whatever they send me, and we have the business community and labor community negotiating with the governor to decide what this legislature should do, maybe the legislature should step up and make everyone unhappy and do what they think is in the best interest of everyone in the state and accept this amendment. Thank you.
Rep. Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I just want to acknowledge what was said last about where negotiations landed, et cetera. It was our belief that if we made a deal, we were going to have to run a new bill. And so it wasn't going to look like amendments like this on this bill. Just want to put that on the record first. Second, I'm glad my colleague from Highlands Ranch, with all due respect, believes that he has single-handedly figured out what will get the governor's signature and what could get done. But this doesn't get us there. And I also believe it's unfair, right? Existing law says you can decertify a union with 30% of the workers agreeing to hold that election, and then if a majority agrees to decertify, that's what happens. And so it's 60% to come together and join in a collective bargaining agreement with a union security clause versus a majority to decertify. I believe that's unfair to workers, and I respectfully ask for a no vote.
Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to note there, and I'm trying to get a good beat on these election numbers because they're very important. And this last, as the sponsor mentioned, is actually 2 votes, 30% to decertify, and then the majority to ratify. So there you have 2 votes. You have 2 votes to get out. So I'm not really sure why not 2 votes to get in, especially when, and then maybe when the first vote to get in is 50% of a quorum, which is 50% of the voting body. So that's 25%. And so you're looking at 25% of the voting body that would actually be required to go into this contract. And again, I'm very much for unions. The United States, Union of States. So I don't think unions in general are inherently un-American. But there is a lot of power that goes along with the collective bargaining. And the employees should have a say. And I think we're going to be able to get into all of these discussions, which would probably be better for a committee. But if you have to have 75% of the quorum, the next quorum, you could also have 75% of 50%, which would be 37 or 38 votes is all that's required. So you're looking at 38% of the voting body is required to go. So because if you have 25 people in a quorum of 50, if you have 26 in a quorum of 50, that does not necessarily speak for the entire body. That's 26 people. So I'm trying to get, I think it would be helpful if we spoke in terms of some of these, what the numbers are actually meaning when we're talking about that it takes 30% and then it takes 75% of the 50% to get out, to dissolve the agreement. But I think this is why this needs to go back to committee. But that's neither here nor there now. So I just wanted to get some more clarification and note that there was the 2 votes in order to dissolve, where we're talking about now 1 vote in order to implement, just different layers of that vote to depending on where you get in that certain vote. So anyways, that's my question.
AML Bacon.
Thank you, members. We're going to ask you for a no vote. And there were a few things spoken about here that I don't think the amendment addresses, but we'd be happy to address it upon debate. So again, we're going to ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? AML Winter.
My question is if this is the same amendment that was brought up in committee and title challenged, why it's not being title challenged on the floor right now?
Rep. Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. AML, one of the sponsors didn't do the title challenge in the committee, and I'm not going to do a title challenge now because I didn't do one in committee, and I think same with AML Bacon.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. DeGraff.
Just looking at it a little bit more, I think I like the underlying amendment better, but this at least is 60% of, looking at this is 60% or more of the employees of the employer, or 60% or more of the employee in any craft. So you have 60% of the employees, as opposed to 50% of the quorum, which is 50%, which would be 25. So if we want to look at a democratically elected, and that's what I think we're looking at. We're looking at whether we go into, and it's interesting to me in this, because we've had this discussion when we look at bargaining and we look at compelled First Amendment association. Props 107 and 108 made it 75% of the entire voting body, which was 75 out of 100. And that was considered okay. But now this bill is about 60% of the voting body, of the employees, so 60%. But the underlying bill, as I understand it, would be 25% or 50% of 50%, which is 25%. So if you have 100 employees, you're talking about 60 employees here making the decision versus 25. So the underlying bill is saying we want to allow 25% of our employees to determine the direction of the company, whereas this bill says we would like it to be 60% of the employees deciding this. So I think this bill, I think this amendment would make it more democratic than the underlying bill. So I like the original amendment better. I don't know why we couldn't just do them both, but anyways, I like the underlying amendment better, but I think this amendment is better than the bill.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After a lengthy discussion on this amendment, I think it's clear that the amendment is looking at eliminating the second election requirement. But I'm concerned because we had a title ruling that was successful in business affairs and labor. I'd like a title ruling on this amendment. Thank you.
AML Bacon. Oh, the committee will go into a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. The chair rules that Amendment L17 does not fit under the title. To L16. Is there any further discussion? Rep. Richardson.
Seeing that the substitute amendment was not under title, I will withdraw my amendment because it is essentially the same.
L16 has been withdrawn. To the bill. Is there any further discussion? Rep. Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was in committee, and I would like to talk about actually what the bill is about, and the bill is about voting. In my opinion, it's not, and it's about people. It's not about big business and Elon Musk and all that stuff. It is about voting, and it is about people. And the people that I want to talk about is, well, there was one thing brought up that it would be similar to an HOA. I don't live in an HOA and never have, and I mow my own grass. And it was also brought up about the way that we got elected. And I had to go through 3 elections. So I had to go through the caucus and get elected. Then I had to go through a primary and get elected. And then I had to go through the general. So I actually had to go through 3 elections. So I would also say that this bill is also about election integrity. And I think that for me, the main part of this bill is about fairness. And the 49% of the people that aren't going to have a say, because if this bill allows a simple minority of that show up to vote to force everyone to pay into political lobbying on issues that they may not all agree on, I don't think that's very fair. And I think that what is so wrong with the way that we are doing our elections right now? Why is it the governor is talking about vetoing this bill if doesn't meet certain criteria, and then we're going to be all the way back to 086 all over again. And I'm not against unions either. I just where I live, we mow our own lawn, and I would vote a no on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Sirota, or Brooks, sorry. Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've had, I think probably at this point, if that has not happened already, very shortly, I imagine that every single member of the Business Affairs and Labor Committee will probably come up to speak to this bill. I was a no on this bill in committee, and I will be a no on this bill on the floor as well. I think there's something that it hasn't yet. It's been mentioned, but not necessarily discussed at length.
Hang on one second, Representative
absolutely,
Brooks.
please
I
go
would
right
like
ahead.
the chamber to bring the volume down a little bit. Please take your conversations off the floor or start whispering.
You might have to use the
Brooks.
hammer. You might have to use the hammer. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will project as well. That might help. This, honestly, with all due respect to the bill sponsors, I believe we're engaging in an exercise in folly here. This is like a bad 1980s Steven Seagal movie, Marked for Death, if you remember that one. It has been stated by the governor that this will be vetoed if there had not been an agreement reached prior to this point, or at least somewhere along the process. There has not been any substantive work done. There hasn't been an agreement reached. This bill is destined for a hack job. This is going to die on the desk of the governor, if the governor keeps his word on that. I understand that you still have to put the process through when you get to this point, especially on a Senate Bill 005, something that was one of the pre-files. I know that you got to work your way through it, but I believe that it is probably worth keeping in mind what the future of this bill looks like, especially when we had the opportunity to go back to committee. I'm on the Business Affairs Labor Committee. Hey, my schedule's clear for the rest of today. I'm willing to go back into committee. I know that that's an unsettled question, or settled question at this point. And that's not going to happen. But we had the opportunity to go back and work on it there. And the objection was that this bill's too important. We have to push it through. We've got to go. We got to go. And I don't know what all the we got to go on is about, because without negotiation, without coming to a point to where we've been able to get to a point where there has been some agreement made, this isn't going anywhere. Whistling Dixie. This thing's just going to end up croaking. The other thing that I think that I have to point out, there's a lot that was said that I thought, oh, when I get up there, I'm going to react to this and this and this, and I'm not going to, because there's no need. It's just me being combative and, oppositional, which I do enjoy. But there is one thing that I find to be incredibly disingenuous that I heard, and that is that we're trying to protect the small guy, the little guy, the ones that barely have any money in their bank account. That's me, by the way. We're trying to protect those little guys. Ha! That's a good one. Because all we have done on this side of the caucus the entire time is try to protect the Colorado worker. All we have done this entire time is try to protect the Colorado family. But yet we insist on nickel and diming everybody. $500 million for this and that voters don't want to see. It's disingenuous to say that this is trying to protect the Colorado families, because it's not. We have time and time and time again said we don't care about the Colorado families. We don't care about the hardworking families and trying to put food on their table. So don't come to me and tell me that this is the way that we're going to do it when we've soundly, time after time, rejected our opportunities to do that. Rural health care, affordability, all of the amendments that we have tried to bring across the board from day one for Colorado families have been soundly rejected. So don't try to come to me and tell me that this is important, that this bill 005 is going to be the magic button, the magic solution to be able to do everything that we've been voting no against the whole time. I can't stand for that. Can't stand for it. We're not trying to get rid of unions here. Nobody's talking about getting rid of unions. So I push back on that narrative as well. Nobody's saying that. Nobody will say that. But yet that's the narrative that I hear. Find that to be disingenuous as well. Overall, again, there's a no on committee, no on the floor. I encourage you to do the same, because honestly, that's what's going to end up happening anyway.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Senate Bill 5 today. This bill has been a long time coming. It is time for Colorado to move beyond an antiquated law whose design is specifically to be a roadblock to unionization in the workplace in this state. It should only take one vote to determine whether or not workers in a workplace wish to come together to collectively bargain. In this age where corporate profits are sky high, driven by greedflation, stock buybacks that could have been invested in workers, and other mechanisms that have rigged this economy for the millionaires and the billionaires, the opportunity for workers to come together and fight for good wages, good benefits, and safe workplaces is more important than ever. It is time to get rid of the second election. It is time for Colorado to support its labor force. I respect Colorado's labor force and what it is they are asking for. I support Senate Bill 5, and I ask you to vote yes on this crucial piece of legislation.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I voted against this in committee for a few simple reasons, and I'll vote against it on the floor today. I do oppose Senate Bill 25005. We've spent more time on this morning than the governor will when this reaches his desk. He has already stated publicly, and it's reported in the press as recently as Saturday, that if there is no deal between unions, labor, business interests, he's going to veto it. So I do think it's important that we as a legislature, speak to this. That's our right. This is our branch of government. He'll do his thing, but we should do this knowing that it will be vetoed. So it's important to be very clear about what the bill does and what it doesn't. It isn't about whether workers can form a union. That right exists and it remains. This is about forcing people to pay union dues against their will, even if they want to have nothing to do with the union. That is what it is. It's mandatory, compulsory fees that, if not paid, could result in losing a job. And this is in the private sector. In the public sector, that doesn't exist. Unions can be formed and people don't have to join. So there's a disparity of treatment in workers here that does concern me. But as we talked about earlier, at the end of the day, this is about compelling association and compelling speech, and that's wrong. So this was an early bill. It's Senate Bill 5. It was likely drafted initially, and certainly the idea had to spring forth before the election. And it was introduced long before the inauguration and events of today. We've heard a lot about millionaires and billionaires and this class discrepancy. We're talking about changing the Peace Labor Act. This is something that has stood the test of time over 80 years. There weren't a lot of billionaires running around 80 years ago. This is something unique to Colorado because Colorado is unique. And we should preserve the good things that make Colorado unique. Labor unrest is something that's far, far in our past because of the Peace Labor Act and which should continue. At the end of the day, the bill is unfair, it's coercive, and it puts the interests of unions above the rights of actually the individual workers that they're supposed to represent. So I do urge a no vote on it. I think it's deeply flawed and just fundamentally unjust. What we have, again, has been in place since the 1930s. It works for us. We should leave it alone and move on to other things that do need to be fixed in this state. Thank you.
AML Bacon.
Thank you, members, and thank you for the debate. I would like to go back to something I said in the beginning. I said what this bill does not do. The bill does not make it mandatory for compulsory fees, and in fact, I would ask anybody to show me in the bill where it says that. What we are hearing are talking points that, quite frankly, we have been debating this entire session. The amendments that we saw also asked for language that is contrary to what is in current statute and contrary to what we are asking for here. We are not asking for any percentage of all employees, nor anywhere in the bill does it say that mandatory compulsory fees are required. What this bill does and what the existing language says is that the percentage of those voting, and all it does is give you the right to collectively bargain. That negotiation is for whether fees are due or not. But the decision is up to the employees. And so I'd like to bring us back to the point of this bill. The point of the bill is to align us with the requirements that are put down through federal law, which is that there is one election and the majority, to give folks the right to collectively bargain for what is best for their workplace. Again, I'd ask you to show me otherwise in the pages. The other thing that I want to say about the process and where we think this bill is going to end up, someone asked while we're at these last couple of days, and I'll tell you, you don't have to ask anybody other than the sponsors. Labor showed up in good faith. 4 months making offers. And what was returned were ideas that would have put all of us in a net loss. And so we're here at this date because we gave the benefit of the doubt to try to work it out when we could have heard it much earlier. And so I don't want the date of this bill being heard to be disparaged. unless we understand the intent. And lastly, I'll say this about our governor. I would think, because the only people that I'm hearing from in regards to what the governor is going to do is not a member of his party. And so I would think as the figurehead of the Democratic Party, he will do what Democrats ask him to do. And what Democrats worked on incessantly to get done, and I have faith that he will do it. He will sign this bill. He will sign this bill. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you, sir.
I wanted to share just a couple thoughts, both in relation to this bill and some experiences from my family in relation to the value of, and I think, quite frankly, the necessity of organized labor in my lived experience. I used to be a union member when I was a teacher. That is a choice I made as a teacher because I came from a school district where I served underserved students. 70% of my students were on free and reduced lunch. I never threw away a student's materials because I knew that I would probably see them again in 3 months once the eviction cycle had played out where they had moved to. And I did that in a district where, unfortunately, in spite of the dynamic inside of my building, which was very positive and supportive, often teachers in my community shared the same experiences as the assistant majority leader. We self-funded our classrooms. I had to self-fund the food I brought in because I knew I couldn't teach a hungry kid. And I knew that what was more important than whatever I was going to teach them that day was the fact that they went home at least with a little more food in their belly than they started out. I paid for that. We self-funded the ability to run different programming in our schools. I was a music teacher. And my classroom was often a place of equity for students who did not achieve in a similar fashion elsewhere. But I can tell you that having 2 music teachers in a building didn't come by accident. It came because our unions demanded it when we were being forced to comply with other standards in terms of testing. And that made a difference. It made a difference that our union had our back, put the right people in that building so that our students could achieve their full potential. We listened to our unions, and I know that I benefited from their support in my time as an educator in that community. I also want to share with you something else. I come originally from Michigan, and my dad will often tell the story that when he was growing up and when he graduated high school, you had 2 choices. You could either enlist for the Vietnam War or you could work for the Big 3. And the second wasn't necessarily a guarantee that you wouldn't end up in the first place. Now, my dad enlisted, and I'm thankful every day for his service to our country. But I can tell you that I have family members, and what made a difference in so many lives in our family was their good-paying job working for the Big 3. You could come out of high school, come into a job, work that job for the remainder of your working years, retire well, and that did not happen by accident. That happened because people fought for standards that were safe in the workplace. They fought for their pensions. They fought for wages. They fought because it did not happen just because someone else thought that they should have those things. They fought hard for what my family has benefited from, and it has meant generational wealth. It has meant home ownership for my family. It has meant stability and a college education for my cousins. It did not happen by accident. It does not happen by accident. It happens because workers get together and they demand the things they need from their employer, and ultimately, from my experience, that has been beneficial for the entire ecosystem. It is not anti-business, pro-business. It is not anti-worker, pro-worker. It is saying that our workers know what's best for them, and one of the reasons I'm so proud to support this bill is because ultimately it says this: if we want to support workers, if we want to do better by the middle class, if we want to provide pathways for home ownership, if we want to provide pathways for a college education, if we want to provide pathways for retirement that are secure, then we need to listen to workers when they are telling us what they need and what they want. And so I am an adamant yes on this bill, a proud supporter, and I thank our sponsors for their work.
AML Winter. There will be no clapping. Thank you. AML Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my comments are going to be more centered around some of the opening statements. So wherever you stand on this bill, however you're going to hit that button, you're already going to do. But we point out what is going on now nationwide, but this is a history of things. So I come from an area, I was actually the vice president of ASME Local 1074. Maybe a shock to some, but I've been involved. I grew up in the Trinidad area where the unions were strong during the coal mining days. So I grew up with union friends. I grew up and hung around union households. Have no issue with that whatsoever. But what I don't like is how this has become a red versus blue, Republican versus Democrat issue. I think it's bigger than that. I think trying to find the middle ground sometimes is good, because I was part of the bargaining agreement. And I know how a lot of times we shot ultra high to land at certain places. I understand how the process goes. And I think that there's a way that if we took the vitriol out of some of this, I think we could sit down and really have good conversations. But that's for the bill, and that's another discussion. The issue I have is when we poke this into a red and blue versus blue issue. When the previous administration came in to office, they killed the Keystone Pipeline. That was 1,100 union jobs they said was going to be up to 11,000. What about those 1,100 union workers that lost their jobs? If we're going to stand up for all the unions in Colorado, didn't those 1,100 jobs matter? We signed trade deals to buy products from overseas. We had the CF&I steel mill. They built this state. Why are we not fighting to get these industries back in Colorado? I sat on Energy Committee where labor came and testified against energy policy coming out of this building. The pipe fitters, the electricians. Are we not looking, if this is a red and blue issue, who is the sponsors of these bills? And when it comes to the cost of living and crushing Coloradans, look at the amount of fees that are put on you by this building. Do those fees not matter, the nickel and diming of you and your wallets? If we're going to talk about these issues, we need to have the real conversation. I talked about this on immigration last week. The problem is everybody shows up with their swords drawn, ready to go to war instead of sitting down and trying to figure out the peace treaty before it even starts. And there should be no finger pointing on this building, in this building by either side. Because I refuse to stand up here as a Republican and be told that I'm anti-labor and that corporations are crushing Coloradoans and Americans when out of this building is policy that crushes your jobs. And fees that'll nickel and diming you to death that come out of this legislature. So if we're going to have the real discussion, let's have the discussion about everything that goes on in this building. Let's not pick and choose what we're going to talk about. And let's have the discussion. But to sit and point fingers is not fair. And to not look at the full scheme of why it's harder for you to make a living is not fair, and why groceries are costing you so much is not fair, and why the cost of energy is going through the roof, that's not fair if we don't have those discussions too. It's hard to survive in today's times. But it's more nuanced than us versus them versus us, me versus you. I can't stand for that. I want to see everybody make a good wage and thrive. I want to see everybody's families do well. But I will not have the finger pointed at me when there's legislation that comes out of this building that is hurting you all. Thank you for listening to me. I appreciate everybody for being here today. All I ask is that we have good, honest discussions. And if we're going to point fingers, we should point fingers at each other, because it takes two to tango.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I deeply appreciate the comments of our Assistant Minority Leader, because I agree with many of them. When I framed this in terms of a national problem that we have with money in politics, I did not mean to imply that that problem was only on one side of the aisle. That problem impacts both parties. The influence that the wealthiest people in this country have on both parties is a problem. We need to be able to build a political system that is responsive to the 60% of people who live paycheck to paycheck, to those people with less than $1,000 in savings. And I think one of the great things about debating in this chamber is I believe almost everybody in this chamber is responsive to the needs of the people who are living paycheck to paycheck, because we are closer to those people. What I was talking about is the ability of somebody to mount a statewide campaign and raise tens of millions of dollars. Those people on both sides of the aisle are not responsive to the people that we come here to represent. And so I deeply agree with much of what you said. And I don't think it's a red problem versus a blue problem. We have a problem with the ultra wealthy having too much influence. I appreciate you calling out trade deals that ship jobs overseas. I also call that out and think that that's wrong. We have a lot that we agree on because we are more responsive to the people who live paycheck to paycheck. But to get into an office like United States Senate or governor or the presidency, you are so far removed from the day-to-day lives of working people, which is why I said if you're worth hundreds of millions of dollars or billions of dollars, you might not be in the best position to understand the needs of people who live paycheck to paycheck, regardless of what party you're in. And so I didn't mean my statements at all to come off across as partisan. I think folks in my party know I am a loud critic of the influence of money in politics in my party, probably louder when it happens in my party than the other party, because that's where I feel like I can have influence. And so I deeply appreciate the points that you were making. I wasn't trying to make it about us in this building because, again, we have $400 campaign limits. Our campaigns are not necessarily bankrolled time and time again by people who are worth billions and billions of dollars, but to reach higher office in this country, that does happen. And then people aren't considering the lives of, you know, people who are making $70,000 a year and what jobs might be available for them. I will also just note that national leaders, again, I noted that secretaries of labor have called on the governor to support this. You know, this is important for working class people, the people who are living paycheck to paycheck. Millions of workers support unions and support legislation like this. And so I'll double down on calls for the governor to sign this legislation, but I appreciate much of what the AML said.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Senate Bill 5, and I'm glad we're hearing it, and I really urge the governor to sign the bill when he gets it on his desk. My dad was a union leader in New York. He didn't make a lot of money, really, in the grand scheme of things, but the benefits that he got from his union benefits really helped us have a healthy childhood and to make sure that he could retire. And lucky for him, he was able to retire early, and now that he has some health issues that he's dealing with, he's able to do that a lot more comfortably than he would have had he not had these union benefits. Colorado has done a lot of unique policies over many, many years, and this is one of those that is unique. And sometimes we don't get it right. And we haven't gotten it right on a few other policies. We were able to fix some of those, but this one has remained out there, and no other state does this kind of thing. And we should not be unique and have this policy. No other state does. And what I see happening in the federal level and the attack on workers and stripping away rights and trying to make it harder and harder and harder for workers, that if this remains, the workers here are going to have a hard time too, and we need them to have whatever tools in their toolbox that they have to fight for their rights as workers, to be able to pay their bills, to be able to have the right benefits and insurance and be able to retire. That's what everybody wants, and unions do that not just for the union members, but the rising tide does lift all the boats. And this trickles down to competition in other companies that may not have union benefits there. But when they have to compete with those benefits in other companies, that company has to do the same thing and supply the same kinds of benefits. So there's a definite benefit to having the ability to get a union started because it helps everyone out and everyone can make a better living, have a better life, give the benefits that they have to their kids. And I urge you to vote yes on this bill today.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am not going to ask the government or the governor to do anything because, listen, I don't think he should be compelled by us to do anything, and I don't want him touching any of our stuff in here. That's why there's 3 different branches of government. I don't want him compelling our policy in this building, and I certainly am not going to try to compel him to do anything. This is a free state for all. I get that he's a Democrat governor, but I don't think we should be asking him to do anything. And I just want to stand, because I feel like the bill sponsors want workers to have equal standing with owners at the negotiating table. But let me tell you something. I'm an owner of a business. I put off having children for 8 years. We put everything, second mortgages, lived in an apartment for many years to start our company. So we have a bigger stake in our company, and we treat our employees like family. We treat the 5 men that work for us like family. They get better bonuses from us than I feel like I do. So to have the same type of negotiating power as the people that have put their lives on the line, their second mortgages, to live in an apartment, to eat ramen noodles, to put having families on the line? No, I'm sorry, no. As a rule, owners have a bigger stake in companies than do employees because they risk their homes, their savings, and time with their families to get started. Exactly, that's what I just said, it's a personal story. Employees typically don't make the same investment. For every millionaire and oligarch, there are tens of thousands of business owners that have had an idea or an invention and staked their life and their family's well-being to try to make it work. Exactly. We lived in a 1-bedroom apartment for years to make our dream come true of owning a company. It's easy to demonize one man or a handful of rich people, but this bill isn't about that guy. It's about the hundreds of thousands of others that are owners and entrepreneurs like me, like many people in my district, and are not millionaires or oligarchs. I can assure you I'm not a millionaire or an oligarch. I can assure you the people in my district, like the FFLs we're running out of town, are not oligarchs or millionaires. They are people like me with families that live in suburbia that are trying to live the American dream and are trying to facilitate their employees and give them great compensation for being employees. And then I think about this logic. A second election strips workers of their rights. So you're stripping the workers of their rights. An election deprives people of their rights. How is that even possible? If they can vote, they have rights. That's a basic truism of political life. And why do we need more unions? Let's go over some statistics. In 2022, Colorado's per capita income ranked 8th among U.S. states at $47,346. A more recent figure from quarter 4, 2023, shows a ranking of 7th with a per capita income of almost $80,000. These rankings are based on a per capita personal income, which is the total personal income of a state divided by its population. And here's a breakdown of the rankings. 2022, Colorado was ranked 8th in the U.S. per capita income with a value of $47,000. Quarter 4 of 2023, Colorado ranked 7th in the nation for per capita personal income with a value of $80,000. It went up $30,000 in less than a year. 2023, GDP per capita, Colorado ranked 11th with a GDP per capita of $90,000. So why do we need more union growth? Important considerations, different metrics. These rankings use different metrics like per capita personal income and GDP per capita, which can lead to slight variations in ranking. Dynamic ranking. The ranking can change over time due to various economic factors. We are in the top quintile for per capita income among the 50 states. So do we really need these fundamental changes? But if so, the higher percentage for the vote is legitimized by the differing investments made by owners versus employees. Again, when we come up here and we talk about oligarchs and millionaires, think about the businesses in your districts that are barely scraping by two to keep employees on the payroll, that treat their employees like family. Think about those small businesses that treat their employers like family. We are not all millionaires and oligarchs, and I'm tired of it. Vote no on this bill.
Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This issue is not red or blue or business versus labor for me. If we said to the citizens of Colorado after they elected one of us as a representative that you'd need to go back and have a second election, and if you don't win 75% of the vote in that second election, there just will be no representative, we would assert and assume that that would be a way to keep representatives out. And I don't know what was going on specifically. I wasn't here in 1943. That's a full 2 generations ahead of me. But I do know that Colorado at the time didn't have an easy world with labor. Some of the largest labor conflicts, like the Ludlow massacre, fights over who had rights to gold, who could mine it, whether those people had to work 7 days a week, whether children worked in the mines. There was a constant and deep consternation all the way up until the 40s. And in 1943, when the CLPA was passed, I don't think that we're talking about the same conversations that we're talking about today with labor. I am not fighting about whether our children are going to work in the gold mine today. That is not what we're discussing. Now, I have to rely on my own experience with unions. I was a member of IBEW when I was in college. I later owned a company that employed about 60 IBEW workers, and I can tell you they made my business great. And that did not mean that I got along with the union every day as an employer. I one time had a tower site that got shut down for a week or two over bolts. And I could not understand. I'm not a mechanical engineer, I'm an electrical engineer. I did not understand why we could not just substitute an equivalent bolt. Or why we could not do whatever. And their response to me was, you can. What you need to do is get the engineering drawings redrawn, reapproved, back through. We were doing a project in Birmingham, Alabama, and getting something through Birmingham code approvals at that point in time was basically, like rolling the dice. And it just wasn't a favorable thing for me. But I look back over that time, and that site that we built is still operational today. That was 2006 or 7-ish. Our company was often hired to fix the mistakes of others, and that was not through my greatness. That was through the training and the integrity that the union workers brought to every single job site every single day. And they didn't mess around. They didn't mess around with me. And I learned not to mess around with them because I very quickly discovered that all of my success was on the back of labor. We're talking about a 75% vote after a vote has happened. This is not hard business. That's why we don't have the business community lining up in the hallway today. That's why I'm not getting 5,000 emails from the business community saying, we must solve this problem. This is going to break our state. We're talking about something that was decided in 1943 that absolutely does not make sense today. And I think it's completely fair for us to come 82 years later and correct those issues. This is not hard stuff, and it is not Democrat versus Republican, and it is not labor versus business for me. having been in business in full partnership with labor, I can tell you they were my success.
Before we go on with any further discussion, I will remind those in the gallery and on the floor that there is no clapping and no cheering and no yelling. Please keep that all to yourself. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 5? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, sir.
I would ask my colleagues to refrain from the comment about millionaires and billionaires. For those of us that have been entrepreneurs in our lifetime, let me start by saying almost all of us as entrepreneurs have failed. I know I failed in a couple of my ventures. But one of the ventures that I'm most proud of is a company called, I guess I can say it, Marmot, that I helped build. If my wife was here today, she would happily tell you that there were many times in our first 3 or 4 years that we did not take a paycheck home because we wanted to protect our employees, our seamstresses, our people in labor in our production facilities. At one time, the night before I was to get married, after being a bachelor for a very long time, by the way, I proposed to my wife on the very first night that I went out with her after being a bachelor for years. That same, as we were going to get married, one of the banks said they weren't going to renew our note. And I basically said, if you do that, I'll come down to the bank and I'll give you my keys. Not only was I risking the money that I had put into the business, but my mom and dad, who had supported me, and all my stockholders. So when we start an argument always on this subject that millionaires and billionaires are the problem, I would like sometimes for people to say, we worked our tails off to get where we got. We sacrificed our bottom line as families. We put our broader families at risk as stockholders, and many times, and yet we start by villainizing us that have worked so hard. And we make it seem like we don't care about our labor force. That could not be farther from the truth. And I'm tired of that constant starting on bills like this that we're the villains. We don't have a business without labor. And if you think we don't know that, then you've never run a business. Because the single biggest issue that hurts us in business is what? Turnover. Turnover. We can't afford turnover, so we pay our people as much as we possibly can. My company that I helped build several years ago sold for $100 million. I can't tell you the number of emails from friends of mine who said, Rick, did you share in that? And my response was, no, I sold it many years ago, and I can assure you when I sold it, it was not worth $100 million. So please, guys, I always want to hear both sides of a discussion, but I'm tired of being villainized. I'm tired of being told that millionaires and billionaires are some of the worst people in the world. Take a look at people like Warren Buffett. How much has he given back to society? And how much will he continue? How much have the Microsoft originators done for society? Belinda Gates, who's not any longer married to Mr. Gates, but they have formed major philanthropic. So please, let's have a discussion, but let's not villainize. That's not remotely fair.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I deeply appreciate the comments from my colleague from Grand Junction, and I deeply respect my colleague from Grand Junction. I just want to highlight that I never said that millionaires or billionaires were bad. I said that it's a problem that there's too much influence from the super rich in our political system. I think many people in this room can agree. And I said, as union membership has declined, millionaires and billionaires have gotten an increasing share of the wealth in this country, and that I believe that that is a problem because the working class are having trouble putting food on their table, keeping roofs over their heads. I think both things can be true at the same time, that there can be millionaires and billionaires who contribute to our communities, who are great people, and it can be a problem that not enough of a share of the productivity increases that we have seen since the 1970s have gone into wages, right? We have seen a shift in wealth in this country from working class people to the top 5 or 1% of income holders, of wealth holders, that has been dramatic. And that has correlated almost as a mirror with the decline in union membership. So I am not meaning to say that people who open businesses and start businesses are bad people. I did not mean to say that you are a villain if you are wealthy. What I am saying is that a system that results in most of the productivity gains going to the people who have capital rather than the people who contribute to the building of those businesses through their labor, I'm saying that that is a problem. We should address those disparities. I also said in my opening remarks that unions have no incentive to cause businesses to fail. They don't. The profitability of a business is essential to workers' financial security. They don't want businesses to fail. They just want fair terms of employment. And I am certain that our colleague from Grand Junction, Mesa, was a great boss. I am certain of that. But I also think that it's essential that we give workers enough of a voice to come to the table and collectively bargain so that they can fight for their fair share of soaring corporate profits often reaped by people who are getting richer and richer. I didn't say the people who are getting richer and richer are bad. I said that the system that is allowing that to happen while working people continue to struggle is a system that I believe needs reform. That's all I said. It's too hard for working people to get by in this country. And it can be true that there are millionaires and billionaires who are good stewards, great pillars of our community, and it can be true that they have too much influence in our political system. It can also be true if you're worth hundreds of millions or billions of dollars that you might not be in the best position to be responsive to the needs of people who live paycheck to paycheck or have less than $1,000 in savings. I didn't say you're not. I said you're probably not in the best position. And so I think that there's nuance here, and I do appreciate our colleague from Mesa County for coming down and saying his piece.
AML Bacon.
Thank you. And thank you to all of my colleagues. I too want to answer some of the things that we said here because some of these questions and some of these points that have been raised are actually critical for us to think about in supporting this bill. So I opened up by saying, this is the time in Colorado in 2025 for us to have these conversations on if workers are just as level in the negotiations of what happens at a job. And I also said every single one of us has a union member in our districts. And I don't actually think that this should be a partisan issue. I think, too, I heard the question of why do we need unions And why do we need this bill? And I want to answer that for 2025. Colorado is a place that people want to come and live, and they want to come and work. We are also in a place where we're asking about critical transitions in our industries. For example, I hear my colleague is a big advocate for nuclear, and I want to be too. And then I hear about the smaller, medium-sized businesses who love their employees. We do think that, and I agree with my colleague from Mesa because he just said we can't have a business without labor. And so what I think we are putting on the table right now is figuring out how we have a workforce to do business in this state that can negotiate for wages to where they can take care of their kids and their families and make enough money to buy all the things that will hopefully be made here that pushes this economy forward. The balance that we are striking is, as also new industry comes into the state, how do we set terms that will keep that industry safe, that will also keep the employees in a place where they can afford to live here and buy all the things that we're talking about? And our state differs from most at this point, actually, and even states just north of us, which are entirely red and Republican, have also agreed. We are not asking for something that is not done elsewhere, that a group of people can come together and decide if they want to create a collective bargaining unit. And the reason why we need them and the reason why that's important is because I do believe we are all advocates for the state of Colorado. We have the best people here. We have the best workers here. We have the best environment here. And as you come to this state, you'll have open sky, good ideas, hardworking people. But you'll also have people who can build communities like we've seen in the past, because people can own homes, because people can retire, and we don't have to shut down post offices or schools because there are people there who are working, just like we've seen it do in the past. Thank you to my colleague for talking about the Big Three from Michigan. Some of us remember those towns, right? And that is why we need it. If we have a new big industry coming, we need to be sure that the people who work it are safe. And so we need to be sure that there's an entity who can ensure that balance as we are building new industry, because you will get the best out of our workers here if they know that when they send their loved ones into the building, they will come home at the end of the night, because we've also had to experience that in this country. We've had to learn the hard way about how to be safe. And all of that institutional knowledge lives within these groups. And so do I agree with my colleague from Mesa? Everyone is not a bad person. I agree that you can't have business without labor. But I don't want us to talk about this decision in regards to we can't do it because it's too expensive when we're talking about real people and real people's lives. That if it's expensive for the business, that means it's also expensive for the workers. And we can't get to a place where we're forcing people to work in dire conditions. And I do believe on behalf of the fairness of all those who do good business, that they would be, let alone should be, willing to hear from those who contribute the most to those dividends. And so, yes, I agree, quite frankly, with the whole landscape, that this is a big question, but I am advocating that it is a timely one. Because God forbid we bring new industry and someone gets hurt. Then what conversation are we going to have? God forbid that we have most of our neighbors who have to still work 2 and 3 jobs. And I know we're not talking about school finance. I digress. Shout out to every teacher who also delivers food. But we need to be honest about what it takes to thrive, and this is a critical question for that. I don't think businesses would get the most out of their employees if they are struggling to not be recognized at work in regards to what they need, and that they'd be afraid to bring it up because they don't have that support. But the flip side of it is, too, we also have to recognize that we are still asking people to make a choice, because I want to go back to this last point before I move on. I want to say this again. There's nothing in this bill that is requiring anything other than to be allowed to collectively bargain. And that is a decision and a choice that employees can make, and then that is a decision and choice that everyone in that workplace can bargain over as well. And so again, this issue is timely for us. What is the culture we need to set here? And as we talk about not pursuing this, I hope we don't back ourselves into a corner of saying it's because people don't deserve living wages. I don't think that's what we're saying. But if we go to a place and talking about it's expensive, we're talking about real people. If we're going to a place and saying businesses have great employees and their families, that's great too, because maybe they will not choose to collectively bargain. And we would all honor that as well, but they should at least have the chance to talk about it. And that's what this bill does by eliminating the second vote. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's funny how we're talking about a lot of things except the bill. But I do appreciate the discussion. I think it's an important discussion to be had. Now, I like the part earlier about a figurehead, but a figurehead is an ornamental chunk of wood leading the way with no clue about the direction. It's a puppet master that directs the block of wood behind the scenes by pulling strings. So, choose. Anyways, one of the things about entrepreneurs, and I've asked my colleague from Mesa County to correct me on any of this stuff that I'm wrong, but an entrepreneur has a scalable business. So if you make a widget, it's a good word, if you make a widget and then you make a factory to make a widget and you make $1 per widget and you sell 1 million widgets, well, that's based on the value that you're providing to the citizens around, because they've made the choice to invest in that. And then if you sell 1 million of those, then you're a millionaire. Now, the people that are working, and we need them, I mean, as a worker, I definitely support workers. I am very much in favor of workers because I am a worker. So, but labor doesn't scale, and so that's a problem. So I appreciate my colleague correcting the vilification of entrepreneurs and business owners, but there is too much of that in this room, that any business owner is considered to be a target. And we have, I think the last time we checked was like number 6 in the most regulated state in the country, and that is not, and it is a great place to live. Colorado is a great place to live. People were flocking here, but they're not. Businesses are leaving. We have a $58 billion basically penalty looming over the business community of Denver. Well, as much to the bill. And those are what's chasing the way. So what we have now is we have a bill that's dealing with the symptoms. We have a bill that's dealing with the symptoms of a General Assembly that's creating a hostile business environment and then treating that symptom into vilification and division. Now, what we're talking about here is we're talking mainly about, and there's a lot of stuff that's deleted in here. And what's deleted, and I'm assuming it was all discussed about in business, but I doubt it, because committees are just rubber stamps, and then typically we come here for a rubber stamp. But there's a lot that's crossed out. And when we're talking about, so what we want when we're talking about employers, and we want employees to have good employers. We don't want, everybody's not cut out. Everybody does not want to take the risk of being a business owner. And there's a lot of risk in being a business owner, and so there's benefits in being an employee. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't negate that at all. But if you want to have everybody with good bosses, what you need to do is you need to create a business economy that thrives. And we're not creating a business opportunity that thrives here. Again, the $58 billion that's looming over the heads of the citizens. We need energy, because an economy is based on energy. And this room has done everything it can to bottleneck energy into something that is unsustainable. Just ask Spain. Now, when you look at, I don't have a problem with unionization. I'm pro-union. I think, the United States, the Union of States, it's not un-American. It's getting that conclusion, reaching that collective agreement. But when we look to the Union of States, what we would have to have is we'd have to have, 38 votes to do something like that'd be 75% in a convention of states. You do require a higher level, and what this bill does is this is not a pro or anti-union. It just says, hey, the first vote that you have is 50% of 50% is 25%. And that would be 25% of the quorum, or 50% of the quorum, or 25% of the work of the body of voters, making a determination for the others. And that can be something that is done in just one way, shape, if the agenda just happens to include and other business. And even 75% of a quorum, which would be 50%, would only be 37.5%, so 38 votes. Where again, something like Convention of States, you need 75%, so you'd need 38 votes out of the 50. And if we look at our elections, we have a voting system that requires, for the opt-out, for instance, that you require 75%, and anybody that doesn't show up is automatically given a no vote. So that was okay with the General Assembly, but this is not. So it's not a question of whether we need unions. I'm fine with unions. I like the idea of unions because you have collective bargaining. You have collective bargaining between a board of directors, and you have collective bargaining between union representation. But I also come, because I want to say the words lived experience at some point. So my lived experience is living in a Michigan town where businesses were put out of business by unions. They were literally put out of business. I can think of the town that I lived in northern Michigan that had 3 businesses that were put out of business by unions in order to consolidate those businesses more closer to their region, which was near the big 3, which rising labor cost and union cost put out of business. And then you talk about the pensions. Yes, we all like the pensions, but the pensions were largely built on a Ponzi scheme that was unsustainable and unkeepable promises. I'm not opposed to the pensions, but what they did was they told people, Chicago had this problem with their teachers union. They basically had to tell them at some point they were out of money because it was an unsustainable promise. It never was a sustainable promise. And we talk about our critical transitions here. Just transition to something else. Why? Because we've created a hostile business environment and we've cut the underpinnings of the economy which is the energy. And then when we've gotten rid of all these good paying jobs because we've gotten rid of the energy that supplies these good paying jobs, then we come back, then you want to come back to the workers who have been hurt and then promise that they'll somehow recoup their wages. They'll somehow recoup their wages by unionizing. And I don't think most places are adversarial to unions or collective bargaining. Maybe some are, but maybe some of that needs to have a look at the history of it. I think it makes sense. But when you have an abuse of power, as we've seen, as I've seen, 3 major industries in a northern Michigan town put out of business. Those people were all left hanging, no jobs. Now, I do appreciate throwing out to the tariffs there. That should push the jobs back to the country and then may increase that. We do need energy for that. Now, I'm glad we're looking at nuclear energy because of just covering your points that you said. Because we finally have some recollection or recognition that the green energy nonsense is not going to power the future of Colorado.
Representative DeGraff, we are talking about a second election for a union to form for collective bargaining.
No, yes, ma'am, I appreciate that. I was just talking about all the other stuff that the sponsors were talking about in response to the response of the sponsor sponsoring, talking about something else. I've been directed to stop responding. That's fair.
We just want you to talk about the bill. Thank you very much.
Oh, I do too. I do too. I just think it's important because there's so much that has been put up here about that voting against this is anti-labor, and it's not anti-labor to vote against this. Because when you say that, okay, that the first election, when we look at our own elections, and first of all, you have a caucus. For our political elections, you have a caucus. Delegates choose those. They go to, that would be your representation, and they go to the assembly, and the assembly elects somebody to represent them, or there would be a petition process. So via the petition process or the caucus and assembly process, we have one election. That's, a lower number of people, and then we have a primary election, and then we have a general election. So each stage along the way, we're having more elections. So we have 3 elections. So there's no matter of overturning a political election just because of this. But bottom line, what this gets to is it the right thing to do to have 25% of a company, of the workers of a company, make the decision for the other 75%? That's the question. And if you have 25% of the people determining the direction for the other 75%, is that fair? So I think it's not fair. I think it's fair for those 25% to raise the question and say, hey, I think we ought to engage the rest of our coworkers in this. We should engage the rest of our coworkers and tell them what we're thinking, give them the pros and cons, because if you just say that they can be intimidated by the employer, they can also be intimidated by the union or the people who want to unionize. This is not vilifying either side. But this gives the opportunity for everybody to get the arguments out in place and have that discussion. Now, I think businesses that don't unionize, I think they benefit from unions because that, you have the wage issues and all that, and so there's kind of a reciprocal. And then then the unions also benefit from non-unionizing because they cannot be, it's not an absolute power because absolute power corrupts absolutely. So I'm not anti-union. What I'm anti is 25% of the body of a group of individuals choosing for 75%, and that's what this bill is. This bill ultimately comes down to 25% of the people choosing for 75%. And even if you said the majority of a quorum, that might be only 38% of the group, but at least the individuals that didn't show up had the opportunity. And they had the opportunity, they knew about the meeting, they were told what was going on, they were able to hear the arguments pro and con, and then if they care, they can show up. If they don't care, if they're neutral on it, they cannot show up. And then you could have 38% of the body make that determination. But having 25% be able to make the determination for 75%, I don't think that's good. I think there should be a little bit more transparency. I think if you want to improve the lives of Coloradans, we need to look at the underlying problems. The underlying problems is what you've done to business through fines, fees, regulations, and energy costs. Don't come to the table now and say and pretend like you're going to fix the wages of workers by unionizing. That's not going to fix the problem at all. The problem is jobs leaving Colorado. And the energy decisions that you make that drive the economy, that provide the jobs for these workers, are intentional. They're misguided, but they're intentional. So I'm a no vote on this, again, because I don't think 25% of any group should make the determination for the other 75. I don't believe that is democratic. I don't believe that's necessarily representative. I think the other individuals should have their opportunity to weigh in. And in the meantime, you could stop killing the economy. You could stop choking the golden goose. We could grow the economy, bring the businesses back, make it so workers are once again a commodity that has to be competed for. Then you will have wages that are sustainable. Then you will have wages that are livable. But right now, trying to treat a symptom of your bad economic policy with the promise of unionization isn't going to work. So 25% shouldn't choose for 75%. I'm a no on this bill.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 5? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 5. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Senate Bill 5 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Senate Bill 297 be considered after Senate Bill 304 and that Senate Bill 288 be considered after 299.
We will move the bills as the Majority Leader just said. And Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 304.
Senate Bill 304 by Senator Weissman, also Representatives Wilford and Froelich, concerning measures to address the sexual assault testing backlog and in connection with making an appropriation.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 304 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In appropriations, they appropriated, and we asked for a yes vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report. Seeing none, all those in favor of the Appropriations Committee report say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Members, this is a really important bill, and I would ask for you to pay attention to it. As you all know, last year I was sexually assaulted, but I didn't report it. Or I did report it, I'm sorry. And I entered a system that I believed was going to help me find answers, only to learn that my case was stuck in a backlog that at the time spanned over 530 days. Now, as a legislator, I knew the numbers, but living the reality is something else entirely. It is disorienting, it's dehumanizing, and it's like being frozen in time while the rest of the world moves on without you. Cynthia, let her in. While my colleague and co-prime sponsor, Representative Froelich and Senator Weissman, we had already started shining a small light on this crisis. It was Miranda, who is here today, if she could just be let in the chamber doors. I don't know if somebody can help us do that. Can we let her in? Yes, she's approved.
Yep, go ahead to the bill.
Okay, I know, I didn't, okay, all right, everybody breathe, we're good. Anyway, let me talk about this bill for a moment. Senate Bill 304 is a way that we can build upon our previous work as a General Assembly in addressing the sexual assault backlog that we have been experiencing for far too long. And we can answer and we can take action that delivers accountability and that is centered within urgency. This bill establishes an independent review board to monitor our response to sexual assault cases and make real recommendations for improvement. It strengthens reporting requirements and sets a goal for forensic testing to be completed within 60 days. 60 days is significantly better. It is significantly less harmful for survivors than over 545 days. The bill also ensures that survivors are notified every 90 days if results have not come back, so they understand where their case is and how much longer they might have to wait. This bill also sends a message that Colorado takes the backlog seriously and we are committed to never being in this place again. Survivors deserve better, they deserve answers, and they deserve to know that their state is fighting for them, and this bill does just that. So with that, did you want to speak or do you want to go to the amendment? You want to speak? I'm going to kick it over to my co-prime, Representative Froelich.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, the General Assembly has, over the past few sessions, made significant progress in terms of rape kits. And if we think about what this forensic evidence is, this is evidence taken from the body of a victim. We must proceed with extreme caution, care, and purpose when we are talking about this particular type of evidence. So we have put in place a great system. We have one of the first in the nation tracking systems to empower survivors so that they can see the status of their kit. And then to have a series of circumstances put a 550 plus day wait on your evidence is so devastating. Let's address that. It's so important. Okay, so we will hear from another county. We urge a yes vote.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to come up here and express my support for this bill. There's a lot of work to be done in this issue. I know we did pass a bill this session earlier that dealt with kind of the measures in place that we could better work on. And I know that this bill also kind of continues the work of that bill. So again, the importance of accountability and preparedness that we currently don't have is something that I have heard from my district. I've gotten multiple emails and calls about the concerns of why these kits are taking longer to process. And as you just heard from the bill sponsors, it takes over 500 days, which is over a year. Over a year until they're even processed. And even then, that only gets the kit also like sampled and tested. That does not include the time that it takes for processing of justice. A lot of people want closure. There are many people in my district who see this as a very important issue. And so I appreciate the work of the sponsors for their work on this bill. Again, making it down to 60 days is doable. And so having a time frame, an actual consistent time frame that's clear, where we have the deadline set for these kits to be processed. So from over 500 days to 60 days is an incredible cut. And so that's something that I'm hearing from my constituents. And I encourage an aye vote. I will be a co-sponsor on this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 304. Representative Froelich.
Sorry.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L005 to Senate Bill 304 and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment. It is displayed. Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I started in my introductory remarks to tell you all about an individual who came forward. And what I want to say is that this amendment is specifically for her So what this amendment does is it renames the bill, the short title of this bill, and places it in statute so that this bill will be known as the Miranda Gordon Justice for Survivors Act of 2025. And that individual is here with us in the chamber today. And it's important to recognize that we don't often name bills after individuals, but it was incredibly important to name this bill after Miranda Gordon for the tremendous amount of courage and bravery that she has shown. As I mentioned earlier, there were a number of us that were aware of the sexual assault kit backlog, and we're having conversations about how to move forward. But it was this individual, Miranda, who came to the Judiciary SMART Act hearing and bravely told her story and demanded better from our institution and from our justice system, and who has been with us every step of the way in figuring out what it looks like for survivors to get the justice that they deserve. And so I am incredibly honored to offer this amendment. This individual, it's funny how you meet people who become a part of your family. And obviously she and I are in the worst club that nobody actually wants to be a part of. We're not accepting applications, but it's been incredibly powerful and incredibly healing to have a friend who's going through something so terrible, but somebody who's willing to be brave and change the world is just exactly what we needed. So this amendment is for her, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on L005? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L005 to Senate Bill 304. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. L005 is adopted. To the bill, Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ask for a yes vote on the Miranda Gordon Justice for Survivors Act of 2025.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 304? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 304 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 304 as amended is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 297.
Senate Bill 297 by Senator Ball, also Representative Ferre, concerning the implementation of Colorado's Natural Medicine Initiative and in connection therewith requiring the Department of Public Health and Environment to collect data and information related to the health effects and other impacts of the use of natural medicine and natural medicine products and making and reducing an appropriation.
Representative Ferre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 297 on second reading.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill will be funded by grant dollars, so we will not be taking any more money for this, and it's going to help track data related to psilocybin use, outcomes from healing centers, hospital admissions, from police center data. This is helpful in terms of how we create policy. We passed in 2022 the ability to use psilocybin. This will help collect data so we can make better policy decisions. It also allows for background checks instead of fingerprinting, so streamlining some of that work for businesses. And it pardons people with charges of possession of psilocybin, which I learned is 22 people in the state of Colorado. It's important that we collect this data, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 297? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 297. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 297 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 048.
Senate Bill 48 by Senators Michelson, Janine Mullica, also Representatives Brown and Mabry, concerning the Diabetes Prevention and Obesity Treatment Act.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move Senate Bill 48 and the committee report.
To the committee report.
In the committee report, we made a very small change to make sure that programs that are substantially similar to the National Diabetes Prevention Program could be utilized, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on the Health and Human Services Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I want to highlight why this bill is important. We all know that Colorado is healthier than many states, but we still struggle with rising rates of obesity and people being overweight. Approximately 1.4 million adults, or up to 24.9% of the population, have obesity. And Colorado's obesity rate is projected to increase up to 38% by 2030. That is an exponential increase. Colorado's Department of Health estimates that obesity costs our state $1.6 billion annually. If left untreated, obesity is likely to lead to prediabetes and type 2 diabetes. It also increases one's risk of over 200 medical conditions, including 13 types of cancer, stroke, cardiovascular disease, and overall has a negative impact on our mortality rate. As introduced, Senate Bill 48 took a comprehensive approach to combat the soaring healthcare cost caused by obesity. By requiring insurers in the individual and small, large group markets and in Medicaid to cover weight loss medications, including GLP-1 medications, to cover behavioral health therapies, the National Diabetes Prevention Program, and medical nutritional therapy, as well as to cover bariatric surgery. Over the course of debate and movement of this bill through the Senate, the bill had to be scaled back significantly to eliminate the fiscal note by removing Medicaid from the requirements set forth in Senate Bill 48. Through more discussions to ensure that the state health employee plan was held harmless, we eliminated the requirement to cover weight loss medication altogether and put in place a permissive option where the employer could opt to include the medication in their chosen health plan and pay the additional cost to cover them. So the bill before you is very narrowed down, and both me and my co-prime sponsor believe that it does not go far enough. But let's start here and get these benefits out as soon as possible and build on the work in future years.
Representative Brown.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I just want to highlight the specific provisions of the bill that we have talked about today. And I want to thank my good colleague from Denver for his leadership and continued partnership on this issue. As he mentioned, this bill will make sure that large group health plans in particular are required to cover behavioral health therapies, the National Diabetes Prevention Program, and medical nutrition therapy. It also makes sure that those plans must cover bariatric surgery. And it, you know, again, this is, in terms of the GLP-1 requirements, this is really just a permissive requirement. It allows options for providers and for employers and for their employees to potentially utilize this medication. And options are always good when it comes to offering health insurance to your employees. So this will just create more options for people, and we hope that that will help to move us in the right direction in terms of addressing the obesity epidemic here in Colorado. And we ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 48? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I like that they aren't mandating the meds, even though I have the re-engross bill. I don't see that that's taken out, so I need to see if there's a re-engross bill. But when the health association plans came, they said a plan with one product, with the product, is extremely expensive. A plan without the product is less expensive, but you have double filings with the Department of Insurance. It's going to get very confusing. It's going to get confusing for employers. It's going to get confusing for employees. It's going to get really confusing for the Department of Insurance. This bill is just a mess altogether. And so for my caucus that's listening, the bill mandates that individual and group health insurance plans in Colorado provide coverage for the treatment of obesity and prediabetes. This includes specific programs and therapies such as the National Diabetes Prevention Program, medical nutrition therapy, intensive behavioral or lifestyle therapy, and metabolic and bariatric surgery. Additionally, for large group health benefit plans, insurers are required to offer the option to purchase cover for FDA-approved medications. They're saying that's not in there anymore. I'd like some clarity on that. Additionally, the bill seems to be the first step to future legislation that I think will mandate HCPF to request federal authorization for these drugs and treatments to be added to cover Medicaid treatments. And let's just go through what other states have faced. North Carolina and West Virginia have already dropped coverage due to cost concerns. Michigan's spending on these drugs have surged. Just going to go ahead and tell you what the bill originally stated. $5.2 million in 2022 to $36 million in 2024. North Dakota estimated that a similar mandate would increase healthcare costs by $72 million over just 2 years, raising premiums by 8.3% statewide. I mean, we're going to probably have a special session because of this $1 billion shortfall. So let's increase healthcare by $72 million over the next 2 years. Math in Colorado is equally alarming. If we estimate that only 10% of obese adults in the fully insured market seek this treatment, the cost would be at least $20 million per month. $20 million per month, totaling $242 million annually. It's a massive financial burden that will ultimately be passed down to Coloradans through higher premiums. So again, we're going to raise the premiums of all of us paying through private health insurance for obesity and pre-diabetes. It sounds an awful lot like universal health care. This is part of a larger trend of rising healthcare costs due to mandates. Since 2019, benefit mandates have added an estimated $1.1 trillion with a T in cost to the industry, further increasing premiums for individuals, families, and employers. If the state itself cannot afford this benefit, how can we expect the private market to do? And that's a great question, right? If the state can't afford it, why do we expect the private sector to be able to afford it? And then I just want to say, on average, patients regain about 30% of their weight loss at 10 years, according to UCLA Health. With sleeve gastrectomy, a study found that a fifth of patients regain more than 15% of their body weight after 5 years. Another study showed that 76% of patients experience significant weight regain at 6-year follow-up. Others show 30%. A study of 300 who underwent gastric bypass found that 37% had significant weight regain at a 7-year follow-up. Overall, a significant portion of patients regain some weight. Regain varies depending on individual factors and type of surgery. I just want to ask why we are going to ask private insurers to cover the obesity market when we have so many other people suffering from so many other things. We have cancer patients right now. My brother-in-law is going through stage 4 glioblastoma. He gets no benefits for nutritional therapy, behavioral therapy, any kind of cosmetic benefits from his massive scar on his head, many other brain cancer patients. We can't even fund pediatric cancer in this country. We can't even fund brain cancer in this country. Or why are we not spending more on our veterans that are amputees with prosthetics? In fact, my first year here, we had kids that came down here begging for a second prosthetic to be covered by insurance, a second prosthetic that they could wear to sports and other events. But now we're going to fund obesity for bariatric surgery and behavioral health and nutritional therapy. Why can't cancer patients have this? Why can't other patients in the chronic disease market have this? Why are the private insurance companies being mandated on things that we know in other states have not worked and have almost bankrupted their state? We're $1 billion shortfall. Why are we picking this? We are 43rd out of 50 in the nation for behavioral health. Why are we not putting more funding into that? It just seems absolutely ludicrous when you're not having any guardrails, you're not putting any safeguards on this, and we are going to be spending the taxpayers in our districts, your premiums are going to go up for obesity to help the obese patients in your district. When our constituents pick to eat better, to exercise, we are going to be funding this and our premiums are going to go up. At some point, we have to say no. At some point, we have to quit funding this on the backs of the good taxpayers in our districts. At some point, we have to let them have a say at the table. We can't just keep legislating on the backs of the people in Colorado. They can barely afford their basic necessities, and now their premiums are going to go up because of obesity. When I think it can't get any worse, it gets worse. I urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative Johnson. Thank you, Madam Chair. I also stand in opposition to Senate Bill 048 for the same reasons as my colleagues, but also a few other reasons. We do so many things here in this body that we sometimes overlap each other or we make things more confusing. Last year we passed a bill. I wasn't here, but this body passed a bill, House Bill 24073, that said the large group market was 50 people. A year later, we come back and say the large group market is 100. We are passing things in this body that do not align with each other. We are passing things that are making it more burdensome, not just for our businesses, those in these large group markets, and then they have to figure out, I apply here at this time, but I have to apply to this one at the other. We are complicating things. If we're trying to make healthcare more accessible and easy, we should be streamlining and making things consistent. So that was my first question. And when we asked this in committee, we don't know what the numbers are going to be on this. We don't know how it's going to rate, and we don't know how much paperwork it's going to add, because when you're looking as a large business could be, we could argue, but for the purpose of these policies, last year it says 50, this year in this bill it says 100. Now when they're trying to cross-rate and set up different plans for their employees, it's going to add extra steps and even confusion as they're trying to figure out, well, it applied here, but not here. I have this option, but I no longer have this option. So we're going to add a lot of extra paperwork. This bill is permissive, but only on half of the side. Permissive for businesses if they want to look in this option. Not permissive for insurance. Insurance would have to do this. We are taking away free market, and this is where it's driving up health costs. Businesses right now, and we heard this in testimony, we heard this from questions in committee, can already go and work with these different insurance providers on the private scale, which this is affecting, Title 10 in our statutes. They can already go and mess with this and create almost meal plan and set up from a list of items what they need or don't need for their employees. And they get to pick it on what they can afford, what their employees have told them, the area of their communities. And this is part of the free market, because if one business doesn't offer something someone wants, but another one does, that is an incentive for them to go to that business. When we have a tight workforce, when we're looking on how to incentivize people to work, they should have these so they can better pick where they want to work. Now we're saying we're going to take some of that option away, and we're going to force insurance to do this and take away some of their negotiation skills and some of that. So it is going to, short-term, very much increase insurance premiums due to the additional cost of providing high-expect treatments. But long-term, it's also going to skew our market for healthcare even more in Colorado. We talk about affordability. We talk about accessibility. We talk about making sure patients are treated first, but when we skew that market on who are paying for them, it makes it difficult. And now we're going to skew it on the business side and the insurance side, and they don't match. Again, I'm trying to very much, I'm confused. We didn't really get a straight answer of why is this 100? Last year was 50. Next year we could have one for 150, and then the year after we could have 25. Why are these not aligning if our messaging is that this is what a large business is this time, but it is not on this other time? So there are many confusing things in this bill that we need to look at, because healthcare in Colorado is skewed. Healthcare in Colorado is expensive. And when we do things like this, we're just adding in government red tape, forcing private industries to do something they may not have wanted to, taking away their negotiating skills when they're looking at where they want to provide and how they want to provide. And we're also now going to confuse it on the business owner and for the employees when they read their rights. They're like, well, we're a small business at 50. Nope, this doesn't apply unless you're 100. But then they think it's at 100, and they might lose options somewhere else because they think now in their head it's 100, when they can go have rights for a large business provider at 50 on something else. When are we going to make it easier for the people to understand? When are we going to make it easier for businesses to comply? I know this is permissible for businesses this time. Insurance is also business, though. So I would urge a no vote, just due to the inconsistencies offered and a lot of the lack of questions that we could not hear in committee.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really support a no vote on this bill. Once again, this isn't something the legislature needs to make a rule on. I think insurance companies are quite capable, and if this is something that they would like to handle, then they should have that right, or not, and let the free market make its choices, and I don't think we need to be involved. So I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did not hear this bill in committee, but there were a couple of things in the fiscal note that were of concern to me, and so I wanted to bring these up. You know, our caucus priority is to focus on affordability and how we make Colorado more affordable for Coloradans, but what we're seeing is bills like this that might bring that into question. And so, in the local government piece of the fiscal note, it says, similar to state employee insurance, to the extent that local government insurance plans choose to provide coverage for the required weight loss treatments, costs for the employee health insurance program coverage will increase. Again, costs for the employee health insurance coverage will increase. Well, that's going to just be costing people more money, as well as our local governments. And so the exact impact to local governments will vary depending on the current coverage and how the health insurance premiums are shared by local governments and the employees. But the bottom line is people are going to pay more. And in a world today in Colorado where inflation is still so high, people can barely make ends meet. We talk about 2 or 3 jobs that people are using just to survive. Why would we put additional costs on health insurance coverage? The other thing that makes me nervous, especially because these things, you know, my daughter has a rare genetic disorder, but these things aren't covered for us. The bill requires individual and group health insurance plans to provide coverage for the treatment of obesity and pre-diabetes, specifically for intensive behavioral or lifestyle therapy, and then metabolic and bariatric surgery. This bill requires them, forces them, to offer that option to purchase coverage for the FDA-approved anti-obesity medications, including at least one FDA-approved GLP-1 medication, unless the cost of the premiums would not cover the expected benefit. The state insurance commissioner, who I'm sure is involved in this bill, it would require 2 filings for the Department of Insurance. And so, anyway, I think those are serious concerns about the affordability of healthcare in Colorado. And I think, you know, the statistics show that once you start taking these medications and come off, the weight comes back on. We should be working with people to do better without drugs. And so with that, I think it's really important that we take a step back and not pass legislation that makes Colorado less affordable for the people who really need help in our state. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing the good Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't get often called that from members in your caucus, so thank you. Again, we're trying to make healthcare more accessible. We're trying to make healthcare more affordable, but it seems like we're only doing that for a certain group of people. When we drive up premiums for the people in our districts that can barely afford their premiums right now, what are we doing? I don't understand it. We know this is going to drive up premiums, and we know that the success of these surgeries is poor. We know that in North Dakota, a similar mandate, this is a mandate, would increase healthcare costs by $72 million in 2 years, raising premiums 8%. Our people can't afford that. The people in our districts can't afford an 8% increase in their premiums. They can't even afford health care. That's why we have an underinsured and people without insurance right now. We hear it all the time. We hear them come up here and say, Medicaid unwind killed everyone. Now we're trying to put people back on Medicaid. We're trying to get people insured back into the private sector because there's 1 out of 4 or 5 Coloradans don't have insurance. And now we're going to put a bill, 3 days left of session, where it's going to, in 2 years, probably raise our premiums by 8%. Now tell me that anyone in your district wants that. Tell me that anyone in your district wants that, because they don't. You're killing them. You're killing them with taxes and fees and raised premiums on health care. They just want to be able to go to the doctor for a cold or the flu or whatever else. They don't want to have to be able to have their premiums raised for obesity, especially when people are suffering with chronic diseases and they don't get the same thing. Especially when people are eating healthy and working out to have to fund this. This is an unfunded mandate. We're $1 billion in a shortfall. 3 days left of session, and this is what we're bringing forward? With no safeguards? We got SNAP benefits to Taco Bell. Give me a break. Give me an actual break. I got to go back to my constituents and say, we funded obesity, gave them everything they can choose from, and we also give them SNAP benefits to go to McDonald's and Taco Bell. Awesome. I'm sure my constituents are going to love that. With that, I'm going to move L020 and ask for it to be displayed on the Jumbotron. For all of you listening intently out there, Phil.
That is a proper motion, and Amendment L20 has been properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In determining eligibility for metabolic and bariatric surgery pursuant to Section 29AI of this section, the policyholder shall keep and maintain a food diary and provide the food diary to the policyholder's doctor. Listen, let's have some safeguards. Let's have some accountability. If my premiums have to go up 8%, I don't want you eating a Taco Bell. I don't want you to get bariatric surgery if you're going to go not change your habits. When I'm doing a food diary and watching what I eat, I shouldn't have to increase my premium by 8%. I mean, we've watched North Carolina, West Virginia, Michigan, and North Dakota all failing in this market. And 3 days left of session, when our constituents are begging for help with affordability, this is what we're going to pass. Something that's not, it hadn't worked in 5 other states, but I guess freaking Colorado knows how to do it better. I don't know. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We asked for a no vote on this amendment. You know, there are people in my family and across Colorado that struggle with their weight. And, you know, I think in many cases it is easy to say that being obese or overweight is some sort of moral failing. That is not something that I believe. We all have different genetics, and those genetics may make us more or less inclined to be either obese or overweight. And we have a scourge in our country of unhealthy eating and unhealthy food, also not at the fault of any one individual. So a combination of our environment and a combination of our genetics is helping to drive the obesity epidemic. And this particular requirement is not only not the standard of care and is legislating how doctors should go about treating obesity and prediabetes in their practices, but is completely unnecessary. And we ask for an aye vote, or a no vote, sorry.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you. See, he even knows we need safeguarding. I didn't say obesity was a moral failing. I was not equating it to that. I get that people have bad genetics, but, sorry? I didn't equate it with that. Those were not the words that came out of my mouth. I said that we have tons of other chronic diseases. We have cancer patients that are dying because we don't have funding for brain cancer and pediatric cancer and other things, chronic diseases that don't even get the same type of thing. This safeguards the behavioral health aspect of this bill and gives transparency and accountability. That's what this amendment does. If that's what we're truly intending, when we're carving out a certain section of people, then we should add this. I shouldn't have to pay for this. My taxpayers in my district shouldn't have to pay for this. My brother-in-law that has to go to Germany for treatment, but he doesn't get a dietitian or a nutritionist. He spent probably a lot of money. We have had to sell a lot of things in our family for him to get treatment. Why doesn't he get this type of treatment? That is my point. You have carved out a section because legislators believe this certain section deserve all of these things, and now all of our premiums go up because they have carved a certain population out. That is not fair. And at the very least, there should be a safeguard on it. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Thank you, Representative Bradley. And just a reminder to everyone, we are on Amendment L20, so I have provided some latitude, but if you can please return to the content of Amendment L20, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so interesting space to be in, asking the government to take asking the government to take a look and having people track their metabolic intake. But interestingly enough, it makes sense when you're asking the government to, and you're asking others to provide treatment for, let's just call it a disease. What is it? Okay, it is a disease. I have a friend who had an adrenal issue and she could not lose weight. Didn't matter how little she ate, gained weight until she had the adrenal issue taken care of. Now, how would you find that out? Well, if you're going to treat this as a disease, and it's a metabolic disease, because then it requires, this is a minimum level of requirement for treatment as a metabolic disease. If you're going to go to a doctor and the doctor is just going to throw drugs at you, then this is a bill, this is just a pharma bill. This is just a big pharma bill. But if you're going to actually treat the individual, then you're going to need to have a diary. So, I mean, this, if you're going to treat somebody for obesity, then a metabolic diary would seem to be a given. Any doctor that's going to be treating somebody for obesity should be keeping a metabolic diet. Like, so how do you know? If you don't know how many calories are going in, you don't know how many calories are going out, you don't know what the metabolism is. Because ultimately, when you take away the responsibility from other people, yeah, there's a loss of liberty because you're assigning this responsibility to somebody else. And if I ask you to do something for me, then there's some obligation on my part to provide some level of accountability. So this is part and parcel of the loss of liberty that's taken by this bill. A bill like this removes the responsibility from an individual. The idea is that they possibly remove the responsibility from the individual, and with that loss of responsibility comes a loss of liberty. I'm not advocating for either, but the bill is advocating for a loss of responsibility. So this right here is a good amendment, because this just guarantees that the people of Colorado who are being asked to take on the responsibility of perhaps somebody else's metabolic choices, that they have that level of accountability. And also for the medical provider to have the data that is required. Now, of course, there's no way to ensure that a metabolic diary is accurate. You know, somebody could eat at Taco Bell every night and then say they work out and run 5 miles a day and just can't lose weight. But it's at least a start to get somebody in that mode. And I don't think we should advocate, I don't think we should require the citizens of Colorado to do this in general, but if you're going to ask the citizens of Colorado to take this on for certain individuals in order to get some very expensive and possibly very harmful medication, then you need to have that accountability. Otherwise, again, this is just a big pharma bill. This is just a bill that is promoting the dispensing of medication, drugs. And we've had that in the past. And we've had some serious medical crises because of doing this in the past, of having unaccountable. And when we look at this, the initial cost, $127 million per year. And then, of course, it's pared down because of budget constraints, and then it's all of a sudden magically, let's see, what is it magically down to? $0. Doesn't cost a thing. Well, if it doesn't cost a thing, then I don't know how it is that I know why, because it's an unfunded mandate. Guess who gets charged for unfunded mandates? The tax-paying widgets get charged for unfunded mandates. Tax-paying widgets, W-I-D-G-E-T. Tax-paying widgets get to pay for these unfunded mandates. And guess what? For the tax-paying widgets of
Representative
Colorado...
DeGraff, could you please return to the content of the amendment?
Yes, sir. I'm talking to the amendment, but let me tie it all together for you. What we're talking about is this bill requires the tax-paying widgets of Colorado to take on a level of responsibility for certain chronic illnesses. In this case, obesity and diabetes prevention. So the tax-paying widgets are being asked to take on this bill because the state isn't taking it on directly through taxation, so the state is imposing it on the tax-paying widgets through an increase in insurance premiums. Is that tracking? I'm assuming yes. Just wanted to make sure I was talking to the amendment. So I'm opposed to the loss of liberty, but this bill ultimately is a loss of liberty through the taking of responsibility for individuals. And when you take that responsibility and you put it on somebody else, then there's a level of accountability that's required, that's commensurate with that. That makes the state part and parcel, and then everybody else in the state, in this case, have an active interest. This is no different than, let's say if somebody's a chronic hang glider, well, their insurance rate is going to go up. And then if you ask the people of Colorado and say, well, you're going to have to take on the insurance burdens for everybody who likes to hang glide and skydive, your insurance premiums are going to go up. And in that case, you would have an interest in their protocol. So you can't just ask somebody to take on an expense and say that, well, this is coming out of the state budget, or in this case, it's not coming out of the state budget. It's coming out of an unfunded mandate that will be charged to the tax-paying widgets of Colorado, and then expect that there's not going to be a level of accountability. So this is a good amendment to a bad bill.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L20? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L20. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment L20 fails. To the bill. Any further discussion? Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we know that this is going to cost the taxpayers of Colorado. Well, here's something I just saw from the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve has now said that Colorado is the most expensive state to live in the United States. And we're going to add more. We're the most expensive state to live in the United States. And why? Why are we the most expensive state? Because of what happens in this room and what happens one floor below us. That's why we're the most expensive. And since our side of the aisle can't change or get any bill passed or get any amendments passed, that means it's not our party that's making this the most expensive state in the United States. It's the Democrat Party and the bills like this. We're now going to make it even more expensive to live in the state of Colorado. I just keep coming back to the same question. When do we stop? When's enough enough? How far do we keep going? How much money do we keep pulling from the taxpayers? How much do we make them pay and pay and pay for the right to just live in the state of Colorado? We just make them, we penalize them, fine them, and fee them, and tax them into oblivion just for living in the state of Colorado. When is enough enough? I would say in about a year and a half, let's reclaim Colorado.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 48? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, it's hard when everything is denied in this building, but that was an accident. Looking back at this, though, I do want to echo what our good minority leader had said, that this bill will say that insurers must offer the option to purchase coverage for federal food and drug administrative approved anti-obesity medications, including at least one FDA-approved GLP-1 medication. This means there's going to be 2 filings for the Department of Insurance. extra red tape, extra bureaucracy. This is going to then come down, in projected years, more expenditures, FTEs are gonna come next year for Longbill as they're trying to keep up with these double filings. Local government, as they're trying to figure out who is or who is not covered. I know in House District 63, we're facing a shortage for those who are applying as large business owners over 50. I know this bill only goes to 100, goes at 100, but 50 or 100, they are having issues trying to figure out who is going to serve them out there. Because the option that we forget is when we make insurers cover something, they don't have to stay in the state. They don't have to stay in a certain coverage zone. So sure, yes, they have to cover it, but they don't have to stay here. They don't have to cover in our communities. And we have seen with all of these healthcare things going through that rise the cost of premiums and put more burden on insurance companies, that they are leaving. My community, where we used to have 6 or 7 options, we're down to 1 or 2 if we're lucky. And we are seeing a lot of rural folks having to go to urban areas just to seek coverage because the insurance that they are able to afford does not cover our area. So this is something we do have to consider. We also, that I forgot to mention in committee, but very much want the folks of Colorado who are listening to think about this. When you make insurance cover a certain aspect, where, if it's not mandated, are they going to drop other aspects? Who is going to be losing health insurance coverage to offset the costs that are going to come with these high expensive drugs that are going to be mandated upon them when a large business of 100 members or more seek this option? There is always a cause and effect. How many insurance companies are going to leave coverage zones? Which plans are they going to drop to cover this? And how high are premiums going to get for people across the board when something like this goes through? I want this to be on the record that some of us are forward-thinking on this and are very wary of it. I strongly urge reconsideration on how you're going to vote on this bill, looking at the expense of healthcare and how it's rising. When we help one section, it's going to affect another, and I'd urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 48? Seeing none, the question before us is passed. Senate Bill 48. All those in favor say aye. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. I did not mean to hide as I was walking by the well. All right, I agree with my colleague. This is this unfunded mandate again. Where does it stop? We can't just keep passing free. Oh, look at that. No cost to the state. We just pass it on to the tax-paying widgets through an unfunded mandate again. And what do we know about these? What do we know about government, or this move towards single-payer health care? Is it drives up cost, it drives down performance, it drives down service. So driving out employers, driving out insurance providers by making it untenable where they can provide a product that people will actually buy, that the people can afford to buy, and then you have no insurance. So at some point, I do have to wonder if there's a level of intent, but that's not the bill right now. But this would look to me like a way to drive insurance providers out of the state. And when you provide insurance providers out of the state, what you end up with is the state having to step in and provide insurance, just like we're looking at doing for wildfires and then talking about different vehicles and just lots of different things that the state has to step in to fill the void of the problem that was created by the state. So, yes, it's good that we recognize diabetes prevention and obesity treatment as a problem. I think it is a problem. A lot of the problem, of course, is because of the obesity pyramid that was given to us by the government. So that's the food thing that focuses on all grains and then the idea, the illusion of low fat instead of fat, and has created a lot of our problems. So the government stepping in to solve a problem that the government created is probably, when you ask the people who made the problem to solve the problem, you're going to get a bigger problem. So this is a great way to get a bigger problem for the people of Colorado. Again, it's trying to pave over a symptom, and of an economy that is unsustainable, and unfortunately making it less sustainable, because when you do this, you're going to increase the premiums by a lot. We found that with Obamacare. It was supposed to drive down costs, and it drove up costs, drove people out of the market into the state market, and then it drives jobs out of Colorado. Jobs that leave Colorado leave a minimum wage in Colorado of 0. So we just talked about unionization and protecting the workers. If you want to protect the workers, at some point maybe we need to go back to the baseline problem, bring the jobs back to Colorado, bring the energy back to Colorado, and just get the boot off the face of Coloradans.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 48? Seeing none, the question before us is passed on Senate Bill 48. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 48 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 163.
Senate Bill 163 by Senators Cutter and Ball, also Representatives Brown and Stewart R., concerning the establishment of battery stewardship programs for the disposal of certain batteries.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move Senate Bill 163 and the Finance Committee report.
As a proper motion to the Finance Committee report.
In the Finance Committee report, or in the Finance Committee, we made an amendment that helps to clean a few technical issues up in the bill, and we'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Finance report passes. Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill came about as a collaboration between the waste and recycling industry, as well as the firefighting community and the battery industry, all working together to address the issue of batteries being improperly disposed of and creating fire hazards in waste and recycling infrastructure. Senate Bill 163 is going to fully fund collection, processing, transportation, and recycling of responsibly disposing of batteries. It will build on existing collection infrastructure. No local government or business will be required to serve as a collection site, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, without proper recycling options, many consumers improperly dispose of batteries in trash, recycling bins, or in the environment, leading to dangerous fires and soil and water pollution. Battery fires have increased by 41% in the last 5 years, and batteries that are improperly put in curbside recycling cause an average of 19 fires per year at recycling facilities annually. This bill will level the playing field for all battery producers to take responsibility for the batteries that they put on the market. It will set up a system with clear safety guidelines that will create convenient access to battery collections, thereby increasing the number of batteries covered back into the supply chains and reduce the number that are improperly disposed of in ways that threaten health and safety. And we ask for an aye vote.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was a no vote on this in committee. I will explain that to my caucus and explain why I am still a no vote. Overall, this bill proposes a comprehensive framework for the collection, recycling, and disposal of certain batteries within the state, creates more hoops. We talk about it often, 6th most regulated state. I know we're shooting for 5. It creates more hoops for companies to jump through if they wish to do business in the state. Affected businesses will end up including those that make batteries, could even extend to like toy makers, camera producers, anybody essentially that imports those products from outside the country. Companies must not only organize their recycling programs, but must also teach the public about the benefits of recycling batteries or risk losing access to Colorado's market. CDPHE does maintain a list of batteries already and locations too. Now, I understand that some of these locations are not available to my good colleague from Delta, Dolores, Gunnison, Hinsdale, Montezuma, Montrose, Ouray, and San Miguel counties, because he does not have those big box retailers in those counties. But already some of these big box retailers will provide, except to those in the previously stated counties, an option to be able to drop off those batteries free and recycle them free. There is a program that already exists for this. Consider, please, that the average U.S. family uses around 20 batteries per year. Pretty easy, honestly, for a family to just take an annual trip. Even if you live in Delta, Dolores, Gunnison, Hinsdale, Montezuma, Montrose, Ouray, or San Miguel counties, you still might be able to organize a once-a-year trip to drop off, your batteries. Bottom line, it does not require government intervention to do so. You don't need to have government intervention to drop off your batteries at a location that already exists to do this. And are accessible by millions of Americans. I also worry, honestly, just about the standards of regulatory overreach, outsourcing enforcement to private organizations. It's just an unnecessary bill in order to do something that's very, very simple for us already to do. I do recognize that disposing of batteries safely is a concern. We did, because I listened, hear about the data. I think it was 41% over 5 years, an increase in battery fires. That's real. That's real. But that data is primarily based on reported incidents at recycling and waste facilities. There have been acknowledged gaps in compliance of fire reporting. So we either can, I suppose, take it at face value that we need a government program to help us recycle our batteries, or we could say that there are gaps in some of that data collecting measures. Or even if we have a 200% increase in battery fires, I think at some point we ought to be able to just kind of take care of ourselves and do the things that we know we need to do and have plenty of opportunity to do that at the big box retailers that offer these services already. If you still want to argue that a program like this is necessary, fine. I will return the argument by saying that I don't know that this is something that needs to be put into law in perpetuity. Therefore, Mr. Chair, I move L015 to Senate Bill 163. Ask that it be properly displayed, please.
That is a proper motion. Amendment L15 has been properly displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a repeal clause. Very straightforward. 5 years. 5 years, come back with the data, especially when we're considering that some of that data has had acknowledged gaps in the collection of that data. Come back in 5 years and show that the data does support the continuance of this legislation. Legislature at that point can decide if they would like to then continue with the program. Not a sunset, no automatic review, it's just a straight repeal. Give it 5 years. And then come back and then prove the efficiency, the efficacy of the program. So I would ask for an aye vote on this very sensible amendment.
Representative Stewart. Representative DeGraff. Representative, yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's nothing more permanent than a temporary government program. This is a way to bypass that. Now, one thing that we noticed, we had the committee earlier this year on the plastic bag fees that everybody in Colorado hates. Every time I go to the grocery store, people are complaining about this control mechanism on the people of Colorado through the fees and the bag fees. The most recycled thing in Colorado was the plastic bags. They were upcycled, reused for lots of things. And now we're charging people for them. And there's a great deal of resentment And I think the people of Colorado should resent it. We could deal with that by waste to energy and getting rid of them entirely, but instead, it was recognized in the committee that the purpose of the bag fees was behavior modification. And we know that from the tax code also, that some other bill sponsors talked about that the entire tax code is about behavior modification. But this isn't that bill, Mr. Chair. This is just kind of a continuation of that, Chair. But one of those things about that 10-cent fee was that the municipalities all came in and said, we don't want this fee. This fee is difficult to track, it's difficult to collect, it doesn't do anything for us. And then, of course, it was brought up that the purpose of the fee was paying for the purposes of behavior modification. So I think we ought to I think putting a sunset on this and saying 5 years is a really good idea, because then we can see what the efficacy of this program is. I think with all the support, it's always interesting to me to see some of these organizations that support it, that support these bills, they support them for somebody else to do. They don't support them from their standpoint, just like the gasoline stickers. It's always good for somebody else to do, not for them to do. So I would encourage that we could have these organizations that are concerned about this. They could be doing battery drives. There is money in the recycling of these batteries, I'm told. And so we could do that. We could allow the market for it. But this is I don't think this is going to be an effective way to deal with it. I think it's well-intentioned. When I was an environmental manager, batteries are something that I had to deal with. I dealt with them for my base and for the military in Michigan, was able to get a lot more of them recycled. But it can all be done without more legislation. The solution to a problem is very rarely legislation. And it would be great if this body could recognize that maybe if we legislated less, because ultimately you're going to be imposing on this and telling somebody else that they have to do something. You are compelling somebody to do something. Other people have this as a priority. They have budgets. They have money that they're putting towards this, that they're promoting this. Put it towards these funds and fees. Put it towards the collection and saying, hey, we're the green, whatever you want to call them, whatever they want to call themselves, the supposedly green some organization, have them put together a collection. They could put together collection sites at these big box retailers, at the grocery store, places where people congregate. But no, it's always an imposition. It's always a heavy-handed, the stick and cudgel of government to tell people what to do and how to modify their behavior to be the acceptable tax widgets that the General Assembly would like them to be.
Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As this is a full repeal of the program in the next 5 years, we would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, since the people of Montezuma, Dolores, San Miguel, Hinsdale, Delta, Gunnison have been, in Montrose County, have been the great House District 58. I don't know what you guys do up here, but what we do down there, if you do a battery exchange for your car, that is done. They will give you the battery, take the battery in, and what we do have, if it's not the big box corporations, but what we have where I live is we have what they call salvage yards, and at the salvage yards you can take your small batteries and they'll give you so much for the batteries because that's what they do. So I think that what this bill is implying is already being done. Maybe this might be one of the first times that we can show you on the western slope over here how to do it on the eastern slope. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
So if it is repealed in 5 years, the program doesn't exist now. You put the program in place, and if it's repealed in 5 years, all you have to do is renew it, if it's working. This is just a mechanism to bring it forward to the General Assembly so we can have the discussion on the metrics, on the fees. Is it cost effective? Is it paying for itself? Is it doing the job that it says it's going to do? So it's always interesting to me when the General Assembly is opposed to having a review of the efficacy of a program. That tells me that they don't really anticipate the program to be effective. So I mean, have confidence in your program that in 5 years that a bill can be brought to say, or even a bill brought prior to that time frame, prior to July 1st, because you would have the entire time, you would have the entire General Assembly up before then to renew the bill. All you'd have to do is bring the same bill, make the changes to do that, and re-implement the program. Only now you could do it with what works, what doesn't work, and with a baseline. So this puts it off. I mean, yeah, 2032, it's farther out. See, so I don't know why the sponsors don't have confidence in their program, the efficacy of their program. If they're going to want to convince anybody of the efficacy, then they should vote for this amendment, pass this amendment, so that we can evaluate it in 2032 and see if it actually works. Voting no on this just means you don't really have any confidence and you just want to keep collecting fees.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I realize this is a very polarizing topic.
Representative Stewart.
And we see that a lot of people are very energized about it, but we would still ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L15? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L15. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L15 is lost. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 163? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 163. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 163 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 299.
Senate Bill 299 by Senator Wallace, also Representatives Brown and Soper, concerning measures to increase consumer protection in certain residential clean energy system transactions.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move Senate Bill 299 and the Energy and Environment Committee report.
To the committee report.
In the committee report, we made some technical changes, and we would ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
No.
Wait, yes. We asked for an aye vote on the committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee report passes. To the bill. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We appreciate the opportunity to present Senate Bill 299. This is an incredibly important policy that seeks to provide important consumer protections to prevent fraud in the solar energy and renewable energy space. We have purposely sought to not to create new burdensome regulations on businesses. Instead, we took a very tried and true approach of simply ensuring that consumers have all the information that they need to make informed decisions on what is a very sizable purchase. And then I will turn it over to my co-prime sponsor for a few remarks, and we have about 4 or 5 different amendments.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members. As you've probably heard from some of your constituents, I know I've heard from mine, that certainly when it comes to the residential solar industry, we've had many salespersons come to the doorfront making claims that prove not to be true and then find themselves in a position where they've been scammed or defrauded. Our bill today, Senate Bill 299, is really about improving the residential solar industry by having certain disclosures that need to be made to the customer so that the customer is protected by our consumer protection laws here in Colorado. Among several of these are times in which solicitations occur, disclosures about the financial arrangements, the price that you would be paying in interest, how those financial arrangements would look. Also, it's important whether you are going to receive a pass-through credit from the energy company, your utility, what that would look like, and that statements are truthful, that if someone promises that you will pay nothing on your power bill, that in fact you will pay nothing on your power bill. Otherwise, tell the consumer what they will actually be paying if you know. And if you don't know, then don't say anything. So this is really about transparency and consumer protection. The last piece I want to highlight is this is probably the top 3 most expensive things anyone in Colorado is ever going to purchase. Your house, your car, and residential solar. You're spending $10,000, $20,000 or more, and you should have at least a reasonable time, and we say 3 days, to be able to say, oh, shoot, I made that from a good sales pitch. I don't really have that money, or I don't want to be committed to this decision, to be able to rescind that contractual arrangement. We have that for other large purchases, and now we're saying that here as well. With that, we have several amendments to further clarify the bill.
Representative Brown.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. At this time, okay. At this time, we move L026 and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is displayed. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L026 modifies the disclosure language around renewable energy credits. It also shortens the minimum required warranty period from 10 years to 4 years. Companies can certainly choose to provide longer warranties if they choose to, or the customer's demand. It also eliminates the requirement to record and retain copies of the recording for the welcome calls. And we want to thank our good colleague from Denver for his partnership in coming to an agreement on this particular language, and we'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L26? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The amendment passes. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L009 and ask that it be properly displayed.
The amendment is displayed. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In committee, one of our good colleagues from El Paso County raised the issue that the way the bill was drafted, it sounded like the sales pitch could be made in any language requested by the customer, and that the agreement could also be in any language. We want to clarify with this that it would be either Spanish or English, because we don't want to get into a situation where a customer demands that it's Mandarin Chinese, but then the agreement ends up being written in Mandarin Chinese, but then is it written in traditional Mandarin or simplified Mandarin? And then because Mandarin uses a lot of idioms, a lot of those change depending on which characters you choose. And as you're having to have someone who is not just a translator, but they would have to be certified in the law to make these translations, this would add very clunky barrier, and that is not what we wanted. We wanted it very simple to the language of our state.
Is there any further discussion on L9? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. L9 passes. Representative, I'll pick, Brown.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And at this time, we will offer, at this time, I move L023 to Senate Bill 299 and ask that it be properly displayed.
I can speak on it, okay.
It is displayed. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment was also raised by, or brought to us by our good colleague from Denver. And I do just want to say we should probably be doing this on most every bill that we have here before the General Assembly. We kicked out the implementation date to July 1st, 2026. And the point that was raised in committee was, how does the industry know what the law is if it goes into effect right away? And I feel like that's an incredibly valid question, that we want to make sure that everyone who's affected by Senate Bill 299 has ample time, ample notice to know what's being required of them, so that they can, if they have to change their standardized form, if they have to change their standardized contract, they can do so to make sure that all of the transparency disclosures are in fact being made. I will put a plug in for the bill that if you're a good residential solar company, you're already doing all that's in the bill. Really, the point of this is to get rid of those that are the fraudsters in the industry.
Is there any further discussion? The question before us is the passage of Amendment L23. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. L23 is passed. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ask for an aye vote on the bill.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank the sponsors for all the work that we've done on this. For those of you who don't know, I had a 12-year career as the CEO of a solar company that I'm no longer the CEO of and have been out of the business for a while. But when I looked at this bill originally, there were a number of things that I could see being very hard to implement or hard for a installer and seller to comply with. And so I do want to thank the sponsors, and I've worked with them on a couple of other amendments to the bill. So with that, I would ask, I will move House or Amendment L15 to House Bill or Senate Bill 299 and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is displayed. Representative Valdez.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So what this does is it just ensures there were some components of the bill that required financial disclosures. People that are not lenders are not allowed to make financial disclosures, and so this just ensures that if those disclosures are mandated, that they would be done so by the party who is also the financer and the constructor of the project. And of course, I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as my good colleague from Denver mentioned, we worked on this language with him. We would ask for an aye vote on this amendment. We really appreciate his partnership and his attention to detail in making sure we get the policy right here.
Is there any further discussion on L15? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. L15 passes. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L16 to Senate Bill 299 and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is displayed. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This ensures that, again, the financing person is doing the disclosure of numbers, not a party that's not issuing the financing. So I would ask for an aye vote, keep some folks out of trouble.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is in the same vein as the last amendment and one that we agree to as well. We want to make sure that it's ample clear that the seller and lessor financing person are different, and that's made clear. So please vote yes.
Is there any further discussion on L16? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. L16 is passed. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L29 to Senate Bill 299 and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is displayed. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this bill does is it ensures that there are not bad actors out there, and I get that, and I love that, and I think that what they've done here is created a really great model contract. The problem for me was that it's not rooted within a regulatory agency. It's a statutory telling of people to do this contract. The outcome, if you don't follow the contract as it's written within this bill, would be that you could be subject to action by the Attorney General and specifically the Department of Consumer Protection. The bill applies to both the company and the individual. So the individual can also be pursued by the Attorney General's office. This amendment would require that an employer disclose to their employee, either in their employee handbook or by other materials that they would provide an employee or an independent contractor, that they were subject to these rules and that if they didn't follow them, they could be pursued under the Colorado Consumer Protection Act. And I would really ask for an aye vote, as this will just notify people of the law.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate my good colleague from Denver's engagement on this bill, as always. I request a no vote on this amendment. This is already current employment law, and so writing it in the bill would be, I think, unnecessary. So we ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 29? Seeing Representative Valdez.
You know, I just want to put on the record, if it's already in statute, all this does is ensures that the employer puts that out there. Right now, statute does not require an employee to disclose all the state laws that can affect that employee. This is just asking for them to put it in their employee handbook or tell the person, if you screw up here, you can have the AG after you. Now, right now, that's probably unlikely, but political winds change, AGs change. It is a political office. This is important so that people keep themselves out of trouble. The company will still be in trouble, but this would exempt the person. So I really do ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 29? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L29. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment 29 fails. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L30 to Senate Bill 299 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. Amendment L30 is properly displayed. To the amendment.
Well, members, thank you, Mr. Chair. L30 really deals with the fact the bill is very specific to the point where it directs people that they would be in violation of the Consumer Protection Act by going to a door with a no soliciting sign, which is not applied to any other door-to-door sales. That would include cable, that would include alarms, that would include anybody that sells siding, that would include anybody that sells windows. This bill bans them from doing all of those things supposedly to help the industry do better. By limiting the number of people in the state of Colorado that are approached to learn about solar, you are reducing the amount of solar that will be built in our state by making sure that people don't hear about it. The other thing is it sets very specific hours upon which a person can work. In statute, it says they can only work between 9 a.m. and 8 p.m. And so this just strikes all that nanny state language that's ridiculous, quite frankly. And it puts in there a reasonable time. 8 a.m. is when most people are out of bed doing things. And it stops at 9 p.m., which I think is fair. So this amendment would still keep the regulation, which is really silly to me. It would just ensure that they could go an hour earlier at 8 a.m. for people who get out of bed before 8 a.m. to sign contracts. And it would still keep that 9 p.m. end time. And again, it would strike the requirements about whose door you can go to and that sort of thing. My experience is that is handled traditionally with your local government. When you get a solicitor's permit, they tell you what you can do. So this won't be followed because you will follow the locality and the direction they give you as part of the packet when you get a solicitor packet. So this would fix it a little bit. I think the section is ridiculous to put people under the regulation of the AG's office, but so I'll ask for an aye vote.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd ask for a no vote. And members, mainly because if you look at lines 3 through 5 in the amendment, if you turn to page 21, lines 24 through 26 of the bill, It already says that a consumer may schedule at any time outside of the 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Guidelines that are within the bill. And then on the no solicitation piece, I believe that if a Coloradan posts a sign on their doorfront that says no solicitation, that businesses should honor that. And that that person is telling the world, I don't want anyone knocking on my door, period, to sell me something. And that that's important that it's here too as well. I mean, we shouldn't be carving out solar from the will of that constituent.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just want to follow up on this. Again, this would only be for solar salespeople. You would still get your door knocked by windows, alarms, siding, roofing, you name it. This would just prevent solar people who are trying to clean up the air and sell people their own power plant so they can charge their car, run their house. This prevents them from being approached. This doesn't work. It would not be good for the business. It's not good for any business, which is why we don't see bills like this bring it for alarms, cable, or anything else. This is not our place, and if we're going to do this, we should do it in a regulatory agency. So I would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L30? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L30. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L30 is lost. All right, is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 299? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do agree that there's a big problem with the industry, and there's a big problem with the industry because and unfortunately, this bill does not address the underlying problem, and the problem is government intervention into this marketplace by borrowing money, which causes inflation, which causes the devaluation of your wages, which causes losses of jobs, which we've talked about earlier. And the way it does that is it gives about a 1/3 rebate. Well, that just means that these costs are increased by 50%, and then a lot of these companies, a lot of these fly-by-night companies, just sell enough systems in order to collect enough of that 50% rebate from the government, which might be $5,000, $6,000 per system, sell a few of those, and then go out of business. If you look at the number of solar companies, and I've looked at quite a few, there are quite a few, hundreds, in fact. It's difficult to narrow it down, and they come and go because of this artificial influx of cash, which ultimately costs all Coloradans, which ultimately costs all Americans by the debt borrowing, which causes inflation, which devalues your wages, and causes the price of everything to go up. So, and then there's a lot of reasons that they're selling these, and the electrical companies are pushing these because they have a mandate because of the inability to do science in this building. They have a mandate in order to have a certain amount of solar by 2030, by 2040, by 2050. Now, it is 100% wrong to say that they clean up the air because this is displaced emissions. The displaced emissions are actually worse because this manufacturing is pushed to places like China and India. That pollution comes over here. The nanny state freaks out about the pollution that comes over here and then causes more restrictions, which causes more jobs to go overseas, rinse and repeat. So for the people who want to know where their jobs are going to bad science that leads to bad policy, that leads to bad outcomes. And this bill is a symptom of that in trying to deal with that. The state, the federal government, of course, that money that's borrowed, that's put into this market, leads to fraud and grift. Now, the more I deal with this room, the more I'm convinced that the purpose of government is grift. But there are a lot of reasons. So the governor has these climate goals. Of course, there are no climate goals. I've asked everybody in here, and when I point out to the Colorado Energy Office using their numbers, confirmed numbers that they have, that your carbon footprint is in fact less than 1/2 of one drop in 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools full of drops, the Colorado Energy Office comes back and says, but just think of all the good that we've done with our climate goals that don't affect the climate, like forcing communal living, enforcing communal transportation. Those are the climate goals that the governor has for the state of Colorado. And no meat, of course, is why we have hellhounds and demon weasels to drive that industry out. But that's not to the bill. So the companies are obligated to these green energy, and they don't want to have the ownership themselves, so they put, because there's a lot of reasons to not have a solar panel that is going to fail. Now, an interesting thing about the solar panel is every solar panel is a node to hack into the net, into the grid. So that creates a vulnerability in and of itself. So these companies are obligated to go with green. This displaced energy, which people foolishly consider green, and cleaning up the air, and they just displace emissions, creating more emissions, and then bottleneck the cost of energy that chokes our economy. But they push these on homeowners so that the homeowners bear the responsibility of an electric generating system. I've looked at several. I've probably had about 10 different briefings on this. Have my roof prepared for it, and still not there because of all the issues with it. It does work on occasion, and I'm great. That's great. So if you have a good outcome of that, that's fantastic. But this is ultimately trying to cover over bad policy, because the government is borrowing money to put money into this, which is causing grift, which is causing people to invest poorly, which is causing these fly-by-night companies, and so. I'm still not in favor of the bill. I'd like to deal with the underlying problems. The underlying problems, of course, are the voluntary imposition of expensive energy on the people of Colorado by the General Assembly, who just wants to, I guess.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't know if I am for the bill yet or not. I actually have a solar system that I put together myself, but I can tell you two problems, and this actually would be something that would benefit the consumer, and that is I have a real estate company, sold a house last fall for a client, and they had a $20,000 solar. They had a $20,000 solar field there on their house to do their house. But what was interesting is we almost didn't make the sale because the solar company had a 20-year contract on paying that back, and they said that they needed to pay $18,000 out before they could sell the house. The problem with that is I started counting the panels on the roof, and for the $18,000 that they wanted to sell before they would release the sale of the home, there was $5,000 worth of panels up there. So the advice to the consumer is this: if you ever want to find out if the solar company is legit, this would be the question that you would ask them before you sign that contract with them. You would ask them, you would tell them that you would like to purchase the solar panels, and then they can have the rest of the system. If they will not sell you the solar panels themselves, then that, in my opinion, is not a legit solar company. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 299? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 299 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 299 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 288.
Senate Bill 288 by Senator Rodriguez, also Representatives Titone and Soper, concerning preventing certain disclosures of intimate depictions and in connection therewith creating a cause of action for non-consensual disclosure of an intimate digital depiction and adding and amending related provisions in criminal law.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 288 and the Judiciary Report.
To the Judiciary Report.
All right. In the Judiciary Report, we made several additions to the bill to clarify some portions, including defining a broadcaster. We also we changed the legislative declaration to reflect more of what we're talking about here in terms of what the law does, and I'll let Rep. Soper explain the other stuff.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the other big amendment that we added in House Judiciary was really a compromise between the district attorneys and the defense bar and public defenders. we removed the part of the bill that talked about entirely fake child pornography images, mainly because it's very difficult to define and to really be able to take that on. We will still probably get there at some point in time, but certainly not right now. The rest of the bill does concern the deep fakes and is a substantial change to the criminal law of Colorado, so we can go ahead and prosecute these horrible people that are making and distributing these images.
And we ask for a yes vote on the committee report.
Any further discussion on the judiciary report? Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L16 to the judiciary report and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion, and L16 is properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment strikes an amendment that was put onto the bill in judiciary that absolves the companies, the AI companies that ultimately produce the imagery and presents the imagery out to the user from liability. I'm asking that we support this amendment to remove that protection from liability, because I believe firmly that the AI companies that are being fed the prompts, and they're the ones that ultimately produce the imagery of child pornography, they should be the companies that should also be held liable, in addition to the horrible people that are seeking this imagery. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Soper. Well, Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in support of this amendment to strike the exemption of liability for AI companies. If a company is being used and their software is being used to generate pornographic materials of children, that company should face some liability. They do have the ability to block those things from happening. And if we do not hold them liable if their software is being used to generate this type of material, I worry that we don't provide the incentive for them to put in the safeguards necessary to keep this from happening. The end result that we want is for this material to not be created. And if all we are doing in this bill is saying we are going to hold individual users responsible when they are caught and when we have enough evidence to hold them accountable, those are going to be one-off situations where you have somebody who, truthfully did not have enough resources to hire a defense counsel and ends up getting held responsible, which is great, and I am glad that that is part of this bill. But if we truly have the goal of making it so these kinds of things are not out there, then we have to go to the source of where it's being created. And I'm deeply concerned that if this amendment does not pass, that we are not truly addressing the problem. I'd like us to think about the way we might have regulated social media companies 10 years ago, 15 years ago, when they were pretty simple. We would have not thought about things like location tracking and privacy concerns and some of the issues that we see now. And if 15 years ago we had just exempted those social media companies from all liability, we would have a lot of problems today. And this is a noteworthy example, because what we are seeing now is that AI is just on the cutting edge of being used more widely. And so to come out at the outset and say there is no liability is deeply problematic. So I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add that we tried to work with the sponsors. I want to thank them for trying to work with us to get to a place where we could bring an amendment that we all agreed on, but we could not get there. And so therefore, instead of continuing to allow for harmful language in the bill, dangerous language that explicitly removes liability on these companies, we believe that it's smarter just to have the bill silent on this.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also want, thank the two representatives who were just speaking. Even though we couldn't get to a compromised approach here, I do want to explain why Amendment 12 was adopted in House Judiciary and why we're asking for a no vote on this amendment. This language is exactly from the bill last year that we passed, which concerned deep fakes for elections. So it's keeping the law consistent here in Colorado. The other element for why this is important is it's not the provider of technology who we're wanting to hold responsible. It's the person who creates the content that we want to hold criminally and civilly liable under this particular bill. And it's important that we don't open the floodgates of litigation right away, especially to an industry that is still developing and taking off. The element that was set up here was, someone inputs a description into an AI generator. And as hard as the AI generators have to be able to block certain things, it's kind of like middle schoolers and a calculator that was brought up earlier. You can write certain things on a calculator that perhaps should not be written. Just like when we were in grade school, we all had the Ticonderoga yellow #2 pencils that we did our exams with. But should the Ticonderoga Pencil Company be liable if a user of a pencil draws child pornography with that pencil? And that's the exact analogy that's happening here. It was also raised whether it's the software and hardware tied to it or the user who creates the content. And I will say in 2023, the U.S. Supreme Court held in Thayer against Perlmutter, it was a question before the court as to whether or not an AI system could own a copyright or whether a copyright belonged to a natural person. And the U.S. Copyright Office had rejected the authorship, saying that it has to be a human that authors, so it could only be copywritten to a human. The Supreme Court further analyzed how AI works, and they said because a person types in a description and they put certain parameters, and the way that they're describing and asking for the generation to occur, that person is in fact the owner of the copyright. And in the United States, we have both statutory copyright and common law copyright. And the Supreme Court held that immediately when that image is created, the user who has inputted the commands or prompts or even uploaded the photo or video that they're asking to be manipulated by the software or have done it themselves, such as on a computer program, they would be the owner of the common law copyright immediately because they were the one that created that image. And then they could apply also for a federal copyright under the 1976 Act. So from this, we feel very confident that Senate Bill 288 is in a good place from where we left House Judiciary, and we would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. See, the thing with AI, and we went through this exercise quite a bit last year with Senate Bill 205, which was the AI regulation, is that you have an AI developer, they develop a product, it's like the core AI system, and then that system does something, and then you can build upon that system and make that system, which was never intended to do other things, to do other things by adding that extra programming on top of it. Do you become a developer at that point when you're doing that? Probably yes. And then would you be the person responsible for what that does? Probably yes. These are very, very nuanced questions that we're trying to answer, and whether or not this amendment actually is the better option or whether we have the original amendment in the bill, which is the better option, I don't know. Vote your conscience on this one, I say. The jury's still out, I think, on this. So vote your conscience is what I'm saying to do.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to rise and I applaud the analogy that the representative from Delta gave with a pencil, relating a pencil to AI. I would argue that if a pencil could actually draw itself with a few words of prompt without touching it, it might be a relevant comparison, but it's not. And neither is using a camera that points and shoots because it cannot operate on its own. That is the challenge with AI. That is a challenge with the continuous rapid development of artificial intelligence. And when we are already in a bill like this, when it's dealing with child pornography, eliminating liability on the company itself, we are putting us on an extremely slippery slope. We cannot let software engineers who are creating these tools, allowing for this imagery to be developed, go without liability. That is not going to solve the elimination of artificially generated child pornography. Just criminalizing those who type in the prompts is not going to get rid of child pornography. We have to hold these companies accountable as well. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to echo everything my good colleague from Adams County just said. If we truly want this problem to be solved, we have to hold the companies accountable. I want to thank the good representative from Delta for pointing out that this industry is still developing. And what we are trying to do with this amendment is ensure that it develops responsibly. These companies do have access to all the information coming in. They are using it to profit off of its users, and asking them to monitor and to ensure that child pornography is not being generated is not a big ask for this body. And so we should vote yes on this amendment and ensure that we are not shielding the bad actors from liability.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I wanted to respond to one point in specific that was made about the Ticonderoga pencil example.
Representative Soper, please refrain from mentioning commercial companies in the well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The pencil example. Even with AI, it takes a user having to do something. The AI software itself is not just creating these images themselves. I mean, it's not just rolling out in cyberspace, creating, a portfolio of billions of images by themselves. It takes a user and a person actually doing something and typing in the description and the prompt there as well. The companies that are out there have in place elements that do stop individuals. But as we heard in committee from the AG's office, that what's happening is even with the really good gold standard companies, individuals will do what I had said earlier. They will write in numbers or use colors or different things to try to get around the blockers. And it's hard when you have certain blockers because there may be some legit research that's actually being blocked that an individual may be doing. The other element is what my good colleague on the bill was just describing, is that you can have that base platform and then with open source, someone has written their own code and material. So that's why for right here, it's important that we vote no on this because this is the exact same language that we had in the deepfakes bill last year for elections that were consistent. And if the General Assembly wants to have a larger conversation, I think that's always a welcome conversation, but it should be across the board and that we should treat exact same issues the same. We shouldn't be opening up the floodgates of liability here when we didn't do it in the deepfakes election bill.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L16? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L16. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L16 is lost. To the bill. Or to the committee report. Is there any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye. 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 All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee report passes. To the bill. Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The drafter gave us an amendment to run on the bill to fix a technical error, and I move Amendment L019. And ask for it to be displayed.
That is a proper motion. L19 has been properly displayed. Representative Tatone.
Yeah, so at the, thank you, Mr. Chair. So at the end of the bill, there's a portion in the petition clause that refers back to certain parts of the bill, and there were a few that were missing after amendments were drafted, so this fixes that problem, and we ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L19? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L19. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L19 passes. To the bill.
Okay. Okay.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, Senate Bill 288 is trying to tackle a problem that is a growing concern in our community and across the country. 37 other states have taken up this kind of legislation to tackle this problem of AI-generated pornography that is exploitive of children and adults alike. When this kind of pornography is created, it can have lasting mental health effects. We've seen some people commit suicide from these images being shown, the humiliation. Even though it is not a real image of them, it is still so realistic with this AI that it really hurts people very intimately. And we need to put an end to this by making this a crime, to be using this in a way that is exploitive to adults or especially to children. And that's what this bill is for. We think this is a good step. AI is a very evolving technology. We need to try to adapt our statutes to take care of these issues as they come. And yes, we may need to come back and make some tweaks over time to address the problems as they come, because sometimes we can't even understand how this technology is even going to be used until we actually see it in use. So we have to continue to come back and address these issues and protect the vulnerable people who are being exploited right now. And I ask for a yes vote on Senate Bill 288.
Rep. Sober.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too ask for a yes vote on Senate Bill 288. This bill addresses and takes off from where we were last year with the revenge porn bill that was passed. And what we have discovered is that perpetrators oftentimes will use simulated photos with the person's intimate parts to harass or extort them. And so this bill closes that gap, because what has happened is perpetrators will have part of a fake image with a person's face on them as well. And that has been a loophole that has challenged prosecutors. And so by passing Senate Bill 288, we're closing that loophole. And then further, as Rep. Tatone just said, when this passes, we'll become the 38th state, just like statehood, to pass laws on point that concerns child pornography when part of the image is a deep fake or created by fake means. But we're saying that something in that photo has to be identifiable, because we want to make sure that our prosecutors are able to have an actual victim and then be able to pursue these individuals. The bill has both criminal penalties and civil penalties and gives statutory damages for victims as well, and we ask for a yes vote.
Representative Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to make sure I thank the sponsors and they understand why I rise in opposition to this bill. And I apologize for it being outside of our decorum. I understand that generally the proponent should speak last, but I just want to make sure this body understands what we're doing. This is one of the biggest expansions of our criminal justice powers that this body has done. And one of the scary things about this is that we are now 2 days and change from the end of this session. This has been contemplated for months. We were given almost an hour to contemplate in judiciary this specific bill. I understand for those who were in front of judiciary and those who subbed on judiciary, it is, for lack of a better word, a deliberative body. The reason it was given to us so late, Saturday afternoon, was because there is information that we are opening up with this bill that we have not deliberated about. I guarantee you, the fact that of the 65 members of this body, I can probably count maybe 25 that are in this room right now, tells you that they do not want us to actually read through this bill and contemplate what's in it. Tomorrow, we will sit here and vote on this bill. I'm asking at this time, Mr. Chair, that this bill be moved back to judiciary, the contemplative body that it is, so we can actually have this conversation.
Representative Carter, would you like to move to send this back to judiciary? If you could restate the motion.
I make a motion that this bill be moved back to the judiciary.
Okay. Members, the motion before us is to re-refer Senate Bill 288 to the Judiciary Committee. Is there any further discussion? Rep. Tatone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I respectfully ask for a no vote on this. This is modeled after legislation that has been done in 37 other states. This has been run through the mill a lot, and the stakeholder work that was done prior to introduction in the Senate was extensive, and we made many different changes to this bill already. We did that in judiciary, and we're confident that this bill is in a good place, and we do not need any further debate. I mean, we can have it here, I don't mind, but going back to judiciary, I think, is inappropriate for this bill in the state that it's in, and I ask for no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this motion. This discussion and the way it was presented is red meat for the minority party. We say this time and time and time again, and I'm grateful for it, and I'm grateful for it coming from a member of the Judiciary Committee who's saying, this is real. This is going to impact lives. Let's make sure we get it right the first time. Let's go back and have the fullness of the conversation, and let's not rush through consequential conversations in the time that was given. So I rise in strong support of this motion.
Rep. Zokai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in support of this motion. With bills as big as this one, typically members of judiciary are having conversations for a long time before we actually are able to deliberate in committee itself. And unfortunately, we did not get much information prior to committee hearing, and it does feel that we have not looked through this bill to the extent that we need to. I still have a lot of questions on whether pornographic material that's AI generated can be identified as a 17-year-old versus a 19-year-old. I have a lot of questions around the child themselves being held liable. I think that there's a lot in here that we still need to sort out, and I would strongly support us having more time to do that.
Rep. Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did hear this bill in Judiciary Committee, and there was extensive questions by members of the committee. And while there was some still disagreement on the policy, I feel that the substantive questions were answered, and we're here for debate right now, and so we can have the debate over the minor details. But we heard from witnesses, there was a lot of questions. There wasn't that many panels, but it took however long it took, hour or two, because there was a lot of questions. And so I don't see any benefit to send this back to judiciary, where we would then take questions again from probably the same people that we already spent extensive time answering questions and asking questions of. And so I rise in opposition to this motion.
Further discussion on the motion. Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's just a lot of there in this bill with 34 pages, and most of that was written on came out of the Senate on April 28th, so just a couple days prior in this last few days. I think just in general, the way we're passing bills out of here, introducing bills that are, instead of having a cleanup in the last few days and winding down, we're bringing some very, very complicated legislation to the floor, and this should probably be, along with all the other legislation, just that the bill mill runs through. So, and there's a lot of there's pages after page after page of Senate amendment. So changing the way the entire bill goes, the amendment that was presented by the sponsor to get rid of the amendment that was put in committee, does that or does that not alleviate? How would a company be liable for that? Can they be liable for that? So there's just a lot. There is a lot here, and I support in general having an actual conversation as opposed to just saying we had a robust conversation, which is usually the extent of what a robust conversation is just saying that we had one. So I support moving this back. If we still have questions, especially out of the Judiciary Committee, then I think we ought to go and have those discussions. So I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on the motion. Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm also on Judiciary as well as the bill sponsor. And I would ask for a no vote, mainly because this is one where we did have a robust conversation. As my colleague from El Paso County just said earlier, it's going to be the same witnesses that are going to come back to testify. We're going to hear from the public defenders and the DAs that both of them are in agreement on the language that we have here within this bill. So, I mean, as far as a criminal justice bill, it's rare to see those two groups actually get to a good place on a bill, but this is one where they have, and this is a good bill to continue to move forward so that Colorado can become the 38th state to protect our children who are being victimized.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to re-refer Senate Bill 288 to the Judiciary Committee. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The motion fails. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 288. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Senate Bill 288 passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to Senate Bill 84.
Senate Bill 84 by Senators Mullica and Simpson, also Representatives Bradfield and Ryden, concerning the adequacy of the infusion pharmacy network supplying parenteral nutrition to Medicaid members and in connection with making appropriation.
Representative Ryden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that is hard to say. We've been practicing. I move Senate Bill 84 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Appropriations report was a technical fix that the JBC identified. It's very small in nature, and we encourage an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Okay, the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, today, Representative Ryden and I are bringing forward a bill that will improve access points for families and children who rely on life-saving nutrition therapy from infusion pharmacies. Currently, there is a single pharmacy in Colorado providing access to parenteral, don't expect me to say that correctly a second time, nutrition for pediatric patients with Medicaid. parenteral nutrition and total parenteral nutrition is a form of complete intravenous nutrition that bypasses the gastrointestinal tract. The infusion pharmacies are not your average Walgreens or CVS. These pharmacies at infusion pharmacies require additional training to ensure the safety of each nutrient formulation. They also require specialized equipment and procedures to dispense this specialized nutrient. The reason that reimbursement and policies need to be examined and adapted to protect access to these services for Coloradoans on Medicaid. While we don't have it in the budget this year to cover all of the full administrative costs, patients, providers, the infusion pharmacy community, everyone is supportive of this, and what is being provided by HCPF is a step in the right direction to ensure a competitive and a robust network of infusion pharmacies in the future. This bill will require annual reporting to HCPF and to the legislature on the adequacies of these pharmacies and the nutrients that they provide. We think we have bringing a good bill to you, and we ask for an aye vote.
Representative Ryden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In summary, this really is two things we're trying to do here. This is a carrot approach to increasing the market availability of this specialized nutrition therapy. In terms of a return on investment for upping the reimbursement rate, it's cost maybe $10 a day in order to feed some of these young babies that need this specialized treatment. If they don't have access to that medication, that nutrition through the pharmacy, then we're looking at hospitalizing them, and that's more like $10,000 a day. $10 a day, $10,000 a day, pretty big difference. There's some cost savings there. And secondly, the success of this policy really is measurable per the reporting requirements that we've put in. So we encourage an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 84. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Senate Bill 84 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 7 until tomorrow.
Seeing no objection, Senate Bill 7 will be laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 124.
Senate Bill 124 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Gonzalez, also Representatives Brown and Garcia-Sander, concerning outpatient drugs that are sold at a discount to nonprofit hospitals through the federal 340B drug pricing program.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 124 and the Health and Human Services Committee report.
To the committee report.
In the committee, we added a substantial amendment that cleaned up some of the notification requirements, or I should say the requirements, the transparency requirements. We also added a new requirement that 80% of 340B revenue be spent on patients. And I have a technical amendment. I move L023 to Senate Bill 124 and ask that it be displayed.
That is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This just cleans up the definition of 340B drugs, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L23? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L23. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. L23 is adopted. To the committee report. Representative Brown.
We ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Representative Hamrick. Representative Leader. Representative Leader.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's a pleasure to serve with you. So
It's a pleasure to serve with you.
I'm on the House and Health Committee as the Vice Chair, and I would like to run L025 to the committee report. So I move L025 to the committee report and ask that it be displayed properly. We'll grab those off my desk. The amendments. I'll give you this one for now.
All right, that's a proper motion. Waiting for it to be displayed.
We'll grab it. I left them on
Okay.
my desk, sorry. They are, so let me explain a little bit about what the amendment does. There was a 4-page amendment that was handed to everybody at the time that the bill sponsors were presenting their bills. And not even the bill sponsors seen the 4-page amendment, let alone the committee. So we were trying to figure it out. That's why, what it did is it gutted everything everybody else saw.
Representative Leader, could you move this amendment? Do you have your packet?
Do you got that?
Oh, okay.
Let me go grab it.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we adopt the committee report. I would ask that we adopt the committee report. If my colleagues aren't ready with their amendments, then we should move on.
Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member of Health and Human Services, I move Amendment L026 to Senate Bill 25-124 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Representative Hamrick, we have a motion pending. Representative Leader moved an amendment, but they don't. Representative Leader, do you have your amendment?
No, I withdraw my amendment, and Representative Hamrick.
Okay, Representative Hamrick. Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L006 is about enforcement. Oh, yeah, I already did.
Could you move the amendment, Representative Hamrick?
I move Amendment L026 to Senate Bill 25-124 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay, that is a proper motion, and the amendment is displayed to the amendment. Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All the enforcement and teeth of this bill were stripped in committee, so this amendment adds back in that language to make a violation of this law an unfair trade practice, gives the Attorney General investigative powers, ensures there is a reporting process for violations of this bill. This language is critical to making 124 enforceable and not just be words on a page. This is important to labor and patients, and a key reason groups supported this bill. So I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L026. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Hospitals have to comply with the law for a number of reasons, one of which is that they risk their own Medicare and Medicaid funding, which is a significant source of their money. They have to comply with the law because we have a specific provision in Colorado law that says that if they do not comply with state or federal laws, they lose their license. So if they are not complying with the provisions of this particular law, then they risk their entire license and the ability to serve patients in Colorado. This is unnecessary, and we ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L26. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. L26 fails. To the committee report. Seeing no further discussion, Representative Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry about that delay earlier. The drafter just got down here. She said we moved pretty fast for her. So we now have the proper L025 that I moved to Senate Bill 124. Please display the amendment. L025.
Okay, Rep Leader, could I get you to restate your motion?
I move L025 to Senate Bill 124.
All right.
Please
We're waiting for
display
that
the
to be
amendment.
displayed.
Okay.
Okay, that's displayed. To the amendment, Representative Leader.
Okay. Basically, what happened in committee is everybody was shocked by the 4-page amendment, including the prime sponsor of this bill. So what this does is this language was added into the bill in committee requiring 80% of 340B net revenue to go direct to the patients. So this is what this does. However, there's no reporting requirements in this section and no enforcement. So if we are truly serious about these dollars going directly to patients then what it is, which is what this bill is all about, after several months of discussion on Senate Bill 124, we need covered facilities to report this data so we can have proper transparency and oversight. All this amendment does is requires reporting on this important piece like other pieces in the bill, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L25? Seeing none, the motion before us, Rep. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would ask for a no vote on this particular amendment. While I appreciate the reporting and the spirit of this amendment, I note that the reporting that goes on in this particular bill is in the hospital's community benefit report, which is required. I'm going to forget the bill number, but it's from a couple of years ago. And in that community benefit report, they have to report on the particular activities that they are spending their community benefit dollars on. This bill requires that 340B revenue be spent on community benefit. So this would be really duplicative of existing requirements, and we'd ask for a no vote.
Okay, members, the question before us is the adoption of L25. A division has been requested. A division has been requested. Would all those in the chamber not entitled to vote please sit and remain seated? All those in favor of Amendment L25, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Okay, you may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. The amendment fails. To the committee report. Representative Leader.
I move L027 to the committee report, Senate Bill 124. Please properly display it.
That is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Leader.
Thank you. So, colleagues, what this amendment does, since everything was stripped out in committee 5 minutes before everybody seen the amendment, so what this does is the data exchange has always been essential to the effective function of the 340B program. So ensuring that participation organizations comply in statutory prohibitions against diversion and duplicate discounts. So with the rise of health information technology, this exchange has become more seamless. So all participants, along with 340B supply chain, should ensure integrity of the program is not compromised. So this includes providing manufacturers with insight into the 340B claims in the event there is a need to dispute the audit findings. So Health Resources and Service Administrators' annual audit of the 340B hospitals and providers covered entities are sufficient, and of the 55,000 plus covered entities nationwide, only around 200 are audited annually, or less than 0.5%. In the past 5 years, only 17 of the Colorado's 63 340B hospitals have been audited. Let me repeat that. Out of Colorado's 63 340B hospitals, only 17 of them have been audited. So these audits found concerningly high rates of noncompliance in 2022 and in 2023. Over 60% of these audits had at least one adverse findings. I ask for an aye vote to the original bill that was negotiated.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right. Well, I think this kind of, for me, this kind of amendment to a very complicated bill, I don't know, this is kind of like a double backflip with a twisted summy sort of thing, and then trying to stick the landing, and it's unlikely. So what we have is we have an incredibly complicated program, and then you have this non-compliance thing, and then you have agencies that are taking advantage of it and finding loopholes. So let's see, why would there be loopholes? Well, let's look at why there's 340B in the first place. And we have 340B in order to give the certain companies, certain hospitals a 60% discount on their medication in order to offset the cost of Medicare and untreated and unreimbursed care. So 60%, so when you require somebody to give a 60% discount, when you mandate that, so that would be selling a $40, or that would be paying $40 for a $100 medication. What that does is it requires for a pharmacy, for a pharma who's selling a $40 product to mark their product up by 250% to get to $100 in order for that when Medicare comes in and requires the 60% discount, they're still making money. So that's, I mean, logically that's what's going to happen, because you could go with about 20% of your customers that are doing this medication, and then you'd be making zero money. So the only way to have a 60% discount for some is to give a 250% increase for others. Now, when you have this 250% increase for others, so what's in that 250% increase? Well, then Medicare is going to come in and it's going to take some of that money, or it's going to allow the hospitals to take some of that money, because now instead of so what they're selling for $100, they're paying $40, and they're going to take that $60 and they're going to offset their unreimbursed care. Well, why do they have so much unreimbursed care? I think we have an answer. It might be discussed momentarily. So we probably have unreimbursed care and for the cost of Medicaid. And why is there the cost? Why is there an increased cost of Medicaid? Why is there unreimbursed cost of Medicaid? Well, Medicaid, we know, pays about 1/5 on the dollar and says that's how we're going to save taxpayer money. So for a $200 procedure, a provider has to charge Medicare $1,000 in order to get paid the $200. So that means you as a consumer are stuck with a bill for $1,000 for a $200 procedure, and then that's probably not enough because then Medicare has a lot of, the business model is to deny care long enough that people die because you're a double liability when somebody's taking in Social Security and Medicare. They're a double liability to the government, and so denying care or delaying care is just a great way to eliminate two liabilities. So anyways, you have a lot of unfunded care, and then you create these big bubbles. In this case, you have an $800 bubble. You have an 80%. And then you have the other, and then you create all these areas for loopholes and graft. And I'm pretty sure at this point that the purpose of government is graft because that's what is legislated out of this body.
Representative DeGraff, is this to the amendment still?
You bet.
Okay, if you could bring us back there.
Well, I'm just saying why this amendment is so complicated. Because now you've created this 340B process where you have a 250% markup in order to feel good about a 60% discount. And with that 60% discount, which requires a 250% markup, you can do it. It's if somebody's got a $40 drug, they have to charge $100 for it, which is a 250% markup. Otherwise, so that when there's a 60% rebate, they get the $40 and they're not losing money. So then you have all of this. So now you're saying that you have to trust. So in this case, you have to trust them to use all of that $60 to do stuff like reimburse unreimbursed care, offset unreimbursed care, offset Medicare cost, offset the cost of setting up specialty clinics like for dialysis or IV medications and all that stuff that is supposed to be done. But then it's not done. Those audits aren't done if those people, because there's apparently a very low level of compliance, which requires this kind of amendment. And I'm not sure what the amendment will do when you already have laws in place that are not enforced. So you take more laws that are not enforced, and then the solution is to add more laws because what you've done in the initial part is create a system that encourages graft or grift or however you want to call it. So I just wanted to point that out with this, that you're creating a lot of problems, and they all come back to the fact that the government has stepped in and has fouled up the market. Yeah. So I don't know what this amendment will do because it's already something that should be done, and now we want more laws so that what is not being enforced would be enforced. So vote your conscience.
Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in opposition to this amendment. As many of you know, I sit on a hospital board and have since 2020. Ended up being elected during the pandemic, which is not ideal, by the way. I want to talk about sort of the 340B program and why this amendment is really bad for Colorado's hospitals. A comment was made by the mover of the amendment is 17 hospitals had audits. I do want to say that of our government hospitals in Colorado, every year they're required to go through an audit. So that is one thing to kind of single out our government hospitals with that statement, and I do just want to put that on a record, that it is required every year to have an audit, and certainly if you didn't, your bondholders would require you to go through an audit. Secondarily, for why I don't like this amendment, you need to understand how difficult it is to be part of 340B. So first, a hospital must have a special status. Sole community, critical access rule. To be sole community, you have to be at least 25 miles from another like hospital. And that's very difficult for a lot of hospitals. Now, one thing that was brought up during the debate throughout these two bills was even really big hospitals are sole community hospitals. And that's because they offer things like, for example, AIDS and HIV treatment that other hospitals wouldn't. But if you're a smaller hospital, it can be very difficult to maintain status because it's the number of inpatient Medicaid days, and then the discount applies to the outpatient Medicare. I get that that may seem clunky, but the reason why Congress designed the program the way they did was not to have a discount flow directly to the patient, but to be able to keep rural healthcare and healthcare services in areas where we need them most, where patients live, and we aren't creating healthcare deserts. And you could even have a larger population center, such as here in Denver, quickly become a healthcare desert if certain drugs were not available to them. But certainly on the western slope, Delta, for example, has weaved in and out of sole community. We first got our sole community status in 2021. That was an effort I led. But since then, we have now fallen out of 340B. And that's because the requirements to report to the federal government and to be able to have your dish adjustments take place are incredibly onerous. And for a small hospital like ours, it's 3 full-time equivalents who work on nothing but the paperwork to be able to try to help us make the case to stay within 340B program. And at sole community, you have the lower threshold. Under some of the others, it's a higher threshold. So adding to that, what's being encapsulated within this amendment is frustrating. I mean, already you look at how many employees a hospital have that are actually treating patients, it's less than 20%. Because the rest of the workers within the hospital system are either working on compliance or administration. And to add more to what hospitals have to comply with is incredibly frustrating. And that's why I would ask for no on this amendment. The last point, as I'm concluding here, would be if Congress wanted the 340B program to apply directly to patients and to have a pass-through for a discount, Congress is smart enough to have actually designed the program to look that way. But instead, they designed the program to where there's a drug purchasing discount that hospitals are able to have. And without this discount, hospitals would actually cut certain services and programs. I could tell you for a hospital like Delta, we would end up cutting our oncology unit, if I can say the word, our cancer unit. And that's how passionate I feel about 340B. It allows us to treat cancer patients where they need treatments. And you add more and more regulations and burdens and now want to pass through. And all of a sudden, it's not cost effective to be able to have this. And so what ends up happening is the hospital then has to make those tough decisions. And the hospital that I'm a part of is just an example. Almost every rural hospital is on the brink of survival. And they weave in and out of 340B status. And it's an incredible challenge for them. And I will say that we want to have care where patients need it. And if it's so important to have a pass-through and more disclosure requirements, then we're forcing our rural Coloradans to drive 60 miles further, 90 miles further, 200 miles further, and that's just not fair. So please vote no. Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. This amendment in particular empowers pharmaceutical manufacturers to collect data from health plans, including health plans from our workers, at middle income, working class folks. And it's this kind of data that allows pharmaceutical companies to target particular pharmacies or particular health plans and deny discounts for those particular plans. So I think this is actually bad for workers and their health plans, and I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L27. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. L27 fails. To the committee report. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one more technical amendment that was handed to me just moments ago by my drafter. I move L024 to the committee report and ask that it be displayed.
That is properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This just cleans up the definition of 340B entity to make sure that it is clear that it includes all of these other entities, and I'd ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on L24? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L24. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. L24 is adopted. To the committee report. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye. 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 All those opposed say no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 124 is an important bill, and I'm so pleased to be able to work with my co-prime sponsor from Weld County and Larimer County on this bill. I think this bill, the way it has come out of committee, makes sure that there is additional transparency and accountability in the 340B program so that this federal program can best benefit low-income patients in our states. The 340B program provides a significant source of revenue for many safety net clinics and healthcare providers. And I fully support federal 340B program and its intent because for too long, pharmaceutical companies have raked in massive profits while everyday people are forced to choose between life-saving medications and basic necessities. This bill, the way that we have amended it, makes sure that that money is being spent on patients, and it also makes sure that we know the size of the program and how much money is being spent on overhead and how many prescriptions are being written at 340B entities in this state. We think it's an important addition to the program, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Members, I came up here and rise in support of Senate Bill 124. That may seem odd, as you have heard that Senate Bill 124 and another bill are competing, and that it would be odd for me to come down and support this. However, I'm here to tell you, as the sponsor on the opposing bill, that this is a good bill. This is something that I have worked with the bill sponsors for Senate Bill 124, as well as many stakeholder groups, to being able to find something that works for Colorado. This is something that I think is absolutely critical and important, and I want to address a couple things that you may have heard over the last few days. That you may have heard that you can't vote for both of these bills, that they cancel each other out, that there's going to be conflicting language in this, and that it's not going to work. That is incorrect. These bills, through the hard work, again, thank you to both of the bill sponsors for working on this. These are now complementary. You can vote for these. They work together, they work in conjunction, and they work better for Colorado. And I really think that this is important, and I'm urging you to vote for this bill, as I will be voting for this bill moving forward. And again, good policies is not always pretty. But good policy sometimes needs a couple different bills to being able to make sure that it's addressed. And I feel like Senate Bill 124 does that piece to making sure that we are adding in transparency into this to this policy, and really making sure that we are doing this for the betterment of Colorado. So I appreciate both the sponsors on this. I hope that you join me in voting yes on Senate Bill 124.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 124. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Senate Bill 124 is adopted. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to Senate Bill 71.
Senate Bill 71 by Senators Michelson, Janae, and Rich, also Representatives Martinez and Taggart, concerning certain practices by persons participating in the supply chain of drugs purchased under the federal 340 drug pricing program.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 71.
To the bill, Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So today I am bringing you, along with my co-prime, a bill that is here to safeguard the 340B program and to patients whose care is dependent on this program, operating in line with the congressional intent to stretch scarce federal resources as far as possible, reaching more eligible patients and providing more comprehensive services. I won't get into the basics of 340B as we've discussed those before, but what I will say is why are we running this bill? So starting in 2020, at the height of the public health emergency, pharmaceutical manufacturers began to prohibit 340B entities from contracting with contract pharmacies to dispense 340B drugs to patients. Limiting where those patients can pick up their medications causes patients hardship while limiting pharma's exposure in the program. Senate Bill 71 ensures that pharmaceutical manufacturers are prohibited in Colorado from limiting the number of pharmacies that a 340B entity may contract with to ensure patient access to life-saving medications and allow these entities to receive the savings from these transactions. I want to elaborate on this a little bit further. So we've been hearing a lot about this piece as being a point of contention. I want to go into a little bit of depth. So in my area, which for those still paying attention, the San Luis Valley, I'm from the San Luis Valley, that you have a lot of these smaller pharmacies that operate independently of hospitals. We don't have a lot of hospitals and we don't have a lot of FQHCs in my district. So when we are already limited in those pharmacies that can use this program, the fear without 71 is that pharmaceutical companies are going to come in and say, you no longer qualify to host our medication. And they're not going to sell those medications to those smaller pharmacies, de facto closing them down. And when you only have one pharmacy in an entire county, that puts them at risk. And that's why I'm supporting, and that's why I'm running Senate Bill 71. Another piece that I want to highlight on too, that the industry is saying that the program is being abused, but that's not true. And let me explain a little bit on that. 340B requires the savings to flow directly to the patient. This program was designed, it contradicts the stated intent of Congress when standing up the program in the 2010 HRSA guidelines and guidance. This law contains no one-size-fits-all directive. These savings are intended to be used as needed to best meet a community's needs. Also, this is not an expansion of the program. This keeps intact what we already have, and it preserves what we're doing, and being able to support our rural hospitals, our rural FQHCs, and our safety net, and making sure that they don't go under. Also, that you may have heard that this doesn't benefit the patients. When you look at this, you'll be hearing today about really how this benefits hospitals and FQHCs and those services that they provide and offer. Some of those services are free clinics, free vaccines, burn and trauma care, directly lowering patient medication costs in addition to other services. And you will hear that that we have donors that are coming in and receiving these funds, but that's not true either. 89% of these hospitals that are operating on this are operating on a thin or a negative margin, particularly in my area. So I urge you today to vote for Senate Bill 71.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you,
It's an honor to serve with you, sir.
even though we're not mean.
We're not mean. You're not mean.
I think you would expect me to hit some of the numbers on this particular bill, and I'm happy to do that to support my co-prime. He already stated one of the key numbers. We have 68 nonprofit hospitals in the state of Colorado that are certified as 340B providers. Of those 68 hospitals, 89% of them are operating in a non-sustainable, unsustainable margin, which means less than 4%. For those of us that have run businesses, operating on a 4% margin puts us in a position that if anything goes wrong, we're in trouble, and in serious trouble. We have 20 FQs, federally qualified health centers, in this state that also are certified as 340B providers. 65% of those FQs this last year, 65% had negative margins. Several closed this last year, and more will close without the support of the 340B program. When we talk about the benefits that accrue to the medically vulnerable in our population, as well as our underserved population and low income, the savings, the total savings from the 340B program. Hey guys.
Members, it's getting too loud in here. If we could please respect the conversation happening in the well. Representative Taggart.
The savings, and this is the delta between the list price on the pharmaceutical product versus the 340B pricing, which is referred to as savings. That totaled this last year about $800 million. The hospitals and clinics took that $800 million and turned it into $2.4 billion worth of community benefits. 800 million became $2.4 billion, a threefold increase on those savings. So the statement that this is going into the profitability of our hospitals is totally false. And this is substantiated by an accountability transparency report that's put out in HCFA. And I would encourage you to look at that report because it tells you the dollars of these community benefits at an aggregated level for the different types of hospitals, and it goes all the way down to the individual hospitals. It also then has a section in it that calls out the actual details that each hospital has provided under that report in terms of where their community benefits are going. Those are going to be unique to those hospitals because guess what? The needs of the different areas differ from one another, but they all do accumulate into six major buckets. This is the 340B. The 340B savings are critical to our vulnerable and underserved population. We've heard some amendments stating that 80% need to go directly to the patient. That is not the federal law. And please don't present it that it's a federal law. The federal law is very clear to say it needs to go into community benefits that are, in fact, for the purpose of solving or helping our vulnerable and underserved population. I will also leave you with this. Of the $2.4 billion that our hospitals and clinics are reinvesting in this state, of that, $1.8 billion is for two critical areas. One, between $1.3 and $1.4 billion goes to help subsidize Medicaid across the state. And you may ask, how does that happen? As you probably know, our Medicaid rates are about 70 to 75% of stated procedural rates. So it makes up some of that difference and takes it up into the 80 kind of percent. And then we have charitable care for uncompensated, which is over $300 million. So you add those two up, that is the bulk of that $2.4 billion. I would appreciate, and I know my co-prime would appreciate, your support of this bill. A lot of work has gone into this to support our underserved and our vulnerable population, and we need to continue to do so. Thank you.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'd be remiss if I didn't point out a couple pieces, just because we've been hearing a lot about transparency in this, and the reason why we're proceeding unamended through this point. So there was amendments added on into the Senate that had addressed some of these things, and I want to make sure that everybody in the chamber was aware of this. So we had one amendment that was offered that strengthened hospital transparency provisions in the bill. That amendment requires now that it's in the information laid out in our bill in its entirety regarding the amount of savings derived from the program and how those savings are used, and to be included in the data's hospitals. In the data, a hospital submits to the Department of Healthcare Policy, HCPF, for them to compile an annual report of the hospital community benefit. Additionally, we removed wholesalers from the purview of this bill, as their inclusion conflicts with the wholesalers' obligations under the Federal Drug Enforcement and Administration regulations and the National Injunctive Relief with respect to the controlled substances following the opioid lawsuit settlements. And lastly, we added language in that additional clarity that the provisions in this bill are not intended to create a path for individual lawsuits, ensuring that we don't inadvertently create a path for misuse of the judicial system. I will close with this, and then we'll allow others to speak on this. I want you to know why I got on this. Healthcare is not my bread and butter, but caring for my rural areas is. When we were talking about this over the summer, I was outreached by one of my two hospitals in my district saying that this was necessary, and that they were very fearful that they were going to lose access to pharmacies, that they were going to close down, and therefore not being able to provide help to their community. That's why I did this. And while we may hear today about, there is some difficulty in having multiple contract pharmacies and being able to find access to those medications, I think those are very valid, and those are concerns that I share too. And I want to make this easier. I want to make sure that people are able to get access to their medications. And I want to state, there is a massive difference between having a challenge to getting your medication and not being able to access anything in your county. And that's what we're risking if we don't pass Senate Bill 71. So that's why I got on board with this, is saying that we need to do this. This drastically impacts rural Colorado. This impacts our rural FQHCs, and we are risking services being lost and cut if we do not pass this bill. So I urge an aye vote on Senate Bill 71.
Representative Garcia, Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to play off my co-prime for a second and take you through a little bit of the reason as well that I got on this bill. And the number one reason was the restriction that pharma was putting on our hospitals to only have one contract pharmacy. One contract pharmacy. And if they had a pharmacy on their premise, that was their one contract pharmacy. My hospitals in Grand Junction, we are the medical center between the city of Denver and Salt Lake City, which means our trauma centers are servicing almost the entire western slope. If somebody goes through a trauma situation and they're not a resident of Grand Junction, they're going to return home. That home could be any place in Colorado, it could be out of state. And I should also say, we serve most of Eastern Europe, Eastern Utah. To tell a patient that lives 100 miles away, 200 miles away, you've got to return to Grand Junction, Colorado to get your pharmaceutical is unreasonable. Add to that, we have hospitals in this state, one in particular that's here in Denver. And I must say, the 6 months of the year that I'm here, I love Denver, but I want to go home. 6 months of the year, one of the hospitals that I know of that has helped me in respiratory care is world-renowned and nationally renowned. If a patient comes for respiratory services, they're going to return home to their state. They need to be able to get those pharmaceuticals for their condition. And last but not least, specialty drugs are not available in all pharmacies, and they're certainly not available directly to our hospitals in many cases. In many cases, those specialty drugs are distributed through contract pharmacies that are owned by either the insurance companies or owned by the pharmaceutical companies. In many cases, they are some of the newest of pharmaceuticals. Those are needed by our patients in Colorado as well. There is absolutely no way that one contract pharmacy can service our patients, our citizens of the state of Colorado. And that was one of the major reasons that I got on this bill. So thank you to my co-prime again.
Rep. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm not here to debate the merits of the 340B program. What I do want to bring attention to is the growing evidence that calls into question to which the 340B program actually serves the vulnerable communities that it says it does. A significant portion of 340B disproportionate share hospitals and their associated child sites and contract pharmacies are not, in fact, located in MUAs. Just 35% of 340B DSHs, disproportionate share hospitals, are in medically underserved areas. Child DSH sites and DSH contracted pharmacies are even less likely to be in medically underserved areas. Additionally, studies show that 340B pharmacies are disproportionately concentrated in more affluent areas, benefiting the wealthy, insured patients, and communities rather than those most in need. Contract pharmacies have grown 12,000% since 2010, but the number of 340B pharmacies in Black, Latino, and lower income community neighborhoods dropped from 2011 to 2019. This is not just a national trend. This is happening here in Colorado. 340B contract pharmacies are moving out of Colorado's underserved communities, while the share of 340B pharmacies in wealthier areas is increasing. 57% of contract pharmacies are in areas with smaller share of uninsured patients than the contracted 340B DSH hospitals. From 2015 to 2023, there was a 37% decline in the share of 340B contract pharmacies in predominantly Latino neighborhoods in Colorado. 20.6% in 2015 and 13% in 2023. There was a 97% decline in share of 340B contract pharmacies in the lowest income neighborhoods of Colorado. 8.8% in 2015 and 0.2% in 2023. Our rural communities are also being left behind. From 2015 to 2023, there was a 19% decline in the share of contract pharmacies in rural areas of Colorado. Colorado's 340B providers' off-site clinics are also located in wealthier areas instead of Colorado communities that the program was meant to serve. 38% of off-site clinics, the child sites in Colorado, are in communities where the population is less diverse than where the parent site is located. And 67% of off-site clinics in Colorado are in communities with a median income or more of at least 30% higher than the parent hospital. Why am I sharing all of this information? Because I think it goes to the profiteering that these hospitals engage in using the 340B system. They will purchase, under their 340B status, a whole ton of prescription drugs. They will use a certain amount for those who actually qualify, and the rest they will upsell to earn profit. And with that, I move L29 and ask that it be displayed.
That's a proper motion, and it is displayed. To the amendment, Rep. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What we are doing with L29, similar to the sections above where this section would go in the bill, is that we are requiring a reinvestment of 20% of the 340B savings from the hospital and from the parent company into medically underserved areas. So we are saying, okay, you can keep going on your profiteering campaign over here, but you need to use 20% of your profits into the actually medically underserved communities. How can they use it? They can use it in paying doctors more. They can use it in supporting housing for doctors. They can use it in getting and replacing their chairs in their waiting rooms, or even getting some. They can use that in replacing beds, whatever is needed in these medically underserved areas. This shouldn't be a hard yes. If 340B is meant to serve medically underserved areas and low-income patients, ensuring that the profits, by abusing this system, are used to support these medically underserved areas should not be a hard yes, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a long day and I'm on some pain medicine right now. I sprained my ankle, so I'm sorry for that. Was not intentional.
All good.
So I stand in opposition to this. It does not make sense when you say nonprofit hospitals and then they're profiting profiteers. That seems redundant. Having rural districts, 7 counties, we rely on these nonprofit hospitals in urban and metro areas to get a lot of our medicines, to get a lot of our services. So to say that they're not doing a service already is disingenuous to those who are working to serve everyone across Colorado, including underserved rural areas. Because let's face it, our healthcare system is crumbling, and we do not have the resources in rural Colorado to keep up with the demand of specialty care, of specialty medications. So we do have to travel 2 hours, 3 hours, 500 miles sometimes, 200 miles sometimes, to get to some of these nonprofit hospitals in urban areas. And when it comes to healthcare, the rural-urban divide is little. We have bridged it because these urban hospitals care for our rural patients. So to say that they're not already doing this service and to say that these nonprofits are profiteering benefits contradicts each other. They are doing those services for those coming to them, and they're doing best for the communities, not just my rural areas, but the underserved in metro areas and the underserved across the state. So I would urge a strong no vote because this would go against what the bill intends, which is to serve the most vulnerable.
Rep Martinez? Rep Bacon? Or Brown? Rep Brown. Sorry, you guys all raised your hands in that order. Rep Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and sorry for the confusion. The bill that we just passed includes a metric of 80% towards direct patient care, which includes things like charity care and support for Medicaid and Medicare care. And so I would argue that I think if both bills pass, that this particular amendment is unnecessary.
Rep Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to talk a little bit about this amendment, and thank you to my good colleague from Adams County for bringing this. So I want to talk about really where the 340B investment is, and really why we're going to ask for a no vote on Amendment L29. So I want to go back into the basis of, like, again, why I got into this and really where we're at. So passage of 71 already enacts investment into these rural areas. So again, and I know you guys are probably tired of hearing this, but in the San Luis Valley, you have 6 counties that have that. You have 2 hospital entities and 1 FQHC for 6 entire counties in the rural parts of the state. And so what they're saying is that when you have 71 passing as is and being able to get those reimbursements, that allows them to being able to get that additional money into those rural areas that already struggling to being able to provide. So because of that, because a passage of Senate Bill 71 already puts money back into those areas with it, we feel Amendment L29 is unnecessary and request a no vote.
Representative AML Bacon.
Sorry, I think I did want to cut in here before you all spoke. But I do want to respond to what I heard also from my colleague. I think there's something that is critical about the way this is written that I do either want to advocate or ask for clarity for the sponsors. At the end of the day, I'm so sorry. I have a joke usually for Rep. Johnson, and it's not out of jest. I'm like, my colleague from 95 counties. But what we see here is, what we're talking about is not necessarily profit. So you are correct there. But what we're talking about is savings that are realized for having bought into the program. And so the question is, how do hospitals or the entities articulate where the realized savings would have gone and what those investments are in? And I think that is quite frankly been the question in all of these debates. And so while we know nonprofits do have to do certain reporting, this seemed to be a gap for me personally in understanding how they would then redirect funds that they would have otherwise spent. And so the reason why this is interesting to me is because this is not just reporting, but it also calls for a reinvestment. We have heard in this very building about practices that have to shut down at hospitals. And so I would like to know what steps we are taking to prevent that, or where are the realizations being reinvested given the concerns we have had in this building about which programs could continue to operate or not. And so I'm going to be quite honest, between both of these bills, and if one passes, the other won't. I am personally at a place to where I think in my ideal world, I understand the underlying need for what is in 71, particularly for us to be able to maintain our authorities over contract pharmacies. But there is a question about how are these entities realizing the savings if we know who the 340B patients are, and I'm putting it in air quotes, because we do have to know who they are to even qualify for the program. You have to get to the threshold. To qualify for the 340B program, you have to demonstrate, right, that you have people, right, who are at a particular income level. That's how you qualify for it. And so what we're all getting at is, if you have qualified because you have that critical mass, what is that exchange like? What does it mean? And so this amendment is talking about clarity of where that investment is. And I think that's some of the transparency that at least people like me would like to know, especially because we have been having these conversations all session on which practices and which programs at which hospitals and clinics have had to be shut down. So I am inclined to support this, but I would like to know if the sponsors have any thoughts or responses on that to share. Thank you so much.
Rep. Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd be happy to answer that question. The nonprofit hospitals, to get certified to be eligible for 340B savings, have to have a patient count. I'm going to simplify it because it's a little more complicated than the way I'm going to say it, of at least 12% of their patients have to be Medicaid eligible, or they don't get certified. So that's where it starts. The 340B applies to the actual pharmaceutical. It doesn't necessarily follow the patient themselves. In other words, the patient isn't going to walk in to a pharmacy and say, I'm a 340B patient. They don't know that. The pharmacies, though, know which drugs are applicable to the 340B program, and that's where the discount begins, kind of situation. So I hope I'm helping you there. But what I want to come back to again, and I want you to realize I'm not making up these numbers. These numbers are coming from HCFA, based on the actual reporting the hospitals by our bill. And my colleague, who's now been kicked downwards into the Senate, Judy Amabile, that I supported her on it, was 23-1243 that requires our hospitals now, our nonprofit hospitals, to report once a year for this accountability, but it doesn't stop there. They have to have an open meeting to the citizens of that area and talk about where their investments on the savings of 340B went to the past year, and bullet that out for them and talk about it. And at the same time, they have to present where they're going to spend it next year. And the people that attend that have every right, according to 1243, have every right to challenge those priorities. In Mesa County, our priorities don't come from the hospitals. They come from our county health department of where the most significant needs are for, again, our vulnerable and underserved population. So that's another form of transparency. And why I don't feel this is necessary, and I will just read you the numbers. Of the $2.4 billion that I gave you, according to our folks in HCFA, $1.31 billion went to subsidizing the cost of our hospitals between what the normal procedure cost would be and what Medicaid is reimbursing, and another $283 million went to charitable care. So the two of them add up to $1.6 billion of the 2.4. Now, I spent a lot of time on math because of what I did in my career, but that's so far beyond 20%. This is not necessary. They're already doing this. And let me answer the last question that came up, or one of the points that was made. We can't solve in the 340B program in SB 71 where pharmacies choose to open their stores. I would love to, no, I wouldn't, no, I don't want to say that. That is not our purview to say where these pharmacies locate. And there's nothing in 71 or 124 that can force that. I would hope that the pharmacy retailers would understand that they need to serve the entire population of Colorado, and they need to be convenient to our vulnerable and underserved. But we can't solve this in this bill. So 20% is not necessary because we're so far beyond that, it's unbelievable.
Ema Bacon.
Thank you very much. I think, there are two questions, or one may be a comment. If we are already investing, then, I don't understand the harm. However, the other question, though, that I have is how can we understand if it's 20%, at the very least across all of these hospitals? I wonder if all of them do it, if some of them do it, or maybe one of them do it, and I think that's part of it. I don't disagree with you in regards to us legislating where pharmacies open up, but I do know that the nonprofit providers tend to have their own clinics and their own offshoots in underserved communities, and I think that's why we're focusing on it here. Who do carry the contracts, the contracts carry to their operations. And so I think, thank you again for sharing, it's 12% of their patients qualify for Medicaid, but the principle of this is if there is a community, because if you qualify for Medicaid, that means you're low income, that qualifies you for the benefit. How can we be sure the benefit goes back to that community that qualified you? And so I guess the question is, how do we know that that is a consistent practice across the nonprofit hospitals? If they're already doing it, it may not be necessary, but it also wouldn't be a harm. So those are my outstanding questions and the principles. And again, thank you very much for walking through the responses.
Rep. Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How I can assure you that this is happening is that of the dollars I gave you, $1.3 billion is to subsidize the Medicaid rates. And that's total across the state. Every single hospital that is a nonprofit has to serve the Medicaid patients and is paid at the exact same rate across the state, irrespective of where they are. So if the procedure under Medicaid is $1,000 that Medicaid will reimburse from a state level, every single nonprofit hospital has to abide by that. Also, to be a nonprofit hospital and clinic in this state, you cannot refuse service to patients based on their ability to pay. That's a part of being a nonprofit hospital and a nonprofit clinic. So that individual still has the ability to walk into any nonprofit hospital and be assured of service. If they don't do that, they won't be considered a nonprofit hospital. And then I'll answer the other question, and I'll do that somewhat comically, even though this is not comically. I have been told at least a half a dozen times from people on this side, Rick, we don't need that amendment because it's redundant and duplicitous of what's already in the bill. That's exactly what this does. And it's, again, so far below what our hospitals, nonprofit hospitals and clinics are doing, it doesn't gain us anything. It is already in the bill at a much higher rate.
Rep. Soper.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also rise in opposition to this amendment. And I just kind of wanted to add on to what my good colleague from Grand Junction was just saying. We already have a community benefits report. And so every 3 years, what happens is the hospital and the hospital's board has to sit down with community leaders, and they actually have to talk about, in lieu of not paying property taxes and business personal property taxes, you take that delta and you say, what's the benefit to the community that those can go to? And those can't be things like more hospital beds or an oncology unit. Those have to be things beyond the hospital. So a hospital-funded program to try to keep people out of the hospital, for example, or like a health and welfare program to really talk about healthy eating habits or exercise, or community CPR class. So those are things that are definitely included, playgrounds as well. But why the 20% is quite challenging, to tell you the truth. First of all, this is a federal program, and this is now a state constraint of that program that I have issues with. But 20%, you may say, well, it should reasonably go to that underserved area. I can assure you that if your hospital has or is participating in the 340B program, odds are they have a significant unserved and underserved area that they are working on serving. And that's because there's certain thresholds that have to be met as far as a certain number of inpatient Medicaid days for the outpatient, for example, Medicare discount that's given. And if someone's on Medicaid, guess what? They're probably not wealthy. And they're probably in that underserved category. The other challenge with 20% is that it doesn't necessarily define what that, I'm trying to also read while I talk here. In that section, it doesn't actually define what, oh, and I appreciate this, thank you. Appreciate this so I don't have to crank my head around. So while the sponsor of the amendment talked about medically underserved, that this could be to things like medical programs, I think I heard you say, if this were to follow the same reasoning, and I'm a little bit fearful that it might, of the community benefits program, then it couldn't be anything that benefits the hospital financially in the end. So even though the community might benefit from, for example, a Da Vinci robot, if the hospital didn't have a Da Vinci robot and were to say, well, that savings we would reinvest by buying a Da Vinci robot, which means more successful outcomes to surgeries, I'm afraid this would not allow that to actually be purchased. And overall, we want our hospitals to be able to have the best medical tools to be able to treat patients where they live. And restrictions that are causing hospitals to constantly play a percentage gambling game about where they are in the 340B program. And like I said, hospitals do weave in and out of the 340B program. So that's the other thing. It costs a lot of compliance just to stay in. And this adds one more layer to that compliance piece. And I can tell you for the hospital that I sit on, beyond the new requirements that are listed in these two bills, if it had been the original version of the previous bill, we were already talking, is it worth it to stay within 340B? And that should be a really scary conversation. Because if the answer for the hospital is no, that means we're probably going to eliminate a line item in our budget. And by line item, that's probably going to be OB. That's probably going to be oncology. You can just start going down the list of what gets eliminated, and then patients would just be driving, for my district, just another hour and a half, 2 hours to the next place that might actually offer those services. So that's why I'm a no on this amendment. Thank you.
Rep. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to address a couple points here. First, to the representative from Boulder County, there's no enforcement of how the savings can be used in 124. So it doesn't actually, in fact, guarantee anything. 71 on page 9 does have the enforcement mechanism where the reinvestment of the savings does have to be used. I think one of the interesting arguments here is the idea that one would not be able to invest in high-end technology because of 20% to be invested into medically underserved areas. I find that telling that these medically underserved areas then don't need that high-end technology investment. That could be used there. The other point is that this is 20%. It's not requiring, demanding 100%. That allows for the rest of it to be used in whatever infrastructure, whatever need that the parent hospital needs. The argument that the hospitals are just doing it because they're supposed to is almost like saying if we give food stamps or WIC to grocery stores for them to point out that we should expect them then to reinvest effectively without any sort of accountability on savings, and that's just not how it works. We could have had transparency in 124, but we don't. We don't have that transparency in 124. So this takes us just a little bit closer to that, and I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the comments from my colleague from Adams County. I want to be clear with this. I don't. There is accountability behind behind what's happening with the hospitals, and I think that again we look at like the data that has to be reported, the audits that have to happen every year, being able to do this, and then reevaluated with it. So we do have accountability with this, but then my argument back would be is that living in a rural area, we already don't have a lot of these materials, and we don't have a lot of the equipment now in these places, or that these hospitals have to contract out with these different providers already. And those are for basic services, with MRIs and with x-ray machines, just because they can't afford it now. So I think, I would love to be able to talk more about this, and I think that looking at it in a different lens and maybe a different bill, I'd be happy to work with you on that in the future. But for today, I request a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L29. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment L29 fails. To the bill. Seeing no further, Representative Leader.
I move L027 to Senate Bill 71 and have it properly displayed.
All right, that's a proper motion and properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, now what this amendment does is this amendment limits the bill's applicability to federally qualified health centers. So, as expressed clearly in the legislative declaration, this amendment protects FQHCs while preventing large hospital systems from taking advantage of further expanding the 340B program. So Colorado has 20 FQHCs, all of which participate in the 340B program, and 65% of which operate with negative margins. Colorado's FQHC provide primary medical care for 1 in 7 Coloradans, and 89% of the FQHC's patients had income below 200% of the federal poverty guidelines, and 23% were uninsured. So FQHCs use 340B benefits to address their community's unique needs, which include reduced drug prices for patients. That's what this bill is ultimately about, lowering drug costs for patients. With all the talk and conversation about patients being lost here, this amendment will ensure the most vulnerable patients are put front and center and receive the benefits of this bill. With that, I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleague from Jefferson County for this. I want to address a couple things with this. So first, this strips out the definition of 340B. This would effectively gut the bill if we did this. But secondly, I would say that when we were doing the stakeholdering process for this bill, including our hospitals, our FQHCs that are around the state, those and also those particularly in rural areas such as mine, they are supportive of the bill as is, and they feel like that the support that they're going to get with this bill's passage as is beneficial to them to being able to keep the doors open, to continue to be able to offer those services that they do. I 100% agree with my colleague from Jefferson County that they are really the safety net provider to the rural areas, to those that are in underserved areas. You know, again, one in particular in my district has had a program to being able to get healthcare, dental, and whole healthcare out to the migrant farm workers out in the fields year after year for the last over 20 years to making sure that they have those healthcare services provided and being able to continue to offer those because it is such a critical safety net. So I do agree with my colleague on Jefferson on that, but because this would effectively gut the bill, we would request a no vote.
Rep. Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with my co-prime. This is going to do the exact opposite of what I believe the author of this amendment thinks it's going to do. The exact opposite. I'll read you line 11, which is lines 10 and 11, which are absolutely critical. On line 10, it says 340B drug means a drug that is a covered outpatient drug within the meaning set forth in 42 USC, which is the federal code, section 256B. Under that division, under that particular federal statute, describes outpatient drugs as also including inpatient drugs for that patient. You take away the 340B drug for FQs, you might just as well put them out of business. So I don't know how this benefits, because clearly this section is in place for the purposes of not only the nonprofit hospitals, but our FQs and the clinics that are covered by way of the 340B program. This does the exact opposite. I ask you for a no on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion, Rep. Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's a pleasure to serve with you.
It's a pleasure to serve with you as well.
And I ask for a yes vote. I think this amendment is simple. It protects the entities that the 340B program is intended to protect. So I ask for an aye vote.
Rep. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in support of the sponsors, he is correct. This would limit the number of FQHC providers across the state that participate in 340B because the FQs rely on the hospital and its big ecosystem. The safety net, as we all know, is a net of many providers, and while it needs help, it works well because providers rely on each other, and this amendment would do the opposite of that intent. I urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L27. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Amendment L27 fails. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 71? Representative Bradley. Rep. Leader. Rep. Leader.
I make a motion to move Senate Bill 71 back to appropriations. I sat in committee, Health and Human Services, and I'm the vice chair there, and I received a paper that said the routing would be to appropriations. And then they took the paper away, and I got a handwritten note that says it goes to the Committee on the Whole. And I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on here? So I look up the fiscal note, and I see there's a fiscal note of $49,500. I go, so no, this doesn't go to the Committee of the Whole. This needs to go to appropriations. And I was told then there was an email that said it didn't have a fiscal note. I'm like, well, I don't have an email as the vice chair in regards to this. I asked other colleagues on the committee. None of them seem to have seen this email that made it a zero fiscal note. And what I do distinctively clearly remember is when I had a bill that had a zero fiscal note, I was told that didn't count. It had to be a memo. Because of the fact I didn't have the memo with me in committee, I was routed to not only appropriations with the zero fiscal note, but it was also routed to finance because I didn't have the memo at that time to produce it. So I make a motion to send this bill back to appropriations because it still has a fiscal note, to my knowledge, of $49,500.
That's a proper motion. Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are also going to ask for a no vote on the request to move it back to appropriations. So we have an updated fiscal note here, and it has under appropriations that says no appropriation is required. So therefore, we think that this is unnecessary and request a no vote.
Rep. Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will add to that and read you the note that is in the fiscal note. It does acknowledge that there's $49,500, a contract with a vendor, but the last sentence says very clearly, however, it is assumed that the department can absorb these costs as part of their statutorily required contract review process for reporting community health facilities. And then it goes on to say, therefore, there is no general fund appropriation necessary whatsoever.
Further discussion. Representative Brown. Representative Leader. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to re-refer Senate Bill 71. A division has been requested.
Members, the question before us is a motion to re-refer Senate Bill 71 to the Appropriations Committee. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated. All those in favor of the motion to re-refer Senate Bill 71 to the Appropriations Committee, please stand and remain standing in one place, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. The motion fails. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 71? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to put on the record that we did hear a bill in State Affairs that was under $50,000, and it was the chair's discretion to not go through appropriations or finance. It is the chair's discretion, and that's what we did hear, that it was the chair's discretion. So I just wanted to put that on the record. We also wanted to address about this bill, so give me a little leniency, Mr. Chair. Some rumor mills going around that I made a deal with Taggart and my minority leader. Let me be very clear. If you don't know who I am by now, you'll find out soon. I didn't make a deal. I don't make deals over my votes with anyone in the lobby corps. I didn't make a deal to put Taggart on Health and Human Services. This man worked hard for his bill, and the representative from Weld was going to get to vote for her bill, and I thought it was only fair that the representative from Grand Junction would be able to vote for his bill. No deal. No matter how you like to spin it out there was no deal made. So keep talking. You're going to find out there was no deal. I don't need your checks.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There has been some questions about our integrity, and I want to put on the record that I support both of my members on both of these bills, and I will continue to support both of my members on both of these bills because we are a caucus, and we stand together, and we stand with each other. And just to be clear, substitutions are made by the member on the committee. I don't pull people off committee. I don't put people on committee. Everyone is responsible to fill their own spot if they're unable to sit on a committee. And so I just am very saddened by the conversations I have heard, but I want to be very clear. I have and will continue to support both of my members as the minority leader of this caucus. Thank you.
Rep. Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for anyone that wasn't in Health and Human Services, the vote for 124 was 12-1. The vote for 71 was 12-1. Had I been on there, it would have been 11-2 on both bills. So it wasn't a deciding 7-6 vote. Just for the record, for everyone listening. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaking on SB 25071, I am so sorry.
You're all good. I didn't even notice.
Don't say it again. All right. Well,
Your colleague sold you out there. I didn't even notice. but you're all good.
Okay, speaking on SB 25071, this is a good bill. It aligns with the intent of 340B, but it makes sure it's doing what the bill, what the program originally intended. Before the program was created, back at the federal level, it was actually done by charity work for rural hospitals, rural communities, to help with those who needed more services. Government stepped in, decided we were going to mandate it. The federal is in somewhat of a mess, but this bill aligns with the intent to making sure rural hospitals are being served so they can serve those who are on the program. I know it's been spoken before, there is no such thing as a 340B patient. They are the facilities that help serve those underserved communities, and this bill does just that in a transparent manner that makes sure we're getting it done the way it's supposed to. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I rise in full support of Senate Bill 71 and want to thank my good colleague from Grand Junction for all his hard work on this bill, and also my favorite cousin from the San Luis Valley for his good work as well on this bill.
Y'all are cousins?
You never know. But making sure that 340B actually works and that it's at the congressional intent is important. I was telling a member off to the side that one concern I had is if the previous bill had passed in an unamended form and if 71 had been amended, we would have set up a scenario where a congressional program would have applied completely differently in different states. And there would be significant restrictions in Colorado, which would mean in places like rural Colorado, where I'm from, where we need access to health care where patients are, we would be at risk of losing some of those services because, as I've said before, hospitals, or at least some hospitals, depending on what category you're in, weave in and out of 340B. And that if we don't have the ability to, for example, have a number of pharmacies that a patient can go to, if it's limited to just the inpatient pharmacy at the hospital, for most of our hospitals, that's not a commercial pharmacy. That's not one that a patient just wanders in and says, I would like my drugs dispensed. And so that would require setting up a different pharmacy. And that the way the federal rules are, if it's a strictly in-hospital pharmacy to dispense drugs in the hospital, you would have to set up a completely different pharmacy that's separated from that in-hospital pharmacy. So it would cost hospitals a lot of money, plus it'd be greatly unfair to the patient. You would be telling a patient, for example, who lives outside Paonia, you'd have to drive to Delta for your pharmaceuticals. And that's just not fair. So for all of these reasons, I just want to thank the sponsors once again and encourage the House to vote for this bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 71. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Senate Bill 71 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 306.
Senate Bill 306 by Senators Rodriguez and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Lindstedt and Taggart, concerning required performance audits of certain state agencies and in connection therewith requiring the state auditor to conduct or cause to be conducted performance audits of the Air Pollution Control Division and the Division of Unemployment Insurance.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 306 in the Finance Committee report.
To the Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Finance Committee, we added one word to give the state auditor a little bit more specificity in their work. So I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The Finance Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill requires an audit of two sections of our state government here, including the UI program and the Air Quality Control Division. It's been heavily worked on with stakeholders. It started out to be a little bit controversial, and now it's in a place where everybody's very either neutral or supportive of the legislation, as far as I know. So we've been working really hard on this bill so that we can ensure that our state agencies are following the statute that we all pass as legislators. So good bill, vote yes.
Representative Taggart.
Audits, performance audits are a good practice. They are a very good practice. And so I agree with my co-prime in these two particular areas. It was requested to do these audits from a performance standpoint because there have been significant investments in both of these areas. So in the interest of brevity, please vote yes. Good bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 306. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Senate Bill 306 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Members, you've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report is under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bills 548 is amended, 7184 is amended, 124 is amended, 163 is amended, 288 is amended, 297, 299 is amended, 304 is amended, and 306 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third and final passage. Senate Bill 7 laid over until May 6, 2025.
Representative Mabry. That is a proper motion. We have amendments at the desk. Mr. Shebel, please read the first and only Bradley amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, Senate Bill 48.
Representative Bradley moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Bradley Amendment L20 to Senate Bill 48 to show that said amendment passed. That Senate Bill 48 is amended passed.
Representative Bradley.
Was this today?
This was today.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I moved the Bradley Amendment, and H001 asked for it to be displayed.
Just restate moving it to the Committee of the Whole
I
report.
move it to the Committee of the Whole and ask for it to be displayed on the
Excellent.
Jumbotron.
There it is.
Just trying to
Please
remember
proceed.
it. Oh, yes. So going back to Senate Bill 48, just think to keep some transparency about this bill that we need to have a food diary so that the patient can stay transparent and keep on their weight loss program. And if we're going to raise premiums by 8%, that all of us can be, the patient can be held accountable, and the premiums that have to go up, we understand that this is actually working, and the patient's benefiting, and the people whose premiums have to go up, they're benefiting. And so I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the Bradley Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. English, Joseph, Ricks, excused, all with a $5 fine. Please close the machine. With 20 aye, 41 no, and 4 excused, the amendment is lost. The House will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first Garcia amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, Senate Bill 71.
Representative Garcia moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Garcia Amendment L29 to Senate Bill 71 to show that Senate Amendment passed. That Senate Bill 71 is amended passed.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the first Garcia amendment and ask that it be displayed. Wait, to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. One moment, please. It is properly displayed. Please proceed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I want to bring this amendment back up because I believe that this is an amendment that the majority of us could actually get behind. When we have a program that is intended to support medically underserved communities, and we have large hospitals that are serving these medically underserved communities and yet still taking advantage of the cost savings, and that cost savings does not, in fact, then go to those medically underserved communities, I believe that this is not without merit to direct that 20% of the savings then goes into serving these medically underserved areas. 340B has an incredible potential of really doing incredible work in our medically underserved areas. But when the majority of the savings that come from these reduced prescription costs are going to more affluent areas, we are not, in fact, utilizing, and our hospitals are not, in fact, utilizing it as it should. And with that, I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are going to request a no vote for two reasons. So first of all, as I indicated when we were on seconds, that passage of Senate Bill 71 in itself does fund rural health care, and it does fund these clinics in medically underserved areas such as my own. But the second piece to this is that without any outline on how we are going to distribute those funds, how that's evaluated, which department's looking at those, when those are distributed, this is rather vague, and I feel that this would complicate the bill further and delay implementation. So again, I'll reiterate that. Because it doesn't have listed which department is evaluating, what that 20% looks like, where that 20% funding comes from, when those get distributed and what funds those are going to be distributed to. I feel like that's going to be an additive burden, and it's not in there. And then also, again, lastly, with this is that we already have restrictions on what you can spend this refund money on, and we feel that this is already in the bill in itself to being able to provide those services that 340B has done, so we request a no vote.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll reiterate what I said on this amendment before. The savings in Colorado on 340B hospitals is approximately $800 million. The benefits that it funds are $2.4 billion, 3 times the savings. Of that, 1.6 million goes directly for the purposes of subsidizing Medicaid reimbursement rates, and another 300 million for uncompensated care. That's $1.6 billion. And to make the statement that it's not going to where it's supposed to be going is just not factual. And the reason I don't think it's necessary is if you do that math, that means more than two-thirds of the benefits, which are well beyond the savings, go to our vulnerable and, in fact, low-income families to support the services for them. Thank you, and I would ask you for a no vote on this amendment.
The motion before us is the adoption of the first Garcia Amendment to to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 17 aye, 47 no, and 1 excuse, the amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the second Garcia Amendment to Senate Bill 288 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Garcia moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse action taken by the committee not adopting the following Garcia Amendment L16 to Senate Bill 288. Show that said amendment passed. That Senate Bill 288 is amended passed.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay, that one didn't work out so well. We're going to try again on a different bill and a different amendment. I move the second Garcia Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Members, this is the amendment where we struck the blanket liability that was put into the bill in judiciary when it comes to AI's liability when child porn is created. In an industry and using a technology that continues to rapidly develop and increase day over day over day, and we have no regulations, but we are automatically assuming that they should hold no liability when child porn comes out of their system, I don't believe that any of us here are willing to accept that. Child pornography should just not even be created, period. It should not even be allowed. And when it's created, we're only blaming the person that enters the prompts, but we're not creating the actual system that has to read the prompts and develop the image itself. AI is a thinking technology. Programmers have developed AI to be a thinking technology. Therefore, they themselves should also be held liable when we have child pornography that comes out of those systems. We are not eliminating the liability on the terrible people who are importing those prompts. We are including the civil liability on the systems, and I urge with every ounce of my being an aye vote.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I rise in support of this amendment. As my good colleague from Adams explained, this is to strike a blanket liability exemption for companies that engage in the creation of child pornographic materials. And now, these companies do have the ability to regulate what type of images they generate. And they do take in all the information that they are given, and they own that information, and they profit off of it. And while we allow them to do that, we should also say there is responsibility that comes with that. If we do not have liability for these companies, we've really taken away the incentive for them to put safeguards into place. This is something that they can do, but I fear that certain companies will not do it without having that threat hanging over them. So what we are doing here is we are not putting in strict liability standards. We are simply removing a blanket exemption. And I want us to think about how rapidly these types of technologies change over time. How would we have regulated social media 10 to 15 years ago? We probably would not have even thought about some of the concerns that we have now. Things like location tracking, privacy concerns. When these things first started, those were not even on our radar. And if we had given them blanket exemption from any liability, just think about how much of an issue that would have been today. These things are just starting to develop and be used by consumers. And yes, we should hold consumers that create this material accountable. But also, let's keep in mind that there are individuals offshore in other countries, in other islands, that create this kind of material and make businesses off of it. And it is truly sickening, but we are not able to hold those bad actors accountable because they're not within our jurisdiction. What we can do is prevent this from actually being created in the first place. And that's really what this comes down to. Are we just about holding the few accountable that get caught and who don't have the money to hire defense teams to get out of it? Or are we about actually stopping this behavior? And if that's what we want to do, then we need to look at how these things get generated and put some sort of standard in place. Again, I don't think this goes far enough, but it at least does remove a blanket waiver of liability. So with that, I urge an aye vote.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, first off, I want to thank the bill sponsors for working with us on committee on the criminal pieces of this bill and removing what I felt was incredibly broad language. And I appreciate the work that has been done on this. On this specific piece, as to the civil liability, I believe that no language touching on civil liability would be better than bad language, because if you are trying to hold one of these companies accountable, you're going to have to demonstrate as an initial matter that you have a prima facie case that there's enough evidence to hold the company that allowed for the generation of this inappropriate material accountable because they had significant fault or intention. And rather than providing a blanket liability, which we did in committee, and I did not support the amendment that did that, let's leave this part of the bill silent and allow people who have been harmed in this way to go after companies. And if they can demonstrate that the companies had something to do with this happening, if they can make that prima facie case, we should allow them to have their day in court. I don't think it's fair to blanket exempt a company when we're trying to create access to justice for people who have been harmed in this way. And so I'm a strong supporter of this amendment and urge an aye vote.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We urge a no vote on this amendment. And the way AI works is that there's a core software for AI, and it does learn from the material that it is given, but it does not think for itself. It does not create something on its own. You can't just have AI come up with something without teaching it how to do it, which is built on all of the data that goes into it. That's why we ran that bill last year, 205, to prevent bias in consequential decisions, because there's bias in the data that goes into it. But if you have an AI system, and that AI system is built and used by a company, the ones that are online, they have a lot of those safeguards already there. You can't just casually type in these horrible ideas and get a result out of it, because they prevented that. However, people have gotten around some of those safeguards by typing in clever iterations of commands to the AI to get it to do things that it was programmed not to do, and it will do it because you figured out a way. But how is anyone going to know all the different permutations of how you can request the AI to come up with something? It's virtually impossible to do that. It's still the person who's typing in the command to make the image, and often is supplying the image to use, is the one that is initiating the issue. And it's not the underlying company that provides the AI. And that's why there's a lot of nuance here, and maybe we can have a more robust conversation about this in the future to figure out a better way. But for now, as it stands in the deepfake legislation we did last year, this is the same language that was there. We can align these two parts to the same thing, the same standard, and then if we need to come back next year and figure out a different way, then maybe we can address that then. But I think at this point, having a standard clause and knowing that it is the person who is using the technology by interacting with it and providing the images to it, that is the perpetrator, and it's not the software. Because we can't do anything about what's going on overseas or anything else like that. They've been doing this for years. They've been doing it before AI, and they've been selling these kinds of images to people, and that is very difficult to crack down on. But if people are making this here in the US, we can do something about it here, and the company making the software is trying, and we know that they're trying because we can see those blocks and a lot of the things that are commonly available right now. So we urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Also join my co-prime sponsor in urging a no vote on this amendment. Members, we had a very robust discussion during second reading about this, but I do just want to emphasize a couple of the points that were just made, but they're really important. This is the exact same language from the deep fake election bill that was passed last year. So it has that exact same protection. The other element that I will say is that AI is a fast-moving space. There's also the idea that obviously we want to protect our most vulnerable. We don't want intimate images distributed online without consent, and we most certainly don't want child pornography. And that's what the bill is all about. The bill creates civil and criminal penalties. And we're interacting with both state law and federal law here. And a few days ago, back in April, Congress passed the Take It Down Act. And so for some people, some of those concerns that you may have is already included in that federal legislation that's going to be signed any day now. And then there's a 2003 federal law as well. Because so much crosses state lines and is concerned with issues of interstate commerce, needing to have bigger power as far as how do we compel someone to come to our jurisdiction from overseas, that's where the federal government has stepped in and will continue to step in. And for all these reasons, I would ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the second Garcia Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 28 aye, 36 no, and 1 excuse, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Zokai Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, Senate Bill 288.
Representative Zokai moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the Carter motion to re-refer Senate Bill 288 to the Judiciary Committee to show that Senate Bill 288 was re-referred to the Judiciary Committee.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Zokai Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this motion, it was a hard one for me to decide if I wanted to bring this before all of you today. But the more I thought about it, there are a lot of questions still outstanding with this bill. And it really did feel rushed for us in House Judiciary. I usually have a lot of conversations ahead of time with something that is this big and this big of a policy change. And we spent a couple hours in Judiciary on it, which for us is really no time at all. And there's still a lot of nuance that we need to work through. When it comes to AI-generated images and pornography, how do you tell whether that's a 17-year-old versus a 19-year-old? There are provisions in this where a child is liable for sending images of themselves, and I have concerns that that child is more of a victim, and should not be facing harsher penalties and probably needs extra support instead. There are the questions around liability. As you just saw, we have some things that I think we need to work through on who should be liable for the generation of this kind of content. And I just think that there needs to be a little more time for us to work through some of those nuances. So I ask for a yes vote to give us the chance to do that.
Representative Carter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to rise in favor of this motion or amendment. Let me say, can I reiterate what I've already said before? The judiciary is the most deliberative committee in this body, for better or for worse. It just is. And when people have come and subbed in, they understand that, yeah, we're going to be here. We're going to be here for the long haul because we're going to have these conversations. We've had 12-hour conversations. We've had 10-hour conversations about one bill. This is one of the largest changes to our criminal code that this body has done this year. We had 2 hours, period. We had 2 hours. Now, my problem isn't that there are issues with the bill, but one of them, but it's you have this body that is willing to do the work, but we don't want to do it. We were given this bill on Saturday afternoon after it came out of the Senate less than 24 hours before. 288. This has been in the works for how long? And the answer is for a while. And when I asked the sponsors, why so fast? Well, we've done stakeholding. You didn't stakehold with this body. And my problem is, and it's the same thing I said while we were sitting in here on seconds earlier. It's the same thing I said. You didn't stakehold this body. We're going to let it go through. And but for my good friend, Representative Zokai, we would be done. This would be law, period. Have we read the bill? I rise in favor of this amendment. We're going to do what we're going to do.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this. I sat on judiciary for this hearing. I think we only had 2 panels. The chair did not limit our panels, so that 2 hours that we spent on the bill between 2 panels, I mean, it was unlimited questions. It didn't feel rushed at all. There were a lot of questions, and I felt as a member of the committee that all the questions were adequately answered. And if we were to refer back to judiciary, it would be the same handful of witnesses, and I think it would be the same questions being asked and answered again. It was pretty overwhelming vote in judiciary. It was 8-3. I think on the Senate side, it was like 31 or 32-0. So I don't think this is needed. I don't think anything will be learned extra from going back to judiciary. So I rise in opposition.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise in opposition of this amendment. As a member of the Judiciary Committee, I concur with my colleague from El Paso that we had deep conversation about these issues, and especially about the concerns that were raised in the previous 2 amendments with regard to this section. I feel as if this amendment, if we were to adopt this, what we would be saying is that the majority vote out of a committee is not as important as the minority vote out of that committee, because that's what we're being asked to do, is return this to committee because the minority did not prevail in the committee that day. Having been on the losing end in many Judiciary Committee decisions, because I vote in very strange ways, they will tell you, I know that that is how the committee process works. And I know that, as we've talked about, judiciary is a very deliberative body. So I would encourage you to trust the work of the committee that's already been done, to trust the fact that there would not be much more gained by sending it back, except to potentially kill this bill. And so I urge a no vote to this amendment.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this particular amendment. Having served on the Judiciary Committee in the past, I do attest that it is the most deliberative body, which is one of the reasons why it's my favorite committee in this building. When you have members of the majority party who sit on the Judiciary Committee telling you that there was not enough time to thoroughly look at this bill, I say we sit up and take notice, because that is the argument that my side of the aisle says on many a policy in this building. This particular bill was introduced less than a month ago. It was amended in the Senate. Multiple pages were amended in the Senate, and it got out of the Senate, I believe, only a few days ago. The hearing for this bill was on a Saturday. The idea that there would be no more individuals interested in participating as witnesses is hard for me to swallow, thinking about the fact that it was scheduled on a Saturday. I'm not even sure when it hit the calendar for public notice, so that they could even adjust their weekend plans to serve. There is more than enough time to go back. This is a Senate bill. It could be heard in Judiciary tomorrow. And with this particular conversation being had at this mic, those who are in our communities who listen in, because I have folks and you all have folks who watch the Colorado Channel like their daily soap opera, may actually look and say, oh, this impacts me, I want to say something to this bill. And we could do that tomorrow. We could do seconds tomorrow, and it could be voted on Wednesday. It doesn't have to kill this bill, but I do rise in support of having more conversations. Thank you.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And colleagues, this is the first time I've come down all year to talk on anything on thirds or at the cow. And what I've heard today, I'm not a member of Judiciary Committee, but I've heard members of both parties who are on that committee come to different results. And I have also heard, and I don't know if this is true or not, but it gives me enough pause that if you are a young person and submits yourself under this bill, you could be held liable. That should give us all pause, because the last thing we want to do is pass a bill that hurts somebody and that we have to come back and fix later. Now is the time to think hard about passing something that could potentially be very devastating, and I would urge a yes vote.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We would ask for a no vote for several reasons. One was, it was heard on a Saturday, but so were many other bills, and this is the only bill being asked to go back for reconsideration. The second reason is we had a very robust conversation in House Judiciary. Over 2 hours long, we had the experts in the field here in Colorado come and testify, and they would have been there on a Saturday, they would have been there on a Tuesday or a Monday. This is also a rare bill where both the public defenders and the District Attorney's Council and the defense bar all came together and they all agreed on the language within this bill. This bill has been vetted by the Attorney General's office, who is also in agreement with the language that's in this bill. So the fact that so many groups who are typically opposed came together. We worked on a deal, which was the committee report that was adopted that had all of these stakeholders working on the series of amendments. So as far as being a robust conversation, there was one. I mean, members in House Judiciary, and I sit on House Judiciary, ask the very difficult questions, the questions that should be asked and must be asked, and they came to a result. And it was 8-3 out of committee. It was bipartisan out of committee. And I get that we may have disagreements, but that's also the nature of a representative democracy. We debate, we look into, what's good policy, what's not, and ultimately a vote has to be taken. And the fact that the overwhelming majority in committee said, this is good policy for the state of Colorado because we want to protect our kids from being exploited online for deep fakes, for child pornography, And we also want to protect and expand the revenge porn laws that we passed last year to ensure that your private, intimate images are not released without a person's consent. And we're giving both civil and criminal remedies within this bill is remarkable. We join 37 other states that have done exactly what we've laid out here. We'll be the 38th state if we pass this bill, when we pass this bill. And it's time that Coloradans have the same protections that residents of 37 other states have. And we ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll just add just a little to this because, you know, we could have sat there much longer in judiciary. We could have done that, but we didn't. Why? I don't know. It must have been because people were satisfied with the result, and I think the vote reflects that. And we were informed that there was an issue with an amendment that was put on, and we spoke with the same stakeholders on a Sunday to get the information to try to work out a compromise. And if there was a willingness to want to know more about this bill and take more interest in this bill, that could have been done by anybody who was interested in learning more about this policy. That is on you. If you feel like that you don't have enough information, the people are here. They have been outside in the lobby. They've been here on Saturday. They've been here a while, and you could have contacted them to get the information. The opportunity was here. But this is an important policy. This is a policy that's going to help protect people from revenge porn and child pornography made by AI. This is an important policy. And doing this motion could put this on the chopping block, and it could make it not pass. Yes, sure, there might be enough time, but maybe not. Are we going to risk that? To go back and have the same conversation with the same people that you can have the conversation out in the hallway with right now? I don't think that's a very wise use of time. And instead of having this motion be the argument and the debate, we could have had it here on second reading. But that didn't happen either. Not many people came down and even speak about it. Please vote no on this amendment. And you have time tomorrow to go get more information from the people outside, and we can still make amendments if we need to tomorrow, if need be. But let's not hold this up. Vote no on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Zokai Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 14 aye, 50 no, and 1 excuse, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Valdez Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, Senate Bill 299.
Representative Valdez moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Valdez Amendment, L29 to Senate Bill 299, to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 299 is amended passed.
Representative Valdez.
Madam Speaker, I move the first ever Valdez A amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. And ask for it to be properly displayed.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
All right, folks. This is the amendment that would really, so what the bill does is it creates a lot of different rules for the sales contract. And what this would do is just, and the way it's enforced is that it's a violation of the Consumer Protection Act within the state of Colorado to go to the AG's office. This amendment would just put in there that the employer needs to notify the employee that they're subject to this law. That's it. That's all it would do. Just provide notification to the employee that they are subject to the law. So I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We asked for a no vote on this amendment. This is already existing employment law in Colorado, so it is unnecessary, and we ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Valdez Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 22 aye, 42 no, and 1 excuse, the amendment is lost. The motion before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 22 no, and 1 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Madam Majority Leader. Oh, we're proceeding to third reading. Now, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over Senate Bill 185 until Wednesday, May 7th.
Senate Bill 185 will be laid over until Wednesday, May 7th. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 34.
Senate Bill 34 by Senator Kipp, also Representatives Basenecker and Jackson, concerning voluntarily waiving the right to purchase a firearm.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 34 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 34 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 36 aye, 28 no, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 34 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 27.
Senate Bill 27 by Senator Marchman, also Representatives Joseph and Gonzalez, concerning the use of trauma-informed practices to address school safety.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 27 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 27 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Froelich. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 21 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 27 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 75.
Senate Bill 75 by Senator Gonzalez, also Representatives Espinoza and Bacon, concerning the Motor Vehicle Dealer Board's consideration of an individual's criminal convictions when issuing a license.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 75 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 75 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 63 aye, 1 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 75 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 189.
Senate Bill 189 by Senators Liston and Snyder, also Representatives Soper and Espinoza, concerning requiring a jury to determine whether a defendant has prior qualifying convictions and in connection with making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 189 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 189 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 189 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 272.
Senate Bill 272 by Senators Winter and Catlin, also Representatives Velasco and Froelich, concerning a sales and use tax exemption for construction materials used in creating housing for Regional Transportation Authority staff.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 272 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 272 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 21 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 272 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 17.
Senate Bill 17 by Senators Cutter and Judah, also Representatives Joseph and Zokai, concerning measures to support early childhood health by integrating early childhood health care systems into communities.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 17 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As Ranking Member of Health and Human Services, this is one of the departments that comes to talk to us, and they are just upside down in a lot of their funding. UPK, is $30 million off next year because it comes from the nicotine tax. Those revenues are decreasing significantly because people are smoking less. So the shortfall will then come from the general fund. Early intervention program was funded by the JVC, but they're still, when I was talking to members of the JVC or a member of the JVC, still unknown what this program needs for 2025, 2026. And now we want to put another program under the Department of Early Childhood. And then we also heard that the Department of Early Childhood Department was shorting our county partners by over $3 million. I just think we need to take a step back. This is going to be funded by gift grants and donations, but the fiscal note will tell you, if you read it, that there is... The bill potentially increases state revenue to the Department of Early Childhood for the program from gifts, grants, or donations. However, no sources have been identified at this time. Gift, grants, and donations are exempt from Tabor revenue limits. This department, $30 million shortfall next year, $3 million that they shorted our county partners. Why are we building yet another department inside this department? I urge a no vote for my caucus. Thank you.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do just want to make sure we all understand what this bill is. This is about the Healthy Steps program, which is a program to help children who might not be hitting their developmental milestones in ages 0 to 3. And it is to provide that extra support to both the providers and to the families. And I'm just going to say, as a parent with little kids, it can be so stressful when they are not achieving those set milestones and you can't really communicate with them, you don't know how to help, and having that extra support in your pediatrician's office can make all the difference. And that's why we want to make sure we're in line with best practices for this program. It's shown immense success and has done incredible work in underserved areas. And to be in line with best practices, this program should be codified within the Department of Early Childhood. So that is what this bill is doing. And then any funding is through gifts, grants, and donations. So we urge a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 17 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 22 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 17 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Barone, please. Representative Barone, staff accidentally pressed your button. Could you please press it and hold it for 5 seconds, and it will remove your name as co-sponsor.
It does it. It just doesn't show.
It works, it just doesn't show it on the screen. It works on the
Hold it for like 5 seconds, but it won't show on the screen.
Okay.
Just hold for like 5 seconds, and it'll be good. Okay. It should be good.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Please close the machine. And just for the record, sorry, Representative Barone, staff is perfect. So never a question, right? Okay. Mr. Shebo, please read Senate Bill 302.
Senate Bill 302 by Senators Kippen Simpson, also Representatives Garcia and Zokai, concerning extending the Achieving a Better Life Experience state income tax deduction.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 302 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 302 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 50 aye, 14 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 302 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 281.
Senate Bill 281 by Senators Carson and Snyder, also Representatives Espinoza and Armagost, concerning careless driving resulting in serious bodily injury.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 281 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 281 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 59 aye, 5 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 281 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 310.
Senate Bill 310 by Senators Kirkmeyer Bridges, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning the implementation of Proposition 130 and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 310 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I request permission to offer a third reading amendment. I actually have two of them, but requesting permission for number one.
Thank you, Representative Byrd. Please briefly explain.
So the first amendment that we are requesting your permission to add is a negotiated, agreed upon compromise language regarding permissible purposes, permissible uses of the funds in Prop 130 as it's being implemented. And this was heavily negotiated and stakeholdered over months and then over many, many more hours today to make sure that we are making the expenditure of these funds workable, but also very closely adhering to voter intent. So we are hopeful you will give us permission to add this to the bill.
The motion before us is a request for permission to run a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 310. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote.
Oh, that's right, it's the permission.
Please close the machine. With 63 aye, 1 no, and 1 excused, permission to run a third reading amendment is granted. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment L019 and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this is as I described. This is the negotiated language that gets everybody to a decent place, as is a strong negotiation. We ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L019 to Senate Bill 310. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote.
We did it. We got together. Finally.
Please close the machine. With 64 aye, 0 no, and 1 excuse, the amendment is adopted. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request permission to add another third reading amendment because one wasn't good enough.
Please proceed. briefly explain?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. So this one is quite simple. This is making a slight amendment, adjustment to direction in the appropriations clause. So there's funding that's allocated to the Department of Public Safety to provide some oversight responsibility. And we've had further conversations with the Department of Public Safety, and funding needs to move instead from the Division of Criminal Justice to instead be placed with the Executive Director's Office. So this is conforming language changes to make sure that funding is allocated to the appropriate place within the Department of Public Safety.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is permission to run a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 310. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 63 aye, 1 no, 1 excused, permission is granted. Representative Byrd.
Madam Speaker, I move Amendment L018 and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, this amendment is as I described. I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L018 to Senate Bill 310. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, and 1 excused, Amendment L018 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 310 as amended on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 310 as amended on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Ricks. Please close the machine. I will speak very slowly.
Very slowly.
With 55 aye, 9 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 310 as amended is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 320.
Senate Bill 320 by Senators Burgess and Kirkmeyer, House Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning commercial motor vehicle transportation and in connection therewith, reinstating and extending the sales and use tax exemption for certain heavy-duty motor vehicles, components, and parts, adjusting the bridge and tunnel impact fee schedule for state fiscal year 2025-26 through 2027-28, and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 320 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 320 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 20 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 320 is adopted. As amended, no. Yes, as amended is adopted. No. Not as amended. Senate Bill 320 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 319.
Senate Bill 319 by Senators Bridges and Amabile, also Representatives Burton Taggart, concerning the administration of the income tax incentive for certain higher education costs incurred by eligible students and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 319 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 319 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 20 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 319 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 316.
Senate Bill 316 by Senators Amabile and Bridges, also Representatives Taggart and Sirota, concerning requirements for money appropriated to the Department of Higher Education and in connection therewith making adjustments to appropriations made in the Annual General Appropriation Act for the 2025-26 state fiscal year and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 316 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 316 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 18 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 316 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, members, for your awareness, pursuant to House Rule 36D, in the last 10 days of session, the requirement to provide 24 hours notice before voting on concurrences with Senate amendments is suspended. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate amendments.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate amendments. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 36D, I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House Bill 1021 and House Bill 1146.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of House Bills 1021 and 1146. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1021.
House Bill 1021 by Representatives Lindsted and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Baisley, concerning tax incentives for businesses that transition to employee-owned businesses in whole or in part.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to concur with Senate amendments.
Guys, it's the Monday
To House
before
Bill 1021.
CNADA, and that's all you've got? All right. Representative Lindstedt, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. They changed a date at the request of the department in the Senate. And employee ownership is a really hard thing to rhyme something with, so I didn't write a poem.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur. The motion is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1021. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 3 no, 1 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1021 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1021 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 57 ayes, 7 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1021 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1146.
House Bill 1146 by Representatives Byrd and Woog, also Senators Kirkmeyer and Amabile, concerning measures to ensure that sufficient juvenile detention beds are available to address juvenile crime in proportion to annual juvenile detention projections and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we move to concur with Senate amendments.
To House Bill.
To House Bill 1146.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So in the Senate, they reduced the fiscal year appropriation, fiscal year 25-26 appropriation by about $2.7 million, and which is a fine thing to do in a good year like this, as we need every dollar we can for other state expenses. So the appropriation was shrunk, and it just meets exactly what was specified to be spent in the bill for fiscal year 25-26. So we ask for your yes vote. And I don't do poems, so you get no poem. Please vote yes.
I mean, 2 strikeouts. Folks, bring your talent next 2 days. The motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1146. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 58 ayes, 6 no, 1 excused, House Bill 1140, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1146 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1146 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 55 aye, 9 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1146 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, we will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the conference committee reports.
First report of First Conference Committee on House Bill 1273. This report amends the re-revised bill to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of
Conference
Representatives.
committee report will be printed in the journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate has
Message from the
voted.
Senate will be printed in the journal. Message from the reviser.
We herewith transmit
Message from the
without comment.
reviser will be printed in the journal. Message from the governor.
Honorable members of the Colorado
Message
House.
from the governor will be printed in the journal. Members, I have a few announcements. Pursuant to a request from the Senate, the following members are appointed as the House conferees to the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 155. Representative Clifford as chair, Representative Garcia, and Representative Soper. Pursuant to a request from the Senate, the following members are appointed as the House conferees to the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 161. Representative Froelich will serve as chair, Representative Lindstedt, and Woog. Pursuant to a request from the Senate, the following members are appointed as the House conferees to the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 37. Representative Taggart, who will serve as chair, Representative Morrow, and Representative Lukens. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for conference committees to report.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for conference committees to report. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 161.
Senate Bill 161 by Senators Winter and Judah, also Representatives Lindstedt and Froelich, concerning transit reform and in connection therewith creating study, planning, and reporting requirements, increasing coordination among transit agencies, government, and planning organizations, authorizing the Regional Transportation District to enter into service partnership agreements, creating a Regional Transportation District Accountability Committee, requiring the Regional Transportation District to emphasize ridership growth, worker retention, safety, and statewide climate goals, and making an appropriation.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 161 be permitted to go beyond the scope of the differences between the chambers.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My incredible co-prime, I think, can explain a little bit more, but we are trying to resolve some differences of opinion about some of the reporting requirements on RTD. You know, this is a complicated, long bill, but it's mostly about reporting, so I'll let my co-prime take it from there.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you. I think we're good. We just have a lot to go over.
The motion before us is a request to go beyond the scope of the differences between the chambers on Senate Bill 161. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Garcia, Leader Ricks. Leader is excused. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 19 no, and 2 excused, the request to go beyond the scope of differences between chambers on Senate Bill 161 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 37.
Senate Bill 37 by Senators Robertson Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Taggart and Morrow, concerning assistance for communities experiencing energy transition.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 37 be permitted to go beyond the scope of the differences between the chambers.
Please explain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was an amendment that we placed on this particular bill that the Senate would like to talk with us about.
Okay. Sounds good. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to go beyond the scope of differences between the chambers on Senate Bill 37. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. please close the machine. With 62 aye, 1 no, and 2 excused, the request to go beyond the scope is adopted. Any announcements and introductions? Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As per sponsors' requests, I move to lay over both House Bill 1212 and House Bill 1174 until May 9th.
Seeing no objection and at the sponsor's request, House Bills 1212 and 1174 will be laid over until May 9th. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until Tuesday, May 6th, 2025 at 9 a.m.
The House will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, introduction of bill.
Senate Bill 321 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Rodriguez, also Representatives Joseph and Gonzalez, concerning measures to address air pollution levels related to the operation of motor vehicles in areas that do not meet federal national ambient air quality standards.
Senate Bill 321 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tomorrow morning at 8:45 in the Old State Library, House Appropriations will meet for the last time to hear one bill, Senate Bill 321.
Any other announcements? Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I just want to give a great big thank you to all of you who brought food today for our wonderful potluck. Understand that we had trouble with the grill, but we got it fixed. So we'll see what happens the rest of this week. But thank you so much. And tomorrow, remember, we have an ice cream social. And with that, Madam Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until later today.
The House will stand in recess until later today.